It's finally time. After 5 intensive days of Dota, we have Tundra Esports and Gaimin Gladiators fighting for the ultimate glory.
That's right, Natalie T. One team will walk away with this beautiful Blast Slam trophy. However, only the greatest may leave this arena with this beautiful diamond as we put it in its pedestal of glory. Natalie T, are you ready?
I'm so ready, Slacks.
Then let's get started with the grand finals of Blast Slam 2.
It's our final day, and to help me through this grand finals, I have such a wonderful panel. Syndrin right next to me, Misery and T-Gov as well. So how are all three of you feeling on this fine afternoon, evening, whatever you want to?
Feeling good, Natalie T.
Okay, all right. It's not going to become
a thing. It is already catching on.
No. We were in the green room and quite a couple of people were using it there. But I'm excited, guys. A best of 5, it's a big shake-up to how tournaments are normally run, where we have this lower bracket, best of 3, kind of warms you up for the best of 5. But we're jumping straight into it, Misery, and looking towards the grand final.
I think it's kind of cool, actually, because we often see the upper bracket game have such a high impact on the future of best of 5 in a normal double elimination. So, yeah, it's kind of cool to see teams that haven't played yet, like in a high-stakes match, going and get best of 5.
Yeah, and you know, whilst we don't have that best of 3 that sort of leads us into the best of 5 grand final, we do have our games from yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. We got to see both of these teams play, not against each other, but against some other opponents. So let's have a look at exactly how they secured their spot at a grand finals.
Noob is going to use the backline through. It's a brilliant one. He gets all the 3 of them underneath the tower. Preshow will finally be able to finish on the kill.
Paying off massively here now as Tundra, the 3-man RP.
Oh, there it is. He finds it. It's a beautiful.
Another one.
They will find 33. And they
So
take him down to the lasso down to Noob. Saxa finds the Enigma as Noob's gone.
Ghost is gone.
They have to run. Enigma guys.
Echo Slam goes out, and there goes the Tusk. Meanwhile, Mar, he can't handle that damage. Watson only needs 1 or 2 mowing out. Catching up to Staking. Another buyback going to be used. Watson doesn't give a damn. Deal with Maureen, who no longer has his BKB and will have his life cut short with an ultra kill.
Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra, they both stepped up to the plate when it mattered most. And T, that's the interesting thing about this format is you play a group stage. You play one day, best of ones, 4 of them, and then all of a sudden you're 1 step away, but you still have to show up when it matters. It doesn't secure you the grand finals by any means.
And it's annoying me a little bit.
Oh.
Because I kind of want the teams that do well in group stage to be kind of proven wrong. You know, it's like you have one good day, but you don't have enough experience from the entire gauntlet. But then they just show that their class is strong enough to get them into the finals. And I think even Gaimin, maybe the weaker of the semi-final teams, able to show that development, that in the time off, plus that group stage, they're here. And yeah, just exceptional teams. I cannot talk today. I need to fix that. Back to you, Nat. Let me fix my voice.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I'll give you a little bit more of a break, and instead I can ask Sin if he had a moment from yesterday that still brings you joy when you think back on it. Something you'd like to immortalize, maybe in SFM.
It better be the play. It better be the play.
I thought you were just going to side with T.
Yeah, I was thinking about how I was going to spin this. You know what, T? It's a good day today. So I really hope you're wrong.
Oh, what? All right, well, we'll see. T, I know he wants the, the Echo Slam into Omar's Nyx just being burst and denied the Wisdom Room. Well, I do have absolute pleasure in saying, T, that is our play of the day. So let's go ahead and have a look at it.
Oh, you hear that? Omar is looking to go for this rune.
Grounded.
Yeah.
There we go.
Bullying.
Oh my goodness, that poor old Nyx assassin didn't stand a chance.
Was that everything you hoped for and more?
It's like the play itself is like, it's not the biggest, but it's just so beautiful. And the SFM as well, like the small little, like the animation, the golem as well. Like,
Spectacular.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I
feel like that was the best play of the day for us to kind of end Blast Slam 2. And I know that you can like still vote for them and all that sort of stuff, but it just makes you excited for the next time that we have a Blast Slam. Like, what's going to happen then? It doesn't have to be these big game-changing moments that are fun that you want to look at and see, you know, an animation, a little storyline behind it. There's just so much more misery.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Tigana said that a bit backstage, that it's like you can kind of put your mind into that Earthshaker gameplay where you're just like, I'm just gonna echo this guy. It's an insta kill. I don't care. I'm just gonna get rid of this bug. It's annoying.
Imagine being Omar, you're just getting jump scared, right?
Yeah,
it's literally
I'm
just.
surprised he didn't actually like flinch.
You're kind of just walking up the high ground. You're just. The screen just goes grey, you know.
I mean, how often in Dota is one button a kill? Like, other than Lina, you know, maybe need to nerf her in the next patch, but like one button, one kill. It's so satisfying.
Yeah. Well, we're reminiscing about yesterday's. We looked at our recap. We already looked at our play of yesterday as well. Why don't we have a look at our bracket and just see what these 5 days of Blast Slam 2 have had for us. It started off with Talon and Extreme Gaming unable to get a win here in the single elimination bracket. Then it was Liquid and BetBoom team who had to say their goodbyes. We saw Parryvision and your Cult Bros just fall short there. And unfortunately, not seeing Nigma Galaxy and Falcons here, but instead being blessed with Tundra and a Gaimin Gladiators grand final.
Yeah, there were a lot of. I think what was so cool when we got into the semifinals is that all of the permutations of finals we could get were all cool in a different way, right? Everyone that was involving Nigma would have been a cool story because Nigma made it to the final for the first time in forever. Now we get the Duracho versus his former team storyline, and if we had Falcons, it would be another, you know, okay, final boss kind of can anyone beat them this time story. So I think that was a great setup for the top 4, that there was no bad outcomes, if you will.
Not at all.
Is the finals though of like consistency versus creativity? Because you know Tundra, every time you look at their drafts, you know what's kind of coming, and then even if you try to counter it, they still outplay their opponents and find a way to win. It's why they won the last tournament. It's why they are like favorites for this one. And then for gaming, they've been pretty underwhelming recently. So I think they've had to kind of like rip up the playbook, re-understand like what do we want to do as a team? How do we kind of want to integrate all the players back together? And at least yesterday against Falcons, some of their drafts, you would not see these 2 weeks ago. So I think this finals has the making of gaming showing how do they think they can crack Tundra. What's Tundra? It's like, whatever, it's just another team. We're still going to do our thing. So I think it's going to be pretty one-sided for who's going to be controlling the draft, at least in the first couple games of this finals.
You guys are going to be the great minds behind breaking down these games, giving a lot of analysis behind everything of what we could expect between the two teams. And of course, what we will eventually see, however many games this grand final does go to. But maybe that's just not really a thing. And you guys are looking for an alternative way to enjoy this Blast Slam 2 grand finals. And well, luckily, what is going on over there? That was the perfect time to cut to it. We do have our chill stream happening over on B stream for Blast Slam. It's got Rhea and Slacks on it at the moment.
Will be, but you just
Can they hear us? Can you guys hear us?
Hello?
Hello?
I like that.
I'm waving to them.
Hello, do they hear us? Hello?
Slacks is looking in the camera.
Do I need to go tell them?
No, it's all right. We can talk to them later.
It's better this way.
It might be better this way. We'll just, you know.
I just feel bad for the players again. You know, like Slacks is really loud. The old setup there was further away. Now he's a little bit closer. It's just, if they're not used, I mean, luckily both our teams are very used to like big crowds and arenas. Imagine if this was a team, you know.
I'm not used to it. Shut up, Slacks.
How big of an audience is Slacks? How many, if you put him in an arena, how much, you know, does he feel like 100 seats?
At least 1,000, I think.
1,000?
1,000, yeah. He's front row seats. That's like, that amplifies it, right? If he was like, you know, an extra 20 meters away, maybe not, but he's a loud lad.
Yeah, he is, and they're going to have some fun over there. I know that they're going to try their best to maybe get some of the coaches as well, just try and grab some people that are walking around the studio at the moment. But yeah, we're going to be a little bit more focused on this best of 5, warm ourselves up, and of course start introing our teams. Have a look at exactly our first grand finalist, Tundra Esports.
The Fool. But don't let the name fool you. Pun very much intended. They thrive on unpredictability, turning chaos into opportunity. One moment they're laughing in the face of danger, the next, their enemies are wondering what just happened. God's gift. This isn't just a nickname, it's practically their aura. Every move feels destined, every play divinely inspired. Whether by fate or sheer skill, they always seem to be in the right place at the right time. The Micromaster. This is no ordinary tactician. Every click, every move, every split-second decision is perfectly calculated. It's like they're playing a game of chess while everyone else is struggling with checkers. The Tall One, standing head and shoulders above the rest, more often than not literally, they command attention the moment they step onto the field. Their presence is impossible to ignore, and their impact even bigger. Finally, there's the Happy One, the heart of the team. They bring a spark of joy wherever they go, but don't mistake that smile for weakness. There's nothing more dangerous than someone who can stay cheerful while dismantling their opponents. Together, these five are more than just players. They're a force of nature, unpredictable, powerful, just a little bit larger than life. Their titles aren't just names, they're promises of the magic they bring to the Tundra.
This 5-man roster, our previous LAN winners, not even a week ago. Well, I guess now. Exactly, a week ago. and in a couple of hours, you know, a little bit of spare change there. But yeah, all 5 of them having recently formed just over the new year, had to play some qualifiers for themselves, jumped on into the action, got that first victory for themselves, and could potentially do it again here, Sint.
Yeah. I don't have much to add to that, you know. The results kind of speak for themselves, right?
Okay.
If you have a team like that and you're on an upward trajectory, you have the momentum going your way, it's always going to be a matter of, all right, how do you overcome adversity? But they haven't had to face it yet, right? Since that last win, they're just, again, in the grand finals, and that's what I think is going to be the really interesting story here is Tundra are kind of coming into the finals with a hand that Gaimin Gladiators knows. I think Tundra is more obvious what they're playing because there's more tape from previous tournaments and they've played more games. So it's a matter of, okay, can Gaimin beat them at their game and force them to reinvent themselves during this series?
I guess the basic question here is, do you think even after this finals, do you think Tundra have it in them to create the dominant year that we've seen from Gaimin in previous years, Falcons as well? Like, do you think this roster and how well they've done, is this a honeymoon period or is this like their year to truly dominate?
I mean, for me, it feels like this roster is their final roster. Like they have had some changes in players the last like half a year, ever since they were formed after TI, and now it feels like they finally got the players that works for them, where they can actually start winning tournaments. And I mean, it's looking good for them already, right? Like they look so strong and so solid overall.
I feel like the bigger thing as well is they were in the finals for our previous Blast Slam 1. Yes, different roster, but that's also the other aspect, you know? How much does that play into it here? Does it even factor in at all because you have that buffer of the previous LAN that you go, oh yeah, we won one, we could do it again. It doesn't matter what the tournament is and if we've been here before.
I think if anything, it might encourage them to want to win even more.
No, you think it's even more of a positive?
Yeah, they were in the final last time. They lost, unfortunately. Now they're here again. Maybe they really want to claim the trophy this time.
But they also know about the format. They're not used, they're coming through not having that lower bracket best of 3. They know that the last time they got to play the finals, it was just one day, one best of 5. That is a very kind of foreign idea to a lot of teams. Normally you have that kind of extra little bit of information that you watch. So I think they can utilize that kind of experience and use Blast Slam 1 to kind of maybe propel them into Blast Slam 2. They're already favorites and they have the experience of this format. So again, a lot of things are moving towards Tundra being like the 60-40 for this series. And again, it's all on Gaimin to show us in the first game, the first draft, how they're going to try and combat that.
I'm just getting, interested in more Tundra information here. There's only so much that we can go by, so I thought that we would talk to the players themselves, and I actually got to speak with 2 of them this morning. Whitemon here with me. Since joining Tundra, how do you feel you've changed as a player? What sort of growth have you had as a position 5?
I don't know. I think I grow a lot. Like, since I joined Tundra, I learned a lot from a lot of players, from a lot of experienced players, especially their TI winners. Yeah, so I learned a lot from them.
What area would you say has improved the most? Is it your laning, your team fighting, positioning, warding, or what exactly?
I think mostly it's the comms and maybe team fighting also. Yeah.
I love to hear that one. I want to know what makes a hero a good position 5 in your eyes, because you've said you have quite a heavy say in what hero you play for competitive. So I need to know what makes a good position 5 hero.
I think you need to find heroes that good at laning. You need to know which pair like you need on carry, something like that, and also maybe something like that can help your team fight, something like that. Yeah, I think that's it.
Doratio joining me just before a grand finals here. You've been finding a lot of success lately, so I want to know, what's your approach to Dota in order to find this success that you've had over the last few years?
Just putting a lot of work into it and trying to not burn out, trying to find the balance between chilling and trying hard.
Yeah. How would you say you found that with how busy the first start of this year has been?
It's very busy. Yeah. So we're already playing straight for 1 month, and it's kinda, I'm already tired a little bit, so yeah. Because we have a lot of qualifiers, then tournaments, and then tournament again. And we are going to the final, both tournaments, so yeah, it's a little bit busy.
This grand final, though, is very different from the last one, mostly because you're going to be coming up against your old team. So is there a little bit of added spice coming up against them in a best-of-5 grand final?
Maybe. I mean, people can find some spicy into it, like in this series, but for me, it's just another series, and I hope we're going to win it.
Do you have a series prediction at all for this one?
3-0 or 3-1 for Tundra.
All right. Hello, Daraja. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you everybody for watching and supporting me.
Both Daraja and Whiteman, a pleasure to talk to there. And yeah, I feel like he wanted to have the confidence to just say off the bat, yep, 3-0 for us. And then he was like, well,
That's being nice, yeah.
yeah, maybe one game, maybe a 3-1.
I mean, in the interview with Whiteman as well, I love the fact that he mentioned like the type of 5s he wants to play, because he's playing the Warlocks, the Chen, the ET, heroes that enable the carry to have a good lane. And if you have a carry player like Daracho, if he has a bad lane, he cannot be the active, forward-thinking carry that wants to try and join that extra fight. He's gonna have to recover. So if your 5 player is not at the top of his game, Daracho won't look like the same Daracho that we've seen in previous years. So I think it's critical that Whiteman has this kind of mindset, and he is one of the best 5s. So of course, this partnership is very, very strong.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how quick it was for them to find this as well. I don't think either of them really had to change any playstyle, but that I think is what makes it even more interesting. The fact that it can click so quickly for them, that they just make it work. The drafting's it's playing out for them in their favor a lot as well. But it's not just a grand final with only Tundra in it. It's not going to be an easy one for themselves either. And I think it's only fair that we talk about their opponent, Gaimin Gladiators.
The doctor. But don't expect him to hand out bandages and lollipops. No, this is a doctor with surgical precision. Whether it's dissecting strategies or opponents, they're the one you don't want on call, unless you're on their side. Cool, calm, collected. Always chill, always in control. They're the person you want at the wheel in the middle of a storm. No sweat, no panic, just ice-cold decisions and flawless plays. The Cabbage Slayer. No vegetable is safe, no salad spared. Is it a personal vendetta? A mission to end leafy tyranny? Who knows? But one thing's for sure, the chopping block is always busy. The fluffy unicorn, equal parts sparkle and sass. They bring chaos wrapped in rainbows. Don't be fooled by the fluff. This unicorn doesn't just prance, it charges straight through its enemies with style. The vegan, a protector of greens, but only the ones that haven't crossed them. There are the peaceful warrior, who fights for balance, but when the gloves come off, even Mother Nature would be impressed. Together they are the gladiators, part warriors, part chaos makers, and all-round legends. Their titles are more than names, they're promises of adventure, mayhem, and a hint of mystery.
The Gaimin Gladiators are also there. They're also sitting behind us. They can see the screens as well. They can see their prologue. They're having a bit of a laugh about the slow-mo walk. I want to know what the prompt was. I have to know what they were actually told to do to get that shot that we got there.
I feel like all the teams were told to walk like
Do it slow-mo, guys.
Walking Dead, or I don't even know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not sure, but yeah, we're seeing them there, the 5-man roster of Gaimin Gladiators. They've been that way since post-TI, but this is our first grand finals that we're seeing them in, Syndron.
Yeah, it's there's been a lot of talk revolving around this team. Obviously, if you are the big dog of a year, everybody's going to be looking at you the next year, and they're going to look for your comeback the following year if you don't keep doing well all the time.
Sure.
And obviously, yeah, they made some minor adjustments. They changed out one player, but it's more so, for me, the impressive thing about this run for them has been how much they've reinvented themselves. I think that's been necessary, because the recipe that they won a ton of tournaments with just isn't as good anymore, and it takes time to make those adjustments. Watson got some flack from the community because it was like, oh man, why did you kick this guy? You guys aren't getting results. But, it wasn't... To me, it wasn't about a player switch. It was about the whole team needing to find their form and get the style together. And finally now they're showing up. So that's very good to see.
Yeah, we got to see them play yesterday, right? It was this group stage. We only saw 4 best-of-1s for them, and then we had to wait, and we didn't know what we were going to get from Gaimin Gladiators. But yesterday, they showed up. They got a 2-0, and we're going to see a quick little recap of their best-of-3 series yesterday.
Is he going to be able to get it off? No, Avalanche interrupts him, trying to finish him off. The Supernova goes out and a pin through to the other side, but it doesn't hit a tree.
Do call it a comeback because Gladiators have returned to the final stage. Sneaking a top placement in groups is one thing, but eliminating their rivals in Team Falcons established the renaissance of this squad.
Now they're going to skewer him back. Oh, Falcons are going to scramble to try and get to him in time. Maureen makes the initiation onto Ace, but their carry's already gone. And RP hits the three of them, locking it up, and Falcons have fallen apart.
Matching Falcons' cheese and surpassing their discipline, Gladiators have finally proven their worth with Watson. To fully redeem themselves, they must take on the most dangerous of foes, a former teammate.
Well, couldn't have said it any better than Cap right there. I feel like he's built up the hype around this and exactly what is on the line for them and just how tough it's going to be with coming up against a ex-teammate. There's been a bit of time, you know, how long has it been? 6 months since TI? 5 months?
5.
5.
It was in September, right?
Yes, it was.
We're good at math here.
So is that enough of a buffer in your eyes that you can't think about that anymore, that you just have to...
I think
They won't think about it, but it's there.
Nah, I don't think they think about that anymore, really.
No,
I
like
think,
1%.
I think they...
you're like trying to find a middle, you're like
course.
bickering
I'm
over
negotiating. Yeah,
1%.
I'm negotiating with him.
Maybe it's still there, but I feel like...
there it is. See, got him.
Drama haggling.
Drama haggling.
Let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
Drama haggle.
Okay.
Okay, great job.
Thank you. Anyway, so what's about this 1% drama?
Well, I just think that it's often the Reddit, the Twitch chat, all the people out there, the drama queens out there that are actually hyping up this into something more
Sounds like a 2% now.
than it really is, right? Because I agree.
Can we do 2?
Let's do 2. Let's settle 2. Right. Fine. Like, I kind of agree with you, Sundar. You can also take my side sometimes, but it's okay. That the fact that it's
Wait till the draft.
it's a lot more about their own mentality and their own motivation, perhaps, and their own expectations, and suddenly hitting this wall of, we're not winning every game now. We're not winning every major. What's going on, right? And then the player that you switched out suddenly starts winning. It's kind of a tough position, right? So I think it's...
Yeah. I tried to delve a little bit more into this, right? There's only so much speculation or drama haggling that we can do. So it is only fair that we hear from the players themselves. And the first one that I got to talk to was Ace. Ace is joining me here as your nameplate says the Cabbage Slayer, I believe. I want to know the story behind just how you got that nickname.
This name is like, it comes from a picture that they found of me on apparently Join Dota. I didn't know Join Dota had this picture, but because it's from my Facebook. I think it's like 15 years old, or at least 17 years old, where I'm like standing with like a cabbage and a knife. It's a weird picture. I don't know if they're showing it or if you can see it, but like it's like some picture from a party with like my friends. Oh, it goes way back. It's like the story is a bit too weird, so.
All right, a little bit of lore there, but focusing on this upcoming series and you as a player, how do you feel that your playstyle has changed over the last couple of months in competitive?
It's been a bit up and down, I would say. Like I've been trying to find the playstyle for me and like our team, but like there was been a bit of like Auras was nerfed, you know, that was kind of the main thing. So we tried something different, going into some blink, like run around, like maybe a little bit like collapse, you know. Like didn't work so well. We tried some other stuff, like some kind of carry style. You could say maybe a bit like Amara, and like also didn't work that well. We went back to Auras, but it's like it doesn't really work. So now it's just a bit of like it's not really refined or anything. I'm just kind of like doing my thing. Yeah.
Changing it up every game.
Yeah, kind of just like doing whatever needs for the game. I feel like the game is kind of balanced in that way right now. Like sometimes Auras are good, sometimes like you need a blink, sometimes you need like to be carry, you know. So yeah, versatile playstyle, I would say.
I thought that was a really nice answer from him because he did liken the change up of playstyles to other players, and I think when you kind of lose this identity, which can come very fast when you're not getting the results you expect, you kind of take note of what other people are doing. You try and liken your playstyle to that, but the thing is, what made Ace so successful is because he didn't fall into any sort of idea that people had, and so now it's like, okay, what actually was it for me? What really was the core of what made that success?
I think one of the things that is maybe a bit overlooked when it comes to Ace, because people always fall into the like aura discussion or whatever. This guy's incredibly good at farming.
Yes.
And he, more so than anyone in the year that Gaimin was winning, he had so many games as top net worth as the offlaner. In a meta even where that wasn't particularly common, he was constantly finding that space and taking it away with the way they were playing. So I think for this team, when they bring in Watson, who is more of a, like, I would say more traditionally hard carry style compared to Dyrachyo, that is an adjustment that takes time because there's only so much farm on the map and you have to distribute the resources. If they found that right balance now where maybe Watson goes a little bit Ace's way and Ace goes a little bit his way, all of a sudden it feels a lot more dynamic and natural in the game, and he gets to get those items and play, like he said, very different styles. But the main important thing is Ace needs his gold. And when he has his gold, he knows what to do.
I would say that's what really showed in the series yesterday against Falcons. Ace wasn't necessarily winning coming out of lane, but he was always still up there with net worth. It felt like no matter what, somehow he found something for himself.
Yep.
And it actually was a balance between both the carry and the off lane on the side of Gaimin Gladiators getting some. Normally I'd let you guys have words here, but we have another interview to run, and it's going to answer your questions about all this drama haggling and if there is any mental strain on coming up against an ex-teammate. Quinn joining me here from Gaimin Gladiators. You guys coming in nice and fresh, a best of 5. To prefer this format where you don't have the potential of a best of 3 into a best of 5?
Yeah, I think it's higher competitive integrity. I mean, it's less advantage for the upper bracket, but there is no upper bracket here, so it makes sense that it's standalone. Yeah, I think it's solid.
And how would you say mid lane is at the moment for you in terms of hero pool and how you play out this lane and getting helps from side lanes or even helping your side lanes?
I think mid overall is in a pretty good state. I mean, I think there's hero pool problems because they haven't patched the game in 45 years or something. So there's problems there. There's like, half the hero pool is like unplayable, which is frustrating and like limits things. But I think the way the gameplay works is pretty good overall, and probably in a decent spot.
And I do have to ask, the elephant in the room here is you guys coming up against Dyrachyo, ex-teammate in a best of 5 grand finals. Is there any external pressure for that? Do you feel like you place pressure on it yourself? And does it come into effect at all when you're preparing for it?
No, I don't think so. I think it did in the beginning. I think there was definitely like a mental aspect to it, and there's like added pressure, and there's like there's all these things that you place on yourself. But I think a lot of that is gone, and to be honest, I'm just happy he's on a good team and succeeding and doing well. So really, I think it's funny. I think it'll be amusing, and I think it's funny storylines and stuff. But I don't feel any extra pressure, and I'm glad he's finding success.
Do you think there'll be like some fun old chat? Because like we saw you guys yesterday in your Falcon series, there was some like fun old chat while the pause was happening. Do you think that is where it's at right now between Tundra and Gaimin Gladiators?
Maybe so. I mean, the thing is none of them are all chatters besides Anton. So maybe there's some back and forth with Anton, but I don't think the rest of them use their keyboards other than playing. So.
T, Misery, has that answered your drama haggling? Can we put it down to a 0?
Is it answered?
It's a 1%.
You guys?
Okay.
We got back down.
I'm sticking to my... No, clearly, of course, they're mature, right? They understand that this is, maybe if we're talking about, 2 weeks after TI when, everything happened, very different, but it's been long enough. And the fact that when you think about Gaimin and Dyrachyo, how long they played together, I think it was natural that type of reaction would occur because of, the legacy that they had created. And now I think, they're just adults, they're mature, new teams, they're happy for each other in the finals. Like, this isn't like some group stage game that you're eliminating a friend in, it's like the grand finals, you're the top 2 teams in the tournament. Like, there's a lot of respect for each other. And of course, when you look at the stats...
There's an imposter in this picture.
There is, but just to be clear, they are the 6th most decorated team of a 5-stack in the history of Dota. Like, they are 6th most games played together. Like, the amount of games and just events and stuff they had to go through is insane.
I think they also started their first several months just playing a bunch of qualifiers, right? Until they got to win some tournaments, so that is a lot more games as well. So it's kind of cool to put it like this. I think the other teams that are leading the most game played are still the Alliance from TI3.
Yeah, some Bulldog,
some like really old school teams. So it's kind of hard to beat those in that fashion.
I didn't know if Sind wanted to jump in on that one.
No, I was just going through my memory of the list. I think you're right. It's like Alliance. It's the old Liquid, the Kuroki that I had forever. The Fnatic with No Tail, probably.
That is one,
That one.
Second place.
You actually have the...
I do, yeah. In first place, it's the Loader, Bulldog, S4 RK EGM. Then you have the Insania Koikova Liquid. Then you have the Fnatic with No Tail and Trixie. Then you have KP, SCC, Faith, that one.
Oh, the newbie is
the
fourth.
Newbie one, yeah.
Wow,
Newbie's
okay.
fourth.
Yeah,
then you have Emo, Ollie JT, like an IG era.
Ooh.
And then after that is where Tofu and the gang, the gaming gang.
The gang. Oh, there you go. Well, they're no longer the gang. I guess it's been split for a couple of months now. Everyone's getting rowdy. Everyone's got their headsets on. And that can only mean one thing. Our grand finals is underway. It's a best of 5. So let's kick it off with Game 1 draft.
All right, everybody, it is time for game number 1. I'm here with Misery, and we'll be breaking down all of the picks to the best of our understanding. Of course, there's some there's a lot of mind games going on in this, and the teams put in tons of hours in terms of prep, mock drafts, and whatnot. And now we'll see who can draw the longer straw and have the better ideas and the better adaptation, which best of 5s are generally about. This is just game number 1, but it's going to be a bit of a marathon.
It is. It's going to be a literal chess match in the draft here. Any expectations for the first game?
So my understanding of this series is, first of all, I think it's very close. I don't really have a favorite. I don't know if you would agree with that. T seemed to give a 60-40 to Tundra. Where do you stand?
I also feel like Tundra maybe have a slight edge. I felt like Gaimin Gladiators has been playing really well, but I think maybe Tundra's hero pool is a little deeper and their structure is a little more set in stone. So I think it's a lot more on Gaimin Gladiators to figure out not getting in a pickle in the draft, in my opinion. But we'll see, I guess. Funnily, we see the PA ban first phase. I think we talked about this the other day, yesterday
we had a conversation. What do you even do when the zero gets picked? And
this is a good opportunity to learn.
So this is kind of interesting that they choose to ban it. I mean, it makes sense in a way because it is Tundra's most successful carry hero. I think Preshow has mostly been playing PA since joining this team. And we have talked about it as well on the panel several times that this hero is the main S-tier carry. He kind of counters every other carry in the aspect that he's hard to deal with.
I'll give a bit of a different prediction. It's a little bit cheating because we've seen a couple of bans, but I actually think Gaimin Gladiators will give away Doom. And I think it's, in my opinion, teams, I understand 33 has a reputation on this hero, and he is the best player in the world on it. I think that's fair to say. But in my experience, I'm not sure this hero is actually as good as teams in the tournament have rated it so far. It feels like they're banning it more out of fear than they're banning it out of an actual power ranking of it. So I would rather see them give him his Doom than the Beastmaster. I think that's going to change the pace a lot.
I can kind of get on board with that. I think there's also a world, though, where they snatch up the Doom.
Yeah,
right?
They could do that.
Because with what's in the pool right now, you have banned out the Abaddon, the Dawnbreaker Mag. That's typical, the triple. Ace is most comfortable heroes. Now, what is Ace going to be playing, right? It would actually fit their formula if they were to snatch Ace's hero first and then ban the Beastmaster, pick up the Doom. That would also leave the Chen a little bit more vulnerable against the Doom, perhaps, if you have that point of view that Doom counters Chen. So I think that is an option for them right now to
kind of like that.
To ban Beast, remove 33's hero, take his other hero in Doom, and then the Chen feels less comfortable for Tundra. The Chen is also a hero we've seen Gaimin Gladiators play, so if Tundra for some reason chooses not to pick it because they're staring down at the Doom.
Oh, they banned it.
They banned it.
So they steal the Beastmaster. Well, okay, it's the other version. It's the other variant. Is this just a snap pick Chen, basically, for you? Or
I think it definitely could be. I think Tundra really likes to play Chen on 9 in this exact slot. Again, the Beast is maybe also just a little bit a better hero, like you said. I think Doom is... I think the only team that is really successful with Doom these days is Tundra. So I kind of like this this version of doing it as well. But I do think Gaimin Gladiators rely on picking Ace's hero early right now, and then building the draft from there.
This is quite interesting that Tundra rates Beastmaster so high that they feel like an immediate counterpick is necessary. They choose to grab the gyro, which technically is a flex. You could play it as a support as well on Whitemon. He has done that in the past, but when you put this hero against Beastmaster in the draft this early, it's generally you saying, all right, we're picking a counter carry for the lane itself, and then Whitemon can play whatever. But of course, this does open the door now for Gaimin Gladiators for additional 33 bans if they want. He has played a ton of Beastmaster so far, so with that gone and the Doom gone and the Bristleback gone, I'm not sure if you would agree that Visage might not be in the best place right now compared to what it was a couple months ago. So yeah, well, they're targeting the Warlock for now, which has been one of Whitemon's best, but what are we looking at for 33?
Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of them are banned. But what about the Sand King? That's something he played a lot in the grand final, like busting it out in game 3. They're down 0-2, randomly picks Sand King out of nowhere and makes it work, and kind of carries them in 2 out of 5 games there. So I think that could be an option for 33 here. But most of the other heroes that we traditionally see him on are banned out. I'm not the biggest fan of Visage. I think people are getting a lot better at playing around the soul assumption facet, not giving away any kills, and then you don't really get much out of the hero in a laning phase. They do ban out the Chen.
So yeah, they get rid of Chen now. So this is Whitemon losing two of his best against Beastmaster. Is there an obvious 5 you would go to now? Undying, I guess, is not really the best Beastmaster counter anymore.
I could see Whitemon playing ET this game.
Elder Titan is good, yeah, absolutely.
I think
that's probably the one, right?
That should be one of the go-tos right now. You could also go for like Crystal Maiden maybe.
Yep.
But they choose to take up the 4 instead first. I assume it's a 4. I think Bounty 5 is not the most popular. It is something that could happen, but not the most common thing.
We've seen in a couple of games the Bounty Hunter versus Nyx dynamic. I guess when you're picking Bounty Hunter here, you're effectively saying, well, if you guys are going to Nyx, you can't play this lane anyway, because Nyx Beastmaster against Gyro +1 will be really tough. So they probably feel comfortable that Bounty Hunter would have been the better Beastmaster partner. It's easier to pull waves, it's easier to place wards and just be overall annoying. So what Gaimin really need here is a strong laning 4.
Now,
and that's what they're going to grab with the bat.
Now I'm thinking Lycan for Tundra. You see the Bat Rider already,
Lycan's
and Lycan is actually in the pool. So I think Gaimin Gladiators should be aware Lycan is in the pool. But it has, like the last week, it's really looked rough for Bat Rider into Lycan. Like it's maybe the worst support matchup because you just can't do anything against these wolves forever. The Io is a hero that we haven't mentioned yet. Yep. And it's a hero that Gaimin Gladiators has been playing a bit, and we actually I talked about this with T, if Tundra were to ban this hero or not, because most teams have actually been banning Io against Gaimin Gladiators ever since they started picking it with the Marcy. Also, arguably taking it away from Tundra if they were to play Io Gyro. I don't think it's the biggest factor here, but it could play a little part. The tradition, like what other Io heroes are there really to be playing? We've seen Io Marcy.
Yeah.
And another point we've been talking about on the panel has been that the carry hero pool is a little small right now, it feels like. Maybe that's also why you see the Gyro picked up early, because not only does it counter Beastmaster in lane, but it's also one of the best carries when PA is out, and you know, it doesn't really hurt your draft to pick it up early.
I think what you generally like to do when you're playing IO pairings into Gyro is, you called it, is getting an IO partner that beats Gyro hard in a fist fight, right? You want somebody that gets in there and gets that kill. So PA would have been great, but it's obviously banned. I like the Marcy idea. I think Marcy also fares quite well against Lycan.
Yeah, maybe you just bully him in lane.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. And obviously, on level 6, Marcy is one of those carries that can just fight anyone, right? Head on.
What else could it be?
This feels like a defensive pick against Marcy, actually, to me, when I see this. Decrepify against overwhelmingly aggressive physical carries, such as Marcy, that basically only have that component.
Yeah, it's also just a lot of early game, a lot of pressure between the Bounty, the Wolves, and the Pugna. Early game pressure. Like, I think it's a very strong 20-minute team fighting. Like, it's gonna be very hard for Gaimin to fight these heroes early on.
The one thing is they do not have any catch except BZM's last pick. So they're gonna pick the Marcy anyway.
Yeah. So now we get to see how strong Io Marcy actually is in pops. Whenever you meet people who either party queue or end up picking these two together, it's it's kind of disgusting how strong it is.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very strong combo. They also have nice relocate setups with the bat and the roar.
What do you want to see for BZM? I think we both agree we want some sort of lockdown, right? Is there an obvious choice? Is it Quaswick's Invoker? Is it Ember? Is it this archetype hero?
I mean, he has been playing a lot of Invoker, but I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Monkey Ben first.
Gaimin Gladiators are the ones picking first. So we have seen them pick kind of steal hero, other teams' heroes, right? Yesterday with the Husker and again with the Beastmaster. So we could maybe see Quinn Invoker as well.
True.
Is it a good Invoker game? Actually, now that I think about it,
it's all right.
Maybe it's okay. The thing is, you have to pick something that doesn't get countered mid lane, right? That doesn't get cheesed.
Invoker doesn't really lose to anything, right?
Exactly, yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can play that hero in every matchup, so it's a safe choice, and now they have that option. Similarly, Tundra with the Lina ban, kind of the same story. She can also lane against basically anything.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you make of the Pango ban? It's Quinn, you know, you have team fight for your relocates, etc. But
yeah, I think
against Decrepify, the hero isn't particularly great. It's been a traditional, or I say traditional, it's been a counter pick in the last couple of months. Teams have played Pugna specifically against Pango since he became fully physical.
Sure.
But maybe it's still just too bad for the Lycan.
You can still roll through, and like Pugna can't really stop that. You can kill the wolves easily. They don't have a good way to kill this Pangolier, and it's just one of Quinn's most successful heroes, I guess, throughout time, and just gives the Gaimin Gladiators draft maybe too much team fight, right? Against the no stuns, no real AoE for Tundra. They have a kind of a little bit of an awkward draft right now if it doesn't get snowballing, right? If they don't enable the Lycan in lane, if they don't get the track kills, I feel like it's not the easiest game for them to play out, you know? That's where probably BZM's hero becomes very important. I agree with you though, what you said earlier, that this hero needs to either snowball even further and enable the Lycan bounty to play.
Yeah, there you go.
Or it has to be a stun of some sort, right? So they have multiple ways of playing out the game. But yeah, they pretty much take the Invoker and they ban out the Puck, which is one of the absolute best heroes against the Invoker mid lane.
What do you think about Tiny? Is it too tough of a game with the Beastmaster Batrider matchups? Are they annoying?
Could be Tiny, but I think, are you a little low damage? I feel like Marcy, you're not really gonna deal enough damage, I think, against the IO, and if Beastmaster goes Glimmer Cape like we've seen and stuff like this, maybe you just don't have enough damage out of this hero. I think another hero that used to be really good against Invoker is Void Spirit, but we don't really see it much, but that could be a hero as well.
BZM definitely plays that. I guess these two players in this game, actually, the two mid laners, probably two of the best Void Spirits in the world, right? Quinn as well as BZM play that.
If we ever want to see a Void Spirit game, it might be this one, yeah. But these two teams, they have played some Storm on the last pick, sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that
It's
easy.
difficult. I mean, they're also digging into their time, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, though, can they really be too surprised? I mean, we were relatively quick to call that Invoker was going to be a point of contention here, and Gaimin might pick it. Let's see what it is. It is the Tiny, so...
Yeah, I mean, it gives them the... Like we talked about, it gives them the stun. It potentially could help them snowball, so it gives them a little bit of both. I'm just a bit worried about the matchup mid. Like, he's going to play pretty much without mana.
Yeah.
If this hero has a slow start, and then the IO and the Beast and stuff gets onto good games, then you, like we talked about, you might not have enough damage. There is the Alpha Wolves Bounty Hunter combination, obviously, and that in itself can destroy games. Like, you might not have to do much by just, if you win that phase of the game with the Alpha Wolves, you can potentially just snowball, right?
So going into this series, you felt like Tundra probably a bit of a favorite overall, and that Gaimin had to bring something special. Do you still favor Tundra in this individual game, or do you think this is a good start for Gaimin?
I think it's a good start for Gaimin. I'm a little worried for Tofu Batrider because we've seen him, the Batrider suffer a lot, but I think overall I like what Gaimin Gladiators has gotten for themselves. It doesn't look like they've really panicked. They've gotten some heroes that are really good for themselves, comfort picks all around. So I kind of like Gaimin. At the same time, though, Tundra's draft, it's extremely explosive and very punishing. If you make any mistakes on Gaimin Gladiators, it could be really fatal for the snowballing effect of Tundra's draft. So yeah, I think it's also going to be interesting and very important for 33's lane. I think against the Marcy, it's a bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah.
How much can he get out of the lane? Because if he has a really slow start, you know, Gaimin Gladiators also has snowball potential, I think, because then you're playing without an offlaner that kind of has no impact, right?
Right. Yeah, it's definitely, it feels like a game that's going to be very tempo heavy, right? For Tundra, you get the early track kills, you get things running, and you kind of try to just take over the entire map at the early portion of the mid game. But at the same time, Gaimin Gladiators lineup is very much able to match every single move.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Game 1 of the grand final.
And indeed, what a treat we have here today. Tundra up against Gaimin Gladiators in the grand finals. Of course, two teams that have met before, but now in a very different circumstances, right? Gaimin Gladiators, they've struggled in the past, but this tournament, this Blast Slam 2 Fog, they've been leveling up, and here they are in the grand finals. What are we going to get? What are we going to get? These two line up straight away, Fog. I know we're going to get a lot of action, right? These two, they do not want to slow things down.
Both sides look incredibly fast-paced. We are in for a blast.
Let's have a look.
It should be really fast-paced tempo from both sides, and I feel like the one thing I'm going to be looking at a lot is just both of these offlaners. I know they were talking about, for 33 in particular, how his start could be, but then also having to think about how Ace's start is going to be, because they picked this Gyrocopter as a first pick to counter the summons, in particular in the laning phase, to shut him down. As we've seen the Gyro versus the Beast versus a lot of these summons heroes, you really just crush the lane. You absolutely free farm for the most part that we've seen on the Gyro, so we'll see how either of those offlaners do.
Yeah, see what sort of plays Quinn's going to be able to set up with this last pick Invoker. You know, one of the hot ones from him, and something that can definitely control the map, set up the sort of playing field for Celery to be able to bring Watson in. I look to get this Marcy nice and involved, nice and early in the action.
I mean, it's definitely a fun way to start the best of 5, right? You just saw BZM dominating so many games on his Invoker from the last tournament, and now you're taking it as the last pick when they potentially may have wanted it themselves, so definitely going to be an exciting one to watch how Quinn is going to do. Now, talking about the Invoker in particular, it's a hero that they were mentioning that can fit in a lot of scenarios. You have great ways to play around Pugna, catching backlines. They have a lot of setup potentially for relocate plays with this Batrider, Lasso, Quinn, Ghost Walking, Ace as well. The question for me, though, is when he gets tracked up, where there's a Pugna ward inside these team fights and the potential Lycan Wolves chasing him down, it could be a little difficult just in terms of his survivability.
Because overall, how annoying is kind of this sort of track and Alpha Wolves combo going to be for the heroes of Gaimin Gladiators? Do they deal with it well?
That's my question. I'm not sure. The Alpha Wolves I've seen, if he gets off to a good start, they can be super annoying for something like Io. It's one of his worst nightmares is playing versus summon heroes or heroes that get into him and have super fast movement speed to do that. And it's like Weaver, Lycan, these heroes used to be literally the bane of Io's existence.
Yeah, definitely out of the 10 heroes we're seeing, I feel like the pain could become the realist for Celery. You know, imagine being an Io against not only the walls of the track, but a tiny bursting
but the kill, you know,
the stray flak hits coming in as well.
Their lane is... That's going to be the question, is how's 33's start is going to go. If he just gets completely shut down, then there might not be the Alpha Wolves that they have to worry about. But he's doing some really nice body blocks with his Wolves. Look at this, Watson can't step up.
Absolutely. Watson can't get anywhere close towards 33. So we'll have to just return to the lane.
And he does get the creep drag in the meantime. So that's the thing they do have in this top lane. There's no real way to chase and catch this bounty with Io Marcy when he's going to be doing those creep draggings. And 33's just going to jungle, so a little bit of adaptation toward the lane so they don't have to play the lane matchup since Io Marcy is that strong.
Yeah, as you say, yeah, getting that level 2 from that camp, and then
side pull.
Just the way they're bouncing off each other, him and Saxa, and being able to control the lane in a way that doesn't allow Gaimin Gladiators to use that Marcy aggressively in the laning phase, and unable to punish 33, who's still going to be able to get what he wants to get done. And it just has to accept the fact that at this point, at this stage, can't really put any pressure onto the Marcy.
Yeah, they're denying a fair bit of creeps, though. Saxa, when he's doing this half pull that you saw him do, he makes sure he doesn't catch the whole melee wave. He pulls it to the side so he gets 2 of the melees plus a range. So he denied 3 creeps there toward the Marcy. So you are going to see it slow down Watson a bit here, but they're going to get a side pull to fix things up.
Now we can see in terms of, the Lycan and Wolf combo, what do we have here at Blast Slam 2? A win and a loss, so 50-50. And at the previous tournament, the Fisher Playground, the combo did get itself a couple of wins. So overall, the performance has been pretty solid from these two heroes joining together and recent tournament performances. Yeah, we see just overall, because of the lanes and the way indeed Sax has managed to ensure that it's not been just unlimited kind of waves just flowing into the arms of Watson. Watson is definitely having a bit of a slower time on the last hits compared to what's going on the other side of the map for Duraccio, who sits there top CS.
Absolute free farm, level 3 as well. Tofu still only 2. He has to skill Firefly.
And when you look at this bottom lane, this is something you kind of expect that the Gyro does have a good time, as you say, because against the Beastmaster in particular, and then the fact that the Bat as a support doesn't really offer too much to pressure the Gyro early on.
Absolutely can't when the Beastmaster can't really contribute too much. Whitemon also, Pugna, one of the better heroes to just stop any aggression that comes out early. You just drop this Nether Ward and they can't really go into it. They're going to sacrifice their lives very likely. It's a lot of damage that they have between these two on the side of Tundra. And yeah, those other lanes, the mid, the Tiny, 22 and 4. Invoker matching it decently, but a couple denies coming in. So right now for Tundra, the game plan is looking smooth. Seeing them start to break things apart a little bit. Watson's now being put in a 1v1 versus Saksa, and Celery is hunting 33.
Okay.
But it's an IO, so there's not too much you can do besides just try to claim a couple last hits.
Easy
and he does actually get both of them, so.
Yeah, 33 is like, all right, well, the camp's cleared anyway. He'll get back out of there. And then we'll see where, at this point now he's been able to kind of pick up the level 3. Is he kind of safe to just go back and play the lane, or does he continue to have to sort of stick to jungle camps as the Lycan?
I mean, he might still continue jungling, but it depends on where the lane positioning is. So.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of kill threat up here from Watson and Celery. Saksa got the boots early. He's level 3. They're doing really nice, kind of clever things here from Tundra. That being said, though, it is 20 and 14, so it is still going to be this Marcy that is under 0 contention of farm. So Watson's got full free farm.
Yeah, and we'll see how sort of the farm speed compares between the Marcy with the backup of the IO and then obviously Duraccio just being the Gyro alone.
Exactly.
It's a hero that can, and has done multiple times this tournament in the hands of these carries, just zoomed ahead of net worth and been very hard for a lot of other carries of this patch to catch up and keep up with.
He's just jungling. He's literally just jungling on. 33 has gone to the hard camp. Sox is going to drag another wave. He's actually getting a 33 Wolf to drag it to 33 to jungle with. So, yeah, they're just manipulating the mechanics of the waves completely here.
Yeah, we've seen 33 do this countless times, right? He's got a very good read on how to deal with so many of these lane situations, and even something like Marcio was a very strong combo, but not necessarily a combo that we've been seeing a lot get through drafts or being opted for by the teams. But still, yeah, having the heads-up idea of how to deal with the early laning situation and make sure that he barely loses out on much at all.
Yeah, it's very clever.
As you can see on the CS, sure, it's not necessarily the lane creeps, but last hits-wise, it's very even, right? Sort of his stage and that of Ace. And in fact, each of the levels, it's rounding up to the same. They're getting just as much from each of the off-lane situations.
And Sox is getting a fair bit, right? He is 11 and 3. Those are lane creeps that he was able to get. And looking to make rotations early. The power rune, 33 now, getting caught. Do they have the damage?
He's just going to opt for the safe TP back to the tier 2. But Watson does have the ability to put a stop to it.
Can they finish him off under the tower?
And they're certainly going to try and dive him for this. And 33 is going to get caught out. First blood for Watson. A bit of a slip-up. I mean, this is the reason why he wasn't wanting to be a part of the lane for the longest of times. And makes a bit of a misplay there, opting for the TP, not respecting the fact that Watson did indeed have that point ready to drop him rebound.
Well played from Watson. I mean, 33, they were pretty much literally playing, don't play the lane. And then as soon as he goes up there, it's quite a bit of a mistake for him. Saksa, was he able to claim that power rune for BZM? He was. So with that movement that he went bottom, does get that one. Watson got the last hit right, so I would say that's actually very nice and super important for him since he's playing versus that Gyro flash farm, that he's going to be able to match that perhaps now because getting that extra first blood plus full free farm in the lane. They might even get another one here. Saksa steps up. There's sentries. There's dust.
Yeah, with the dust, they should have a pretty solid chance of chasing him down. They've got the dispose. There's going to be another kill here for the two of them. I mean, again, just goes to show why nobody was here. And indeed, with the timing, they're going to be able to make the move over towards the 7-minute wisdom. TP's coming in from BZM. And he will be here in time with a potential avalanche, but it doesn't matter. Watson is actually able to get the pickup before the avalanche came in. Can they get Watson out of it? Celery is able to provide him the ability to jump over to safety, and that should be enough. The two of them, they get in, they get out. Little moves like that absolutely do matter here in the early stages, and again, what was pretty much for the first 5 minutes, a very well handled situation up top. A little bit of a collapse there from Tundra, losing the 2 heroes, and had a key timing where they're not able to control their own Wisdom Rune.
A big mess up, really, from Tundra, but Gaimin Gladiators just capitalized perfectly.
Absolutely.
Celery's very ready, double sentries plus a dust, so anytime that they walk up, it's just going to be a kill. And we are seeing in the mid lane, Quinn, he's completely leveled out in farm versus BZM, especially after that rotation, and so many times I've seen these Invokers versus these strength mid heroes. It can be very annoying to make moves around the map as you're constantly just getting EMP'd whenever you step up.
And it just means that you're unlikely to be able to do anything if you come in with TP backup. Of course, he has got the Soul Ring done, so a little bit of a chance to be able to always have that ability to TP over off at least one spell.
Oh, it's 4 heroes.
He's in trouble. That should do the job here in the mid, surely. There's no saving Quinn. He'll get taken out by the last touch there from Duracio's Tundra. Bringing the numbers, and are able to find themselves their first kill of the game.
Glad to see how much we're seeing.
On the stacks.
They actually are going to be able to steal quite a bit of these here. Tofu can't contest.
He can hover around, but
he has to be careful too.
Getting too close is very, very risky, especially with Saxa coming in with the wraparound. Tofu tries to firefly up towards the cliff, but have they got him? Not
a grenade damage. Is it enough?
Whitemon should be able to find it. The last right click comes in. Okay, it's going to need a shuriken. Good job that Saxa's got one. They are able to take him out as well, pull him back and keep that area controlled.
Oh, and they got to protect these Ancients. This is a humongous stack. It's been scouted now by Saxa. They can't make it over there, though. They are bringing BZM as well.
They do have the numbers.
Considering it.
It's difficult to take this away from Ace, though. Surely with Quinn's presence.
Look at the priority that they've put down here, though. There's 3 observer wards placed to watch the triangle in particular. 6 is about to be hit from Celery, and he has an upgraded Lotus.
Okay. Yeah, they could definitely bring some action in.
This could be complicated for Tundra to actually contest these.
It's a risky move. As you say, with the information they have, they're tempted to try and get involved on this.
Look, they have Roar. They have the relocate.
They do. Gaimin Gladiators will absolutely respond and defend this area if Tundra try and get aggressive.
They have such good counter initiation. The Invoker can set it up with the Tornado EMP for that relocate.
Tundra, they really are definitely considering trying to push in for this, but they've decided to back off. They know how risky of a move this is to make. It's just not an angle, really, that BZM can afford to get in behind that tier 1 and try and start off a play. So Gaimin Gladiators will be able to hold the area and get that stack cleaned up for Ace.
Saxa really wants to walk in and steal some of that experience, but doesn't look like he wants to risk his life for it. So Ace, he'll get the entire stack finished up. Very nice for him. He did not die in the lane, and he's completely recovered his farm.
Yeah, keeping himself just that little bit ahead of the 33's Lycan on the other side of the map for now.
The 33 is doing the minus, and he's very close to it, so that's when things really start to accelerate. Starting to put pressure on the mid tower instead of focusing onto those Ancients. Bringing those 3-4 heroes over, but it continues to be that fear of being outnumbered from the relocated.
Well, Saxa. He's going to get spotted under the sentry. Duster's at the ready. Watson and Celery get themselves another freebie.
And these two are definitely being the difference maker, it feels like, in this game. The armlet's finished up already for Watson. Yeah, it's super early.
Like, as a duo, they're already very strong with those. That kind of just that one main item finished up, as you say, on Watson. To the point where if you're Tundra, it's a question of, do you try and make a move to shut down Watson getting this free farm and this whole entire free area at the map top? Or do you look to make a move elsewhere? Because both seem very difficult. Either way, Watson's going to be able to hold his own if you go for him. If you go for anyone else, Celery's just going to be bringing Watson over to the fight.
It looks like they're going to try for Ace. He shows himself in the lane. BZM is close enough. They should have him.
TPs are coming in.
He actually has 21. They're scared. The reload's coming.
They have to start backing off Tundra. Here comes the Roar, and there comes the relocate. Watson joins in. Goes straight for Whitemon. Whitemon's gone. They'll look to turn towards Duracho. He tries for the TP out, but the interrupts there with the cold snap. They'll get the Duracho kill, as well as potentially BZM as Watson continues to push on and punch on. He's going to get taken back, but the rest of them, actually going to be able to finish him. They will. Quinn's able to take him down with the last right click.
They can't even finish off Ace.
This is the problem, right? The struggle for Tundra, as we talked about moments before it happened. It's so hard for them to make a move, because if they do, and you can see that in the way they were making the play, right? They start going on Ace, but there's hesitation. They know that it's unlikely to work out, and indeed it does not.
They were hesitant for so long to make this move. At this point, that reload.
Already kind of Saxa and Duracho like, whoa, we're not doing nearly enough damage to get this kill quick enough. And just at this point, it completely falls apart for Tundra. There's nothing to be done. Duracho desperately tries to get away, but indeed Quinn, ready with that cold snap, ensures they get all of them. And Watson, he doesn't even need to be there for the last kill. Quinn's able to finish it off under the tower.
This Marcy feels like it's going to be a big issue. Insane damage already at this point.
And look at this.
Sustain, and Celery's farm is also very high for an IO.
And he's just picked up an amplified damage, so again, more moments in which Tundra just cannot afford to go anywhere near really Gaimin Gladiators.
this whole top scenario, honestly, them getting those 2 little kills on Saksa
and Quinn
and onto 33 earlier is what now enabled this the relocate to come online for the IO. Just those little kills, those little mess-ups, it could compound pretty quickly with the early item timings they're going for.
I mean, what is the game plan, would you imagine, for Tundra? Because we have seen them be able to sort of stabilize games to get forced into this early position against them and be able to just get that more out of the map. Is this one of those games where you could see their lineup just being a bit more efficient with the map economy?
They have good ways to scout with Saksa and the Wolves, right? But I would say also Gaimin have great ways to hunt because they have this invisible, Quinn is going to be moving around constantly. They have the Roar threat. They have the Helm of the Overlord that's going to come out. So this isn't one of those games, I would say, for Tundra that's super easy to just play the map because Gaimin can perhaps just play the map better with their heroes. See what the Wolves can do, though. As we said, for Celery, the Wolves are going to be an issue, but he's very farmed on this IO.
Yeah, Watson quick to help get the Wolves off, and the Shuriken Burst does bring Celery down incredibly low. Whitemon's going to get thrown underneath the tower, turn with the Life Drain, and holding his own with the Decrepify, but TPs are coming in. Quinn's
here.
EMP. The Avalanche combo is enough to bring down Celery. Watson tries to stand his ground, but he will fall. They'll get the kills,
Quinn.
and they get out. They turn towards...
Can't fight it.
They're just able to completely overwhelm them here. Tundra bring the numbers in under the tower, and are able to start the fight in a way, right, where they're poking down Celery, and by the time TP backup comes in from Gaimin Gladiators, they've already lost their IO.
Don't need to play the map if you're just going to bring the fight right to them with the Racho.
Yep.
They brought... That time they bring everybody. They have more than enough numbers.
See it again here.
To join.
The way it starts is a rough sort of position for Celery to be in, and just this angle, right? BZM comes in, it's a beautiful avalanche, and at this point, with the direct damage being kicked out by Duracho, there's nothing left for Quinn to fight back with.
And it's great understanding of playing with their information because they have those wards that we were mentioning, the triple ward that they placed around the triangle. They see that Ace is just farming over there. Going to be difficult for him to join. Tofu is also out of mana, so Gaimin TPing 1 by 1 and just getting completely punished by Tundra's full 5-man rotation.
Big moves for Duracho to be involved in. Top of the board now in net worth.
I love that he's been doing... I think he's the only one that I've seen doing the drum every single game, right? I see other players doing the Falcon Blade. He's doing the drum disassemble every single time and playing with momentum, just chain popping it.
Yeah, because what we see, we'll get the BKB and then start playing around with the bits of the S and Y to get kind of the discount on the... with the drums to get the discount on the S and Y.
We'll talk about the little things once he does do it, because he has been playing very, very efficiently with that. As a huge swing, right? It was like a 2K lead or something.
A huge fight that they were able to force there.
3-4 track kills, I believe it was. 3, perhaps.
Yeah, and one that definitely caught Gaimin by surprise. They went up with the TPs. They felt after the situation down bottom that they could react to it, but...
And now BZM does have the Blink Dagger. That was pre-Blink, and 33 is getting very close, I would say, to having his... Actually has it, so he's got the max alpha wall.
33. Let's try and get the ults off. The rebounds there. Avalanche comes in time. It's a big one there from BZM. Able to sort of hold back the bat, make sure that the lasso's not there. They'll bring Whitemon over. They're going to try and focus Tofu first. They'll get him, and BZM, he's going to be able to alive for now. Gets thrown back by Watson.
He's still alive.
Desperately trying to kill the Tiny, but he cannot. BZM survives. Beautiful moves there. I think what Whitemon coming in clutch with some Decrepifies, making sure that they just couldn't get those last hits in to kill the Tiny.
Just great. I mean, great moving everybody, right? They're just outnumbering every single one of the rotations. Gaimin not matching it by any means. Quinn shows up. The tornado doesn't even clip, doesn't even get the finish onto BZM there. They're taking advantage of just the numbers that they have in every single one of these moves.
Yeah.
Even though they're versus the IO and the Marcy who can relocate, they're bringing the battle to the IO.
And they were so close there to not only just killing BZM, but also 33. They nearly found him.
So close.
If Tofu could have got in for that lasso, but BZM keeps him safe with the Avalanche. And then indeed, as towards the end, Whitemon coming in with the big saves, making sure that BZM doesn't fall to the physical damage.
At Tundra, I think they identified, all right, if we go for Ace, there's going to always be reload plays. If we go for IO, we're going to likely have the numbers in most of these situations, just take advantage of it. So we've seen there, back-to-back plays finding Celery, and now they actually scouted him again, so they have perfect understanding of where they are.
Yeah, it's definitely sort of the weak point in terms of heroes that Tundra can punish and open up the ability to make these team fight plays happen.
Saksa's got the vessel finished up too, so things have started to quickly look better and better for them. 8-7, giving good scouting information. Ace looks like he does want to wait until he has the Overlord, but
he's in with the openings, fine to catch on to Tofu. Tofu's gone.
I mean, both these lineups thrive on aggression. Ace still hasn't finished this Overlord, and he's scouted again.
So if BZM's able to close in.
Instant Midas.
He's Gonna find the Avalanche. They're able to get him toss back. 33's ready with the damage to Yolt. Do they want to dive to tier 1? They're thinking about it. Relocate's going to be coming in. Ace is getting very low, though, to the harassment of the walls and the Spirit Vessel.
Decrep instantly.
Let's see what they can follow up with. And Quinn is going to try and control 33 with the cold snap and the tornado. 33 still able to get out.
Four-man Avatos.
Heal. And 33 is considering getting back in on this one. As they've got the damage, the follow-up potentially from BZM, as BZM's fueled up, he's ready to go in again. Tofu's trying with the lasso to lock Whitemon down, but he doesn't have the immediate follow-up. Quinn gets him with the cold snap, but BZM's back in with a beautiful blink. Avalanche on the two of them. They can dive to tier 2 as they go in pretty deep here, Tundra. Can they get Celery with the walls biting away at him? BZM, he wants to continue right up towards the base to chase down this IO, and he'll get it. Triple kill for BZM. Back in with the Avalanche. It's a beautiful show from BZM on the Tiny.
A 4-man Avatos into a 2-man Avatos into another follow-up 2-man Avatos. BZM is styling.
Yeah, this Tiny is destroying them.
Oh, and this is all while Duracio's farming too. This is a 4v5, essentially. They're coming out from Tundra and they're dancing.
Yeah, and they put so much into trying to kill 33.
This combo is...
that it just gives the space for BZM to just jump in and out of the fight beautifully. That initial one, he's getting the 4 of them. Beautiful angle there to shut down the 2 of them. And you know, at this point, BZM, he's not going to stop chasing this IO all the way. Chases Celery right back to the base, finishes him off, but of course has the time then to be able to pull back and help the rest of his team clean up Watson. No TP out for you.
And they can't even finish off Whitemon. We've seen, what, 2 to 3 back-to-back decreps that just saved them at fractions.
He's got Quinn by his side, and Saxa could turn over towards Quinn, and look who's here once again. BZM with the toss back. Quinn's gone. This Tiny's just destroying them.
Quinn has died how many times back-to-back-to-back? His net worth has completely fallen off. Ever since that move that they brought to the IO top lane, nothing has gone Gaming's way. Timies are fast now too, right? They got the blink on BZM. He already has Phylactery. They're finishing up the next item. Duracio's just been able to free farm.
Yeah, Duracio's absolutely chilling.
He is.
Top of the network, getting to player zone, and then just outside of that, the other 4 members of Tundra, they've been playing as a team perfectly. The involvement, we've got 15 kills so far. You've got 33, he's been involved in 14 of them, Whitemon in 13 of them, BZM in 14 of them, and of course Saxa involved in every single one of them, 15 as the bounty.
Insane.
It's, how do you break this? You know, the kind of signs of hope for Gaimin Gladiators within the first 10 minutes of the game, but Tundra, they've just turned it up to 11.
I think they recognized about like their group up overall instead of playing the split up.
Sure.
They know how much stronger in that group
overwhelm.
Up. Yep.
And we're really seeing that now. 12k lead. They've got the Aegis on Duracio.
And now the question is, can Gaimin look to try to play that map that we were talking about before, trying to set up for reload plays? Because it completely stopped after the last 8 minutes. Too much pressure on their side under the vision of these wolves, under Sox's pressure. And we did see, I didn't talk about it like 6 minutes ago, but Tundra, also while they're doing all these aggressive moves, they got the double wisdoms at that 14 minutes. So besides that gold, they got a big surge of XP. And might just be able to steal Torment.
I think they might. They'll step over, look to take this. Whitemon's going to have to be a little bit careful. Yeah. I know, 33 and Duraccio, they'll clean that up, and Whitemon will be rewarded with that shard.
Quinn is completely at the bottom, and we did say how the Invoker overall in this matchup, it could be a painful one if he starts to fall behind. So many different things to just sandwich on top of him, so much burst. How can they get things going for them?
Yeah, what's the plan now for Gaimin?
It's probably getting Ace more involved, because he's just 0, 1, and 2 right now. He hasn't been able to join in because the fights have been away from him. Well, let's see if they can do that now that they're 14k behind. It's versus an Aegis.
Still quite the way to go for the Ags Ace. On top of that helm.
I mean, this game has accelerated so fast. They
it really has.
It can explode both ways, and this time it's really exploded for Tundra's Saxa.
Okay, Celery. Able to head over and get the Wisdom. Is he going to be ending up going back in time? No, certainly not with BZM turning up. Doesn't want to miss out on any of the action this game.
BZM really is on fire. These, last like month it feels like that I've seen him. Rarely see him have a very bad game. Just really understanding the matchup too versus that Invoker. Though you got mana burn once or twice, Soul Ring's done, always getting on top of him.
And just sort of the movements and the way he's just flowing with the rest of the team through these plays that they're going with there. Absolutely on the same wavelength with one another here, Tundra.
Yeah, just literally, I can't even say how many 3 or 4-man Avalanche toss combos we've had in just 20 minutes.
I think Tiny's priority after this game might be rising up the ranks through the drafts to follow this.
Absolutely. Tofu's also had honestly, the two offlaners, it felt like it's completely slowed down massively on the side of Gaimin. Haven't been able to see either one of them bringing an extra impact after that quick momentum. Ace will find a quick snag. But preventing the Beastmaster lineup from getting a Roshan is also very important, as we saw Tundra able to get that one for Duracho. 2.5 minutes still on this Aegis. Knows how confident he can play forward. His team's connecting.
This is the thing, right, Tundra, even with one of their players out for 20 seconds, Whitemon gone, they can still make plays with the four of them. BZM's in with the opening on towards Quinn. He'll be able to put the Manta, he's able to drop down the Ice Wall. They make the jump back in over towards BZM. See if they can punish this Tiny.
Got a shield rune.
He does. He's pretty tanky with that shield rune. Is it enough to allow him to run away? It's not. They'll be able to bring BZM down. Gaimin Gladiators finding a big kill. Same time, maybe turn to try and chase Duracho in with a beautiful jump from Watson. They can kill him off the once. Can they set up for a second time round? He's got 33 in Sakta by his side, and that's enough to sort of warn Gaimin Gladiators to not try to take him out a second time round. So he will live a little bit of a strike back there. They get a big one. They're able to finally put an end to BZM's reign.
Tundra does look like they want to continue chasing forward, though. The Roar is on cooldown. There's no lasso either for another 20 seconds till Tofu's back up. Looking to continue controlling this area. But they get Ace involved. As soon as he does look to come up with the team, get some 2 kills, which they do need desperately at this point.
Yeah, and I believe he'll have what the Aghanims ready for the next team fight. There it is.
So this is probably their biggest timing that they can have in these next few moments. Quinn is still very, very far behind, but we've seen some of these beasts do magic with it, but it is heavy lifting that he has to do. 33, double Midas is up.
Oh no, indeed. 2 charges stacked up. Use your Midas.
He's looking for the efficient plays.
Quick, find him a creep camp. There isn't any. They've all been taken. It could be the beginning of the downfall for Tundra if he can't find a way to use the Midas. The lasso comes in. They're bringing in the relocate as well. Duracho will get the BKB off.
He's glimmered.
He's on the retreat. He'll turn the cooldown, but the Roar's back up. Ace able to lock him down. They surround the gyro, and Avalanche has been thrown out for BZM to try and hold them off Duracho. Whitemon trying to heal Duracho, but they cannot save him. Duracho's gone.
Now they just got sent back though. Quinn.
BZM's going to just jump back in. He gets the Avalanche onto the 2 of them. Ace and Quinn both to be caught. Definitely Plus will put the 3 of them. He's going to try for the TP out, but he will not escape. I mean, they get, again, a big kill, but it cost them 3 lives. They just couldn't back out of the play in time after killing Duracho.
It takes them too long to kill him, really. The fact that relocate fully swings them all the way back, and then it's actually, I think, 3 track kills, if I'm not mistaken, that come out.
The track kills are flying out this game.
It's all adding up. Okay, it was 2. I think maybe one of them was casted before, right?
BZM. He's found the jump, gets the toss back. Celery's in trouble. Watson trying to hold back BZM, but he cannot save the IO. Celery to fall.
Tundra do this just too often.
I mean,
it's a 20,000 lead. They're looking for another.
They can go up to the base. Saxa's moving in. Tofu tries to push them back with a flame break. Gives him the position for Watson to jump in, but BZM, he'll be sure to chase. He's in with the blink. Sure going to fly forward. He's going to have a tree to throw his way. The armlet toggle is there, but it doesn't matter. The Wolf comes in, claims his life. And Tofu also getting beaten back to the base by the Illusions and the Wolves. You just can't run from these Zeros, Fogged.
You can't run from BZM. He is going absolutely crazy this game. With the combo of Saksa giving him the vision every single time, it feels like they're just killing everybody. Anytime people shout, 4 heroes die.
And Watson desperately trying to do his best there with the armlet toggles. Is enough to withstand the tree, but not enough to withstand that follow-up. A little bit of a bite coming in from 33 in his Alpha Wolves.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of the slower games for Quinn in particular.
Yeah, we can see statistically out of the all of his games in Gaimin Gladiators, which that's hundreds of games. It's only been lower 18 times. Not an easy one here for Quinn.
Constantly getting stalked, just so many things to get on top of him. And even in the team fights, the Nether Ward is always problematic, but it's really been more than anything BZM. And BZM just really has his number.
And this Invoker, of course, it was their last pick this draft, and it just hasn't fared well for Quinn here.
There we go, another drum reassemble. Full Daedalus for Duracho.
A 25k lead. Another one of those games. It's getting up there, the 1k a minute lead.
It's pretty much there already. Full Lincolns now for the Lycan. Top net worth somehow 33. Even though it's been such explosive performance from BZM moving around, he's just farming, and he's just sending his wolves to do his business. Whitemon has even surpassed Quinn. they're having to play as 5 together. So they're not even getting to do the moves that they probably ideally wanted to do at this draft of trying to get some reload plays with some lassos or roars or ghost walking Quinn. It just, really nothing has been connecting for the last 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes or so. Tundra just sticking together. 4 or 5 heroes. Don't want to fight into that. And they have great lane positioning since they've gotten all these early towers, the Lycan Wolf scouting, and now the Shard as well. Constantly shoving things in. Gaimin just not finding opportunities. Said Ace is still farmed, but yeah, the other 2 cores have completely stopped getting much growth. And the supports too. It's unable to find much of anything. Watson feeling like he just needs this nullifier too to focus targets just because of these decreps from Whitemon, the Glimmer as well.
Yeah, Whitemon's early to sort of mid-game saves have been insane.
Pretty beautiful. Yeah, particularly the top one, right?
Yeah, that was sort of the beginning of like giving BZM that life to live that just enabled him to go on this incredible rampage across the map as the Tiny from the minutes that passed afterwards.
Look at these aggressive wards too. Well, more different time of style wards, but I think this is Tundra identifying that they have such good map control that the only place that Gaimin can really play is in these weirder areas. So they're going to get a good fair bit of information out of these that not going to get dewarded at this point. And they're immediately running them down.
Oh, this could be rough for Gaimin.
And we're going to point out for Duracho, he is going to do that disassemble play very soon with the S and Y, disassembling his components of his treads and his drums to be able to maximize efficiency of gold. As he takes a sip of his drink, he's very relaxed. Roche, back on the menu very soon. 50 seconds.
1 minute. As Gaimin, the best they can do really is to just try and get that next round of items completed before this inevitable push comes in from Tundra.
Nothing.
Once Tundra grabs the Aegis, I mean, Watson is still a fair way away from having a nullifier.
And that's only really going to help him in one individual target that he can go for, right? Quinn's growth just isn't really quite there. He's got the Pike now finished. But as we said, the game for this Invoker just, yeah. It was already set up to be difficult versus all these heroes if they collapse on him if he falls behind. And now at this point, Quinn has to be so careful how he walks.
It's not easy.
No, Tundra.
Not easy for Gaimin. Tundra doing what we've seen them do plenty of a time here at this Glass Slam too. And never necessarily the most explosive beginning in the lanes, but once they start getting that lead and making these team plays, they have seen seemingly pretty unmatched multiple times by most of their opponents. It's just very difficult for these teams to keep up with them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Soxa do this so many games on his Bounty Hunter, right? The information that he can give, the track momentum that starts to swing.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you're Gaimin Gladiators and you're looking at this situation, what are you sort of saying has to go the most, do you think? When you're trying to break down what Tundra's doing? But what do you take away from them that stops this? Or at least gives you a bit of a better chance against this?
I mean, that's a good question, Owen, honestly. Because they did do the Beastmaster first pick.
Yep.
Tundra just instant snack picked the Gyrocopter to shut it down, and it seems to have been incredibly effective with the backup of the rest of their lineup, so it's not an easy answer.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Because if you want to change that with Gaimin and you're not taking this beast first because you're concerned about that, then
take it.
you're letting Tundra get the beast first. And, of course, 33 will be very happy with that.
Quinn will sneak himself
Someone's
out.
going to get caught.
Get spotted.
They'll find him. And he's caught outside of the base. And against that damage from the Daedalus of Duracho, not a chance to escape.
They'll get something out of it, at least a Tormentor. Quinn, I think they saw him for a second ghost walking.
I mean, they're looking indeed. 33 and BZM making their way right up towards the high ground of Gaimin Gladiators.
Quinn, sentries are getting chopped.
They know he's around it.
Yeah, I think they saw him ghost walk up above that ward. Now they know that he's not actually in the base.
Let's go for the push.
So Beastmaster, these buildings drop.
I mean, Quinn doesn't have his TP still on cooldown for 15 seconds, so he's going to have to try and walk his way back to the base.
Hey, this Rax is going to die in seconds. I don't even think they can defend it.
Yeah, they've just got no way to set up a defense. They have to let this top Rax go. The problem is, Tundra, they're just going to look for more. They're going to swing over towards the mid and see if they can just as easily take down the second set of barracks.
It's probably dead unless Ace doesn't want to buy back with 20 seconds left, but the Rax is the second set gone.
There's the nullifier. He's got his item done here, Watson.
This might be their last attempted hurrah.
Just to go all in on a hero, see if you can actually kill them and see what you can do after that.
Yeah, killing one hero is not going to be enough.
Yeah. Especially when it's into a lineup when, well, obviously, Duracho on the carry has that Aegis.
32. This is just insane.
This is a crazy lead. And just how civilian, how quickly it kicked in.
All it took was one five-man group up over the 10-minute mark, and it was just
over.
Yeah, completely catapulted.
They're seeing what they can find, but BZM, he'll find them. Avalanche onto the two of them. The wall's coming in from the side. They'll look towards Celery. They'll be able to take them back over across to him, but it doesn't matter. 33 drags him back with a harpoon. BZM in with the toss combo. It's another kill for the Tiny.
Another track. And they immediately have to back away as Tofu is going to be able to survive. But the push, it's coming in. 33.
Finish off the mid-racks. A job well done continues here from Tundra.
And still 2.5 minutes on Aegis. Anyone who steps up is just going to get tossed back again. These guys are good, Owen. They truly know how to just snowball out of control versus a team that also knows how to snowball out of control.
Gaimin, do they have any chance here on this upcoming last defense of the last lane?
How do you kill the 3 core heroes at this point? They've got the Ags now on the Lycan. He's got the bite for the Tiny.
Trying to open up onto Duracho, but he's already been low to stop. Jumping from BZM, he's able to get his hands on towards Quinn. They get the toss back on the Invoker. Quinn, he'll try and force back to safety. The Tether comes in. Celery doing his best to try and get Quinn out of there, but of course BZM, he's going to consider diving in. He turned into the wolf here.
At 33, got roared and took 0 damage.
At 33, ready to make BZM even more terrifying with that Aghanim. BZM's in, Avalanche on towards them. They'll look towards Ace, Ace to fall. BZM with the BKB chases on towards Celery. Watson's trying to find someone. He tried to get 33, but the ult's up. 33's out, and he's ready to get back in. Tofu will try with the last one of Saxa. They've killed Saxa, but it's costing them so much as Tundra. They're cleaning them up one by one up until the fountain. And there we have it. They tap out. GG is called as Tundra. What a start for them in this grand finals. This game 1 victory, 39k at 33 minutes. Gaimin Gladiators, they just looked completely helpless after a certain point here against Tundra Fog. There was nothing they could do to do anything against Tundra's control and domination.
It really seems like a masterclass of the meta, right? Sure, they gave up a couple of these kills, 12-minute mark. Gaimin's getting some momentum. Then it's literally just a 5-man move from Tundra. 2 back-to-back moves, bringing it to the IO to prevent any reload saves, and it felt hopeless after that from Gaimin. They couldn't find any opportunities to get any big kills. Everyone was just too farmed.
This was a tough experience, you got to imagine, for Gaimin coming in with this game 1. But hey, it's a best of 5, plenty of time and a few opportunities to try something a little bit different, which they're certainly going to have to do coming into game 2. As for Tundra, I think more of the same is going to go pretty well for them. They take game 1.
They do indeed. It is a best of 5, as Odie just talked about there. So there is a lot of room for adjustments. You're able to still bounce back in this one. But for game number 1, it felt like Tundra were bouncing back. I'm not saying it was a massive lead or a favor towards Gaimin Gladiators, but they were off to a really good start. It did give worry to some of the Tundra fans out there, seeing just how well the Gaimin lanes went. Yeah,
it looked like they were kind of snowballing the Marcy early on, right? They had this 4-kill bottom lane, but once the levels came in for Bounty and for Lycan and for Pugna, you know, every team fight since then kind of became impossible, right? Just felt like they were lacking damage, they were lacking disables, whereas Tundra could just kite the fight constantly, and eventually the Gaimin Gladiator supports just had like no impact whatsoever. You're playing into the Lycan wolves, you're playing into Bounty Hunter, you're low net worth, you have no way of really killing the wolves. So yeah, it just felt like an impossible game after a certain point.
It's also just a really scary game for the start of a grand finals. You're Gaimin Gladiators. 5 days ago, you played IO Marcy against Enigma Galaxy. You win the game. Since then, every team has banned IO against you. You don't get your hands on it. Then you enter the grand finals, you get the IO, and you lose in this fashion. Like, sure, you had 10 minutes of some good fights, but then you had no game to play. Like, if one of your best, most respected strategies was banned out, and then you get it, that is going to knock your confidence quite a lot, and it's going to take some good talk from the coach to try and like rally the team, I think.
Or I do feel like it's one of those things that the supports, you know, try and voice what they felt, or at least for Celery, right? Why this IO, maybe from his point of view, wasn't as effective. And it is one of those things, the Lycan, we've talked about it throughout Blast Slam 2 multiple times, is how annoying these alpha wolves are in general, not just for supports, but in general. And then on top of that, you are an IO that when you do get caught out, it's your health just is not there.
I think they just got blindsided a little bit by the Lycan. Maybe they forgot the zero existed because like we talked about backstage as well, the 33 hero pool was almost banned out entirely after the first phase, right? You did the whole thing where you banned the Doom, picked the Beastmaster, so you still one of them as well, and then you picked 2 supports that are extremely weak against Lycan, and Lycan was still in the pool. So the whole strategy of Gaimin Gladiators maybe got destroyed by just giving away Lycan in that spot, right? Yep. So I think maybe next game, if they change up the bans, they could run the IO again. I would also like to see something different, but I do think that this was a strategy win where you couldn't, like the draft of Gaimin Gladiators could have worked in different circumstances, right? It's not that draft was bad, it was just it was bad against what Tundra ended up with.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, you could also, when you pick Beast, don't ban the Doom, you ban the Gyro, give them the Doom, you play a quick game, you go Overlord. Like, I think there's a lot of small little tweaks to the draft they can make to make the second game competitive, but also in the game we just watched, I think Tundra did give a little bit of false hope to Gaimin. I think in the early game, I feel like it was Tundra mis-executing some early fights to give life to Gaimin. You see here, they're trying to go onto the Beastmaster, but the Gyrocopter doesn't have the ultimate available, and then the Io Marcy is able to, of course, join the fight. They chase down Tundra down the, the length of that Radiant safe lane, and this is what Gaimin want. They want to be able to survive the initiation and turn around with the Io Marcy. But it's going to be the next fight that we're going to watch in the upcoming clip, where Tundra instantly, within a couple of minutes, to identify what do they need to do. Go find the Io Marcy, utilize that track, put the Io to low HP with multiple shurikens, and once the Io is vulnerable, you bring the rest of the team in. You use that Howl to reduce the damage, the Tiny with multi-hero avalanche, and Dyrachyo with the drum and the kind of the cooldown that is not on cooldown this time around to be able to win the fight. And after that top fight, every single engagement was pretty much the same thing. So it took one good engagement from Gaimin, and Tundra was like, okay, that's not how we need to win this game. Within like minutes, they found the perfect recipe and they win the game. So not only does Tundra, yes, they can make mistakes, but they adapt and they fix them very quickly.
I really like that fight around that tier 1. One, because of how quick it is, and you already mentioned that, T. But 2, is it wasn't just, oh, we waited for everyone to show up and then we engaged. This IO was already pretty low health just to this harass coming out from the bounty hunter. And you think sometimes as a melee support, you can't really do that. You can't harass as easily without having to trade. But Misery, it was like, okay, this IO is pretty much low whilst everyone's coming to this top tower. So even when Gaimin bring the numbers, it's so quick to remove that IO, it doesn't matter. It's still too late at that point.
Yeah, I wonder if Gaimin got a little overconfident or a little bit lazy there, and then they're like, oh, it's just a bounty hunter, and then slowly and surely you're getting whittled down by the shurikens, right? And then suddenly you end up taking a really bad fight, because at that point they had top 3 networks. I think they were looking pretty good. I mean, I think eventually they would have ended up in a situation where they would have lost team fights over and over regardless. But if there was a chance for them to win this game, it was to keep their networks clean and not take any bad fights into this track, and just try to play around the Beastmaster more, not be caught off guard with your Io Marcy. But I mean, it's not an easy task.
Not an easy.
Do you feel there were any more holes in the draft for Gaimin Gladiators here? Because one that you're kind of alluding to here is they weren't allowed to make mistakes, right? That's always one of the things that we find the toughest when teams draft themselves into that position. We've seen it before, but was there anything else that when you look at it, oh, they really didn't factor in, certain aspects?
For me, it's just a general thing that we have talked about on this panel, that the drafting is kind of volatile in general. There's a lot of cheesy heroes like that. We've seen the Abaddons, we've seen the Venomancer, we've seen the Lycans, and if you get caught picking bad IO and Lycans in the pool, I think the punish is just so severe that your supports are going to be useless the whole game, and I think so. That's the key for me, is that
so there wasn't really anyone to deal with the Lycan.
Yeah, it starts very early on, right? Like, you're trying to whittle down his pool, so you take the Beast, right? And then again, I still think that if you're taking Beastmaster, you don't need to ban Doom, because you can try and break the map whilst you're farming. But it is his best hero on 33, and then after that, like you're mentioning, it's like you're forgetting about the Lycan, you're over-respecting, and if anything, the only reason they're banning the double support is because they've put Beast in a losing lane. They've picked Beast, allowed them to counterpick Gyrocopter, and they're worried that if they don't ban the Warlock and the Chen, this Beast will have, a negative game. He will literally just be fully AFK doing nothing. So they have to try and fix the losing lane in the draft because they are scared of 33. So already Gaimin are scared of 33, they're drafting this capacity, but then also forgetting about him because of what they've done to themselves. So I think Gaimin, they had some clear prep coming into this game 1, it failed miserably, and they're gonna have to make sure whatever they kind of go into game 2, is kind of just respecting what are the available 33 heroes. If we leave Lycan available, can our supports play into it? Because you can leave the Lycan, doesn't matter, but you need that entry on that support role where you have untouchable and you don't die. You need your position 4 to maybe be like a Muert or a Willow that can go ethereal and not get killed, or an invisible hero. Like, you need to have layers of survivability, then you don't ban Lycan. But with this drafting style, it felt like they just gave so much to Tundra.
Let's say, you still have to do the best that you can with this draft and, maybe criticize more or look deeply into how Game 1 actually played out. How effective are lane swaps these days, Misery? Is that something that they could have considered, or you're just like, yeah, it's just not that in Dota anymore? Yeah,
I mean, we have seen other people play the Beastmaster on carry, right? So that's an option that they could have gone for.
Yeah.
And the thing is that with these things, it's all theory, right? Like, how comfortable are teams giving away Doom to 33, even though you get the Beast, right? Maybe you do the trade, but you're still scared of 33 Beast, Doom, right? And similarly with the Beast carry, right? How is Watson gonna play Beast carry? Is the team comfortable with that? Yeah. So these are the things that kind of limits all the options that are available in Dota sometimes.
I feel like you got something you want to quickly add to.
No, it's fine. It's actually a pretty big point about Lycan using Mighty Minds and the early game and the bounty pulling away. But we can do it after the break.
Yes,
it's okay.
we can. You're going to have to hold on to that one. We're going to have to keep our viewers on the edge of their seat. We're going to jump to a break. When we come back, though, it's T and also game number 2 of our grand finals.
Everybody here with Moon Meander, of course, from Team Tundra. Moon, we are going to be doing Ice Blast Breakers from the B stream first every interview, where chat votes for their dumbest question. We'll ask that first to break the ice. First question coming out from chat is, what is your favorite LoL hero that should be in Dota? And if you don't know, I know you know Han heroes. Give us one of those.
Teemo.
Teemo?
Teemo, yeah.
You're a sick freak. All right, let's get into the draft here. You guys went ahead and got that Gyro first pick. Beautiful stuff. They're going to answer with the IO pick. Now, how do you feel about that? Do you feel that's a little disrespectful to take away the IO from the other team?
No, I feel like we knew that they wanted IO, and we didn't want to IO right there. We kind of wanted to bait them into the IO because we have this strategy against IO guys. I'm not sure whether you guys have been playing your puppets, but there's fucking Lycan Wolves.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my, that's really cancerous for IO to deal with. So.
Absolutely. We have all been purview to being eaten alive by dogs in the game. Have you ever been attacked by a dog in real life?
No, but it was close. One time I was walking by a neighborhood, and then this dog was just like off the leash, and he was just following me. And I out-dogged him, and he walked away because he got scared.
What would you do if we had a dog right behind you that's coming up?
I mean...
No, you didn't react at all. He was fine. He was fine.
If it's a cute dog, I'll pet it.
Okay. We're out of time. Thank you so much, Moon. Best of luck in the grand finals. Any words out there for the Tundra fam?
We're going to do this for Duracho.
We're going to do this for Duracho, baby. That's so buggers. I don't even know how to react to Slacks half the time. You work with them for like 3 years and you still don't know how to deal with them, you know?
Yeah, it's like they don't care about IO. He nearly got bit by a dog. Saxon turned into a dog.
Him.
Just full unpredictability.
Yeah, I don't know where that's going, but apparently Tundra knew the predictability that Gaimin Gladiators would go for that IO. They were more than willing to give it away there. And then, yeah, and we already talked about here just how difficult it is to deal with those Alpha Wolves when you're a support, and it kind of just eliminates a whole hero there. You get to play a 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the IO, so there's also the bat, right? And then your cores also can't deal with the wolves, so it was just like, it's all downhill, I think. Based on every level Lycan gets, the harder it becomes. But yeah.
We didn't give you the chance beforehand, but you had something hype, a big conversation topic you want to talk about. So very quickly, just talk about your big conversation point.
No, yeah, I just like the fact that even in a difficult lane, they utilize Bounty Hunter on Lycan really well, because Lycan level 1 farmed the small camp behind the tier 1 tower top. Then he migrated to the Mighty Mine area using the HP regen to also farm. And meanwhile, Satsu, when he pulled that first wave, he wasn't pulling the wave to take the full creep wave. He was half pulling it. So it's like he was kind of punishing the safe lane. Lycan was just AFK jungle. And then they kind of broke the ability for Io Marcy to get kills. Because there was a world where if you don't do this very specific kind of minute detail in laning phase, you get 3 deaths on your Lycan, Bounty doesn't have any levels, the game's completely different. And I don't know if many teams at all would even think about, let's jungle our Lycan level 1, let Bounty just get early XP, and then play the game from there. Like, that is a very much a 33 and Satsu thing where they've really thought about the lane.
I think that's a really good point. Also, the fact that we are assuming that Gaimin Gladiators forgot about the Lycan. There's also a world where they're like, okay, give them Lycan. We're just gonna pick Io Marcy and smash him in lane. He will have no game, he'll have no levels. It won't matter that we have Io bat versus support, because this Lycan can't lane against Io Marcy. And then Tundra busts out this kind of new tech, or at least very creative ways of getting through that laning phase. Like Sund and I was also talking about, how is this Lycan gonna lane? It's gonna be...
Well, it's not. He's gonna jungle.
It's a big question mark, but yeah, you just go jungle.
Well, look, it worked out for them, so I'm sure that they're not going to be question marking at all their picks there. But Gaimin Gladiators, they're the ones that have to come out with some new ideas, and we're going to see them right now with a Game 2 draft.
Game 2 of the grand finals, and I have the honor to be joined by Crit. Don't think we've ever really spoken in real life, so this will be a fun draft, I guess. But pleasure for you to join us. How you doing, first of all?
Happy to be here. Happy to get the chance to look at some drafts for grand final.
All right, I wanted to start the draft with one important question. How as a team do you prepare yourself for Game 2 when you lose in that fashion? Where after like 10 minutes of the game, you kind of feel that you're kind of in a losing position the entire time. Like, you can feel that pressure always kind of compounding against you. Like, what's the mental reset going into Game 2?
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about best of fives is that usually the first game, like usually both teams will have like the same priority in terms of what you're choosing in terms of first pick and second pick. And if you don't have choice first game, let's say the other team chooses second pick, you know the next game's not going to be the same because you will have second pick. And it's an easy way to like kind of cope and be like, okay, whatever happened in this game is not relevant for us right now. We can move on to the next draft. We have a different plan from second pick. And I think that's probably what's going to happen for Gladiators, right?
10 seconds remaining.
First game, I think Tundra had choice, they took second pick, and Gladiators took Dire, which is the same thing they did against us, so they have some preference for Dire, which is also a little bit interesting. I think most teams prefer Radiant, but yeah, looks like Tundra is first pick.
No, I think going against Tundra, being second pick does feel a little bit nicer, right? Having the 4 bans, be able to ban a couple more heroes to prevent 33 getting his hero pool. So far, at least, the Doom is actually available if Tundra were considering just first picking that, a hero that often teams are most scared.
Tundra Esports, turn to pick.
Yeah, it's already very different because Gladiators did not ban PA this time. There's a Doom as well, so like they've obviously had a different idea on second pick than they had on first pick. This time, Neda will get his Doom.
Again, I feel like for me, Doom is an exceptionally strong hero, right? When you get the right creep and you can utilize that in laning, but you're still a hero that needs a little bit of economy. And if you lose the early towers, your recovery is waiting for that fight. But if a good team's able to break the map, take Roshan, get the Aegis, take the fight with the Aegis, Doom can feel at a disadvantage. But I'm talking about like against the average team. Tundra, of course, is above average when they play Doom.
Yeah, I think for me the interesting thing about giving Tundra Doom is that it's very different from the other heroes that Neda plays, where like he will have ways to kind of cheat the lane with like how they did with Lycan Bounty, like they have the wolves to manipulate the lane. On Doom, it's more like they tend to pick stronger lanes, like they want to actually contest the lanes. And I think it's something that Gladiators like they understand, like when they play against Doom, like there's not going to be any shenanigans, you know, it's like very honest hero. And they also get one of their favorite heroes in Dawnbreaker, so I think Gladiators are probably pretty happy with this. Like they get a good second pick core and they know where Doom is going.
And do you think the Dawn into the Doom matchup, is that viable because people are going for the Aghanims to add evasion to the spell? Because if you just think about Solar Guardian versus Doom, it's healing on a Doom target. Like, is the Aghanims the thing that helps, or is it just the fact that you have pacing and team fight and you can go for the pickoffs and just disrupt the game plan of a Doom anyways?
No, I think, yeah, Dawn plays the map really well, which is, I think, good to have against Doom. Obviously, like, the heal reduction is a big deal, but I think just having, like, a hero that's like high tier, even if it's not the best hero against Doom, it doesn't really matter. Like, you still want, like, Dawn is going to be playing against 4 other heroes as well, right? You want to get a second big core that's, like, I don't actually know if they play it on Watson. I actually don't know if they play it, but I'm sure they would be open to it. So having, like, a core on second pick and first phase that you can put on 2 different roles is pretty important. I think Dawn is, like, one of the highest value heroes for that right now.
And do you agree with Amar when he wants to buy Bloodstone to, you know, nerf the hero himself? Like, would you rather that he bought other items, or
I mean, is it too soon? The thing about Amar is like he does things that are like, it doesn't really make sense, but he has an idea to how to make it work. And then the good thing about it is other people will look at him and do the same thing, and they just like look like clowns.
Yeah. I guess what you're saying there is also, it's like you have to believe in the confidence of the player, and especially like in series and grand finals, if a player is to falter a little bit, it's like you just have to trust them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Amar is very much like he needs to just be comfortable and know what he's doing. So I think one thing that's interesting here is Tundra actually banned the Nyx, even though Gladiators have Dawn. I guess they were worried about them picking Nyx out of phase, but that is kind of nice for Gladiators that Tundra like waste a ban on a hero that Gladiators kind of have to worry about themselves. And then they banned TA, which I guess is just the hero they don't want to lane against with Doom, probably.
Yeah, and Ogre as well, a hero we don't really see too much. I fully agree. I think the Nyx ban is the question mark for me, because it is like, it's a kind of a free pick, but yeah, I guess the Ogre now, we don't see it too often, right? Level 1, you're very weak in lane, you need to play level 2, especially with all the Zoom meta and stuff, it's got fall off a favor, but knowing, again, because of the Doom, you know you're going to get into the game, you know you're not going to get pressured, so yeah, overall don't mind it, but it is a very rare pick.
Yeah, I'm surprised they did it even though they banned the TA, because for me it tells me they want the range carry. And there's not that many available, like you don't really want to pick Gyrocopter into Doom. There's TAs out, so like the one hero that's good against Doom, that's a range hero that's like kind of being picked right now is Medusa, which I think is a bit hard to pick for them on 16-17, which is what's coming up next. Like they'll only see 2 supports on Doom and they'll have to pick their carry. So yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is with Ogre, but I'd assume some sort of range carry.
The thing is, I guess, to close the phase on 18, is there really the Duratio hero that is the big counter to a Medusa? Let's say Gaming want to pick it. Like, we don't really see Anti-Mage. We don't really see
I think that they would take any damage in a heartbeat.
They would just take it?
Yeah, I think they would. Yeah, I think it's too bad for Medusa.
Gaimin Gladiators.
They actually take the Dragon Knight. That's interesting. I'm guessing they're worried about some sort of Gladiators Dragon Knight here coming up. Otherwise, I don't really see why they would pick it here. It's obviously one of the best heroes in lane against Dawnbreaker. I think probably the best core hero against Dawnbreaker in lane. It's just doesn't really feel pressure because you have a stun for the Starbreaker.
But also in game plan, Tundra's, they've shifted quite heavily from the previous game, right? Like this one, it's about farm efficiency, right? Bat's going to farm stacks, Doom's going to play lane, want to farm like maybe Drum, Blink, DK as well. Like there's a lot of just push creep waves, wait, get items, compared to the previous game, which was like breaking the map as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's very different, right? Because the Bat Rider compared to Bounty Hunter and the Doom compared to like, in like the way they want to play this lane is just they will actually want to play to pressure.
Yeah.
And I think Gladiators have to realize that it's not going to be the same game. Like it's going to be a very different type of save lane for them, and they need to pick a carry that's going to be able to contest the Bat and the Doom because it's a very strong lane.
Gaimin Gladiators. Tundra Esports.
Interesting.
And a Tiny. Is it Tiny 4? Tiny off lane? I mean, I feel like they're keeping something open, of course, between the Tiny and the Dawn.
I think they're keeping the Lina open to be a carry for them. I think
okay.
I think they're keeping the Lina open with the Ogre. And then I think the Tiny potentially on 4, but I think most likely it's going to be Quinn, honestly. Yeah.
You were already speaking about the range carry, right? Again, we haven't seen it, but of course Watson has done it before. Is the carry Lina nowadays still magical, or do they still go right click? Again, I've not seen it myself recently.
No, I mean I haven't seen it either, but I know they did it. I think they did it to us last blast. Actually, when they knocked us out, I think they did the same thing where they put Lina on carry. I think he just went. I think he went Gleipnir. I'm not sure. Okay, but some sort of build like that. I think you kind of need Maelstrom on this hero. So, but yeah, he will be auto attacking. I don't think he'll be dealing magic damage.
And you can already see from Tundra's bans, they're respecting that Lina in the carry role because they're still banning out the Quinn mids.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to they're trying to flex this Tiny to position 4, but I'm not a big fan of this hero on 4, and I don't really feel like it's like a hero that Tofu would just play when nobody else is playing. It's like not really one of his heroes, so I think it's most likely Quinn. They also just played, he just played the other side of this matchup with, he played Invoker into Tiny, so I'm guessing he'll be fine to play the other side, because the lane looked kind of even, like BCM was almost same net worth as him. So I think Quinn will just take the Tiny, and then most likely they're just taking a Tofu hero last.
Okay, and then I think for Tundra, maybe think about the puck ban is also pretty key. Just for the Invoker matchup, it is a free lane for the puck.
Yep.
But so far, we've already spoke about kind of the heroes and the kind of tempo. Is there a preference in style? After seeing game 1, do you think Gaimin's given themselves enough tools to break the map and give themselves that lead to ensure that a DK and a Doom don't scale? Or do you think they're still missing a key piece of a draft?
I mean, I think if you look at it as 4 heroes versus 4 heroes, I think they're fine with what's happening. They also have last pick, right? They have 24. So I think they ended up in a situation where they're pretty happy with the trade, to be honest. I think they're happy playing against us. My only question is the lanes, like how's it gonna go? Because they do have bad matchups, like they have the Dawn against DK, and the Doom bad is pretty rough.
I'd like to see Tundra personally just go for like the last pick Venomancer.
Yeah?
I think they just need that additional hero to farm up and create economy. So when the fights do happen, you're going to have that additional utility and tankiness to try and survive through the kind of the jump they're going to have, right? Tiny's going to find someone, Lina and Dawn will collapse onto that hero, and if they survive, it's going to be slightly difficult today, that secondary fight for Gaimin.
Yeah. No, I think there's also Phoenix, which is a pretty common hero that's still in the pool. I think that's like the obvious pick for me for Tundra. Like Phoenix,
even into the Lina?
I think it doesn't matter. Okay. Like to me, there's a Tiny and a Dawn. Like you have a DK carry. Phoenix is just super high value. Like they need more team fight. There it is. And then for Gladiators, I'm not sure which direction they want to go. If they have some ace hero, I guess they can't really put this Dawn safe lane, so it's kind of locked into being Tofu or Quinn. I feel like it has to be like, Tofu or Quinn picking here. Unless they,
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe some Medusa, but there's an Invoker, you know. It's a bit hard. You feel pretty bad about picking Medusa into Invoker, I think.
Yeah, it forced them to think about like BKB like third item, and
Yeah, I think the Invoker pick was a little bit annoying for them because I do feel like they were still thinking about flexing this Lina, and then that's just a tofu hero. So then, pretty. I would say that's a very casual 24 pick. It's kind of
win on the Lina.
Oh, so
it's going to be carry mode.
No, it's carry tiny.
Okay.
Interesting.
Does that put reservation slightly in the draft now, where you think the Tiny can really scale into the DK and the Invoker, like all the fight that Tundra has?
I'm just a bit more worried about their early game, because I feel like if they put the Lina carry, they would actually have a decent lane against Doom Bat. But now they have like a double melee against Bat Rider Doom with the Ogre Tiny. I think that's pretty rough. They do have like a decent mid matchup. I think Lina does quite decently against Invoker. But yeah, I am a bit worried for the lanes for Gladiators. They don't really... The only matchup they really have is Moerta into Phoenix, which is like, it's good, but is it going to carry you through the lane? Because Dragon Knight is so good against Dawn.
Yeah, it does feel like Gaimin, if they do get through lanes, it's all about how they can create the early fights, because like going Roshan isn't really on the cards for them. You know, taking towers, it's once Tiny gets his shard, good position, but it's all about the fight for them. Whilst Tundra, they can play the map. They can push waves quite nicely with the supports, the Invoker can as well, DK with ease. So I think Gaimin, it's a little predictable how they need to win the game. But of course, if they have good execution, that's not going to be a problem, because they can just constantly find those heroes and those kills. But I'm a little bit worried that you lose the first game in that style, and now you put yourself in this position where, kills are everything for you.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. I'm not sure about the 24 Moerta. Like, it's good against Phoenix, but I don't really know if it's enough for me. And then them also putting the Tiny on safe lane is... I'm curious to see how it's going to go. I hope for them that their lane goes well, because I feel like they need this Tiny to have a decent start, especially because he has a Dawn and a Lina, and those heroes are not like the most active heroes. So that I think the lanes are going to be really important for both sides here. I think it's going to determine a lot of the early game.
And for Quinn, I think the stat from Noxo was it was like his lowest win rate hero on LAN, but he did win. At this Slam 2, he did finally win with the Lina. Can he win again in Game 2?
Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here in the grand final between Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra. Gaimin Gladiators, of course, coming off the back of a pretty rough entry into this best of 5, a tough game 1 from them. Some change-ups here, Fog.
Big change.
As we heard, though, from T and Crit, not hugely enthusiastic necessarily about what Gaimin's trying here. Do you maybe see what Gaimin's going for that maybe they didn't, or are you also a little concerned for their lineup here once more against Tundra?
I definitely have concerns. The double melee lane, I'm glad Crit was bringing it up. Just putting this Ogre plus Tiny. If the first 2 picks of the draft from Tundra is this Doom plus Bat Rider, and I feel like they've given them a pretty decent shot at having a good lane when they go for this Ogre plus Tiny. And overall, throughout the game too, choosing to make this Tiny a carry versus Phoenix, Phoenix is traditionally one of the best ones to deal with it. They do have the Muerta, they do have the Lina that can start to hit the egg, but percentage-based damage, these fire spirits, they can be very disruptive for a Tiny carry in the mid-game.
I mean, considering how the draft played out, do you think this was sort of the plan all along from Gaimin Gladiators in terms of the positions of these heroes, or is this something that they just felt forced into at the very end, I
think they probably felt a bit forced into, especially when you see like the last pick, Muerta. A lot of these times the 24 pick, it's just like, it's a gotcha, right?
Sure, you're not really saving this for the last pick.
This one is like, okay, we need to deal with Phoenix, right? We need some extra way of dealing with Phoenix in the game and in the lane. Ace.
It's a good flame break. I should be fine. I mean...
A lot of damage.
So, he's going to try and turn and get the kill first, and they will. They'll get the first blood Gaimin Gladiators as Ace is able to take down Whitemon. Does cost him his life, and BZM is able to swing across with a cold snap to make sure that they will find 2 kills in return for losing that first blood.
BZM gets the last hit on that one too, so extra gold for him versus the Lina matchup. And Invoker for a long time has been a pretty decent hero versus Lina as the game progresses. Lina can do good in the lane, Invoker trades versus most of these heroes, and he has a way to get on top of Lina. One of the few ranged heroes that can actually close the gap in a way versus something like Lina, because the cold snap plus tornado combo. So we'll see how that lane in particular goes. Quinn should have an edge.
Yeah.
But BZM, we've seen him work magic on his Invoker.
Yeah, an interesting stat there that, talking about obviously the situation with Gaimin Gladiators' last pick, but in fact with Tundra's last pick, a very rare last pick that, of course, gets to go the way of Whitemon.
Yeah.
Understandable, I guess, though, because as you say, when you look at Gaimin Gladiators draft, getting a Phoenix in against it feels kind of good, right?
It looks very nice, absolutely. That's why they wanted to round it up there. I know they were talking about like the Veno and a couple other things, but they wanted to get that extra team fight because they were kind of lacking on that on the side of Tundra. So let's see how Ace does in this top lane. We've seen, I mean, traditionally, the DK have a very good time versus the Dawn in lane. You're always able to stun and drop the combo. So let's see if Tofu can be the difference maker with this last pick to help out Ace a lot in this lane.
Yeah, and in terms of that Dawn pick as well, obviously from Gaimin Gladiators, they coming out as the first one. Were you a little bit surprised on how much they wanted to prioritize it here?
Especially with a Doom picked, right? Because if someone gets doomed, it's very difficult to save them with something like that Dawn ult. There's no heal that comes in. Duracho taking a fair bit of damage. He's got stick charges, though, waiting for any time that the Starbreaker does come out. And then, yep, looking at bottom, this is the lane that I wanted to keep eyes on, just how they're going to do versus the Doom and Bat.
It doesn't seem fun.
It does not
I feel like for Celery and Watson, it's going to be a painful few minutes to start the game against these two.
Traditionally, we've seen like the way that you want to do, the way you want to beat the Doom is just not let him really have a lane, and I feel like they have given the opportunity to have that lane. So we'll see how it ends up going. As mid, Quinn is having full free farm. He's doing very well. It starts to get better for the Invoker as the levels kick in, but right now Quinn is crushing it.
Yeah, we're going to definitely have eyes on Quinn this game. As that last match, he had a rough one, right? We saw it on the numbers. One of the rougher performances he's come out with on the Invoker. Of course, this time around, BZM getting his hands on the Invoker, ready to show Quinn how it's done. But maybe Quinn can step things up here today, bringing out the Lina once more.
Including game one of this series, Tundra is now 26-25 in games versus Gaimin Gladiators. Tundra have won the last 10.
Yep, they're on a 10-game win streak against Gaimin Gladiators right now.
And that's just clear understanding of how to play versus them, it seems like. Tofu should be fine up here. Trade for the Lotus. Looks like Whitemon's going to be able to get it because of that lane positioning here. And Duracho, it looks like it is going to be that free farm for him as expected versus the Dawn lane. Quinn. BZM is low. Does he have extra regen coming out? Don't believe. Okay, he does.
Yeah, he's got
tangos.
Fresh set of tangos.
He is very low though, so Quinn is going to be able to secure a good amount in this next wave as well. He actually clips BZM.
I should just have enough in the tank to be able to stick around here, though, as the Invoker. And as you say, once the next level or so comes in, should be in a better position to really start contesting the CS back away of Quinn. But for now, Quinn...
TP coming forward.
Getting aggressive. Tornado's not going to quite clip him, but the dive forward is there. Whitemon trying to come with some body blocks. I mean, Whitemon might just have this on his own, and indeed he does. Whitemon turns up and punishes Quinn for stepping up a little bit too far. Same time down bottom. They're diving in under the tower. Saxa... He'll survive for now. The Ignite will tick him out.
And they get the double.
They do. Watson able to kite out 33 turns, slam him down with the final punch. They're able to deal with the pressure. It's Tundra getting a little too over-aggressive that time, but only just. Gaimin Gladiators get the 2 kills themselves. Back up top, though. And they also find something here. They can.
Nice
Gaimin striking on the side lanes.
As soon as they see the rotation come to mid from Whitemon, they know they can try to capitalize on that. And even versus a tanky DK, they're able to do that. And so far, Ace, it's because of that move too. His CS is looking pretty solid, 18-7. Cool plays. We see, clearly both teams communicating heavily, especially in this lane, about who's going to overextend or if a TP happens. Because the second that you saw Quinn step too far, it was an instant TP from Whitemon. Then they took advantage of that TP rotation on the side lane. That was very nice. BZM's farm, though, still very solid. We'll be able to catch up. Celery.
Might be able to look this time. He's got a few stick charges.
He's...
He'll be able to turn with a final Ignite, but Sax has already found him. Watson tries to catch the 2 of them with the Avalanche, and might even be able to chase Sax down a bit. No, he doesn't want to try and fight whilst 33's ready there, standing in position to just go straight for him if he tries to go for his bat.
He's missing so many creeps here on Watson. He missed a full wave before because he had to TP out, and now he just missed a secondary full wave. So even though they did get that double kill bottom lane, his net worth is not looking too pretty. He's actually behind the Doom by about 250 gold right now.
At mid lane, we're really starting to see BZM catch back up. Off the back of that bit of an extra helping hand he got from Whitemon, turning up to be able to bring Quinn down.
He has pretty much the same identical net worth.
Bottom lane.
Again, Watson.
And Whitemon turning up now to add an extra bit of pressure in on towards the Tiny. TPs are coming in. Tofu's there. Watson's able to turn with the toss. the silence down. Watson still surviving. Finally, he falls, but they will be punished. Celery's able to clean up the double kill. The extra helping presence of Tofu is enough to allow Gaimin Gladiators once again to fight back against these aggressive attempts from Tundra down bottom.
Watson not having too much fun, though. Not getting too involved. Only at 19 last hits. His net worth is not looking as bad, though. It's only 2,400.
Maybe see if they can set something more up here, but 33 sat pretty safely under the tower. Top lane, Quinn. With the rotation, not quite able to get the opening onto the two of them, though. Dyrachyo and Whitemon in perfect position to be able to continue to hold Ace back from the creep wave. Continue to try and slow down his farm the best they can and keep this space safe for Dyrachyo. The dive, bottom lane is Gaimin Gladiators now starting to look to get active under the tier 1 of Tundra. The backup comes in. BZM's got the angle with the Tornado EMP, Tofu to fall. Let's see if Saxo can stay on top of Celery. He's going to opt for the TP out. They've got the cold snap from BZM. This time it's Tundra punishing Gaimin Gladiators for trying to dive tier 1s.
Whitemon going to try for the steal. Doesn't quite get it there. Ace still very low. Whitemon.
They can do a fair bit of damage. Ace has got the hammer at the ready to create the distance between the two of them, and he'll be fine. Doesn't even need to use it. Salve at the ready as well, so can stay out on the map if he wishes to.
Gaimin has to be careful how they push forward for kills. There's a lot of counter initiation that can come from Tundra with BZM having this hot start right now. 2-0 and 2 on this Invoker, and Quinn still has top net worth, but he has died once.
So the slow start for Watson will continue. Did get his courier sniped, had the Soul Ring recipe on, so won't be able to play with the extra potential of just maintaining his mana levels whilst he's trying to clear out these camps.
My concerns for Watson are very high this game.
Because it's just, on paper, just regardless of the start, it's not a fun tiny game, right?
No. It's the percentage damage that can come out from two different heroes. They have a big mana burn that can come into, lots of control. They also have like little, like Breathe Fire in particular versus something like Carry Tiny. The damage reduction that comes there, let's say once we get to mid-game, these things all do start to add up.
Eyes around the mid here. 8-minute power rune coming into play. It's going to be a haste rune. Celery will be able to step up and grab it.
Quinn.
He's still looking over towards, making an aggressive move here with the backup of Tofu and Celery. They'll get the dead shot knockback. Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian, but BZM's out to the side. Ace swings in with the hammer, but not enough to finish him, but it doesn't matter. Quinn is able to turn with the Dragon Slave, get the kill. At 33 in Saxo, they'll look to chase Gaimin Gladiators out. Can they find something in return for this? Doesn't look like it. Gaimin Gladiators is able to successfully bring down that Invoker and keep everybody alive.
That was a really good aggressive play. Like knowing that they have this Dawn ult to be able to come through. You can see how confident Quinn was pushing forward. I think it caught Tundra slightly off guard there. An important one to ensure that Quinn can keep getting some momentum in terms of net worth. Because as you said, you know, the Tiny's game is going to be difficult, so feels like he has to have this good start on the Lina.
We'll see again on the replay. Quinn feeling very confident and knowing how important it is to just kind of push his strength early on with that potential backup.
It's all important, of course, too, that they prevent the Doom from getting any big kill as well. Those end up getting wasted.
We did see, of course, signs of this from Gaimin Gladiators last game. The first 10 minutes was pretty clean. They were matching the sort of the back and forth and the fighting that Tundra was bringing against them. It's just sort of that 10-minute onward period, that's when the real kind of concern can kick in if Tundra do start to snowball. Can Gaimin deal with it a little bit better this time?
Feels like they have better, I would say better responses this time just because of Ace on the Dawn in a lot of these situations and the fact that Quinn is having a much better time this time in the mid lane. But that being said, Tundra have shown they can just explode in pretty much any of these games. Whitemon.
Dyrachyo swinging over.
He is here.
He can start off the play here. Whitemon able to get the Fire Spirits down on towards Tofu. Ace swinging in from the side. Got the hammer over towards him, but from the low ground here, beautiful angle of the Tornado onto the both of them. Tofu and Ace getting caught. Tofu to fall. Ace trying to swing in a finish off Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo, he's perfectly fine, holding the high ground. Has BZM and Whitemon by his side. BZM drops down the Ice Wall. Quinn, he's trying to set up the burst here to finish Dyrachyo off. Can't quite catch him with the light trap, but the Laguna will be able to get him. Gets the kill. Maybe they can go for more. Fireball is up. Solar Guardian as well. Won't get the ultimate connection onto BZM.
Tornado's up in one.
Chase. They got the detection on these three, they don't. So won't be able to stay on top of BZM.
Can they get out now is the question. BZM looking to reinitiate perhaps. Bottles up. Bottles being thrown out onto Ace. He should be okay now. A good push forward again. They do find Dyrachyo.
They get the big one. You know, Quinn staying at the top, having a much better opening to this game than he was struggling with in game one. Finding some big kills multiple times. You know, previously in that fight around the mid, getting the last touch onto BZM, and now making the rotation to be able to take down Dyrachyo.
It's kills to be gained, but you can see 33 didn't overreact, right? 33 is like, okay, you guys are making moves top. I'm just going to farm bottom then. And you see his Doom. He is top 3 net worth as the first pick Doom at the moment.
And you feel this is very much a game that once he's got his kind of first couple of items, it shouldn't be too difficult for this Doom to be able to find his target in each of the team fights.
Yeah, you've kind of got the dream set up to be able to pick any of the 3 cores to Doom, and it feels great, right? Depending on the situation which arises. If you're able to get on the Lina, which is a little more unlikely, but if you can ever find a Doom, honestly, on any 3 cores, it looks fantastic. Because that Dawn ult just won't be able to protect them in a lot of situations. Egg is now online. Whitemon has hit that. We see Quinn went for Boots of Travel early to be able to move around constantly on these side lanes. Should be able to match some of the aggression that could start coming out from Tundra.
And we do see there, you know, if there is anyone that's worthy of getting that last pick for their Muerta, Tofu. He's the man with the most games on it right now. Whitemon chilling in the trees. Watson will find him.
Great catch.
Did not expect for them to find him there, Whitemon, but Gaimin Gladiators, they spot him out.
Quinn also going to get an amp damage. BZM sees him. Doesn't have a TP rotation. Dawn.
I mean, they're bringing him back up now, and there's the setup.
Dawn ult's back up just now.
And it's hard to go for Quinn. He's perfectly fine on his side of the river.
I think they were maybe trying to take advantage of it being on cooldown for a second there, but Ace does refresh it in time. Quinn will make a move bottom. He's relatively low mana, but 33's deep.
Has he got enough burst to get this? 33's going to turn him, easily lay down the Doom onto Quinn, so there won't be any further follow-up.
33's fighting him.
He's getting aggressive. He wants to try and make sure this Doom results in a kill, but they've been completely outnumbered. They have the Supernova here off to the side.
They're hitting it.
They're going to turn to yeah, can they kill in time? They can. They'll be able to finish off the both of them. The rest of Tundra were coming over, but they couldn't get there quite in time to set up that fight and protect Whitemon's egg. So again, Gaimin Gladiators being able to punish these moves. The Tundra, they were trying to force pretty heavily there around that Doom usage.
The biggest difference I'm seeing from Gaming this time is they're bringing the numbers. Last game, they got a little bit, maybe a little bit comfortable after they got a little bit of a lead and Ace was jungling more. Now Ace is getting involved in every single one of the moves with his Dawn ult. It's helping them quite a lot after those lanes maybe didn't go the exact way they wanted.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. I mean, you can feel it, right? 33, he's used the Doom. He's like, I've used the Doom. I'm going to get that kill. Yeah. Unfortunately for him, he does not. Getting completely outnumbered by Gaimin. Good call as well for them to be able to focus the egg just in time. Was relatively close here on the level 1. Yeah, just as it was, BZM was trying his best to get over and join, but it's just a little too far away for him to connect with that tornado in time to disrupt them killing the Supernova.
Gaming this time, they're making the first moves, right? Especially after the 10-minute mark that we saw last time. Tundra was the one leading the charge every time. That one, they did catch 33. Even though Quinn was so low mana, making that call is actually pretty cool. He was, what, 10% mana when he was going for that play onto 33 to start it off. And we're seeing 33. He's going to be going an even earlier Glimmer, it looks like, this time around than we've seen than most. He gave that shout out to Dota-sama in the interview yesterday.
Yeah, it's worked out well for them before, as not just on himself, but as a team.
Yeah, these Glimmers just feel so strong, especially when you're playing versus quite a magic damage heavy lineup, actually, when you look at it, right?
It really is.
Tiny Dawn even early, until they get some items. It'd be very strong. Quinn, his Ag's timing is looking pretty solid right now, but he is surrounded. Can he get out?
Let's have a look. He pushed it pretty far, but he has got Tofu by his backup. And in fact, Quinn's thinking about turning. He's got the Light Strike connection in. Solar Guardian backup to be flying through as well. They're ready to trap 33 down here in the small pond area, as that's going to be 33 with no chance of escape. Again, Gaimin Gladiators, 14 minutes in, they're keeping up with the pace of Tundra in a way that they were not able to whatsoever at this point in game 1.
That's 2 back-to-back times they bring 5 heroes when there's a slight move that Tundra tries to get aggressively. So very good moves coming out from them there. We do see that Tundra, you know, I'm watching Soxa do a bit more of farming on his Batrider, so he really wants to prioritize getting that Blink Dagger before he looks to get involved. But some good kills for Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah, as we said, since it's very magic damage heavy on the side of Gaming, we see that BZM has gone for the Mage Slayer route this time. We've seen a couple different variety builds from him, but this is one of his more popular. Soxa does see Tofu.
And he's got BZM by his side as well, Sax. It should be a pretty easy one.
Quinn TPing down.
TP's coming in, and that's causing BZM to not want to show his hand. Stays hidden, doesn't want to try and blow the combo on Tofu when he knows that Quinn could be there to turn it around. So Quinn just with the TP, it's enough to scare them off.
Honestly, Quinn is the one making the difference for me on the side of Gaimin Gladiators in particular. These Boots of Travel plays, he's everywhere. With the follow-up of the Dawnbreaker, it seems like they're always going to have that +2 that's just catching Tundra a bit off guard for now here. But Tundra, as you said, they're maximizing the farm still, as they tend to do.
That's the thing, right? In these sort of portions, still in these early moments, Tundra, all it's going to take is that one kind of team fight that bumps them up a 4K gold lead above what they are now.
Watson.
And they're going to become very hard to stop.
Whitemon does see him. There's backup for Watson. 4 heroes swinging over again. How long on the Dawn ult? Should be back up pretty soon. 7 seconds, and Ace has it at the ready.
Yeah, they can get aggressive up at Gaimin.
See if Tundra's prepared for that Dawn ult this time around. Truly just looks like they're split farming at the moment. 33, now looking to get involved. He's got his Glimmer done. Doom is at the ready.
It's very strong, very hard to keep off whoever he goes for with the Doom.
Oh, okay, so there's actually a chance here that Ace has to be careful how he shows himself in the lane, because Saksa is playing around this bottom lane to potentially stop the Solar Guardian. So there could be a move that Tundra looks to make.
That would be pretty clutch.
While the bat blink lassos and stops the Solar.
He'd have to be
see.
quick with his Saksa for now, just sticking to cleaning up these camps.
Because we actually haven't seen that too much. It's either people gank the Dawnbreaker, that's how you want to play versus it, or you try to get some, you know, like a Nyx Assassin or someone that can stop the actual move that comes forward. So maybe that's what Sox is trying to do down here.
They have got eyes on him though. Celery's going to turn up to try and help Ace get rid of this bat. They get the Fire Blast connection. Further, the TP's coming into play. Saksa, he'll try and use the lasso to hold back Ace and give him a chance to run. And in fact, it's going to work out. Whitemon comes through the Twin Gate as well. It's actually going to be enough to get Saksa away from the three of them.
I actually cannot believe that he survives.
Yeah, that was a heads-up play there.
Yeah.
He knows that if he can use that lasso to lock down one of them, it's enough to allow him to just pass over that high ground area around the Twin Gate and get far enough away.
180 Doom games.
That's a lot of games.
That is... He's pretty much doubled.
Yeah, nobody's even close.
That's
to that amount of Doom games played here by 33.
The only other hero player difference is Bulldog and Ohio on Nature's Prophet. Throwback right there to both those players.
Yeah, that's a lot of games as well. At this rate, though, I could see 33 in the future catching up to that 235 from Bulldog and his Prophet.
He's close.
Yeah.
Watson does have Shadow Blade and Echo now. He's gotten pretty good timing to slow down and get this farm. Looking for the angle to find Whitemon.
There's the opening. Is it enough burst? It is. Can they do anything more with this game? And Quinn?
Radiant are scanning.
He's ready with that crazy amount of burst. And also with that Arcane Rune pumped and ready.
Is an Ags. Soon to be finished up. Yeah, he's 200 gold away from it. Celery.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're trying to use those numbers, trying to inch forward, get an extra kill. They still have the Dawn ult at the ready. Watson's actually TPing mid to potentially set up again with the Shadow Blade. Looking to get active, and he might just find Saksa because of
Saksa gets caught by surprise by that.
Watson. Really cool plays. Very cool item build, too. A little bit of an adaptation. The Echo into straight Shadow Blade to get these kills. Duracho.
They've got the opening onto Tofu. Tofu will get the ultimate off. But he may just have to be left behind here, getting burnt down by the Sunray. Tofu will slowly but surely fall. I mean, he's making them work for it. He's actually able to hold them back with the Atos. He's offering the retreat. The Breathe Fire will get him. So Tundra get the kill, but at the least Gaimin Gladiators is able to make sure the time's there for everyone else to get out. And it did force quite the reaction there from Tundra.
Good sentry coverage from Celery. Had them down so he doesn't have to worry about the Glimmering Doom just getting on top of them. I quite like this pivot here from Watson. Just having the Shadow Blade. It's very cool for him to get these little snipe kills that maybe not, that Tundra did not expect by any means. And Tundra, they bring a lot of numbers here, but they only get that kill on Tofu. But now they get the snag.
That's a big grab. But the Solar Guardian is there. It's not enough to save Quinn, though.
It might have just delivered Ace to his
They can turn and maybe look to dive towards the tier 2. He's pretty speedy, but he's caught by the Doom. That'll tick him down.
And Celery now
also going to get chased here by Tundra under the tier 2 towers. Tofu's trying to fight back, push them back, but alone he cannot. Celery and Ace fall.
Oh, that's a huge timing, though. They get Quinn off guard, and then they also get handed the kill from the Dawnbreaker, and the Dawn ult gets used during all of it. So.
This is, you know, it's this sort of fight that gets Tundra that little bit of a lead that, yeah, that 5K, give it another 5 minutes, it might be up to 10K. This is the concerning part of the game for Gaimin, where they have to do everything it takes to try and slow down Tundra's momentum that they're just about to start building.
It's a huge ramp of momentum.
Watson. He was thinking about maybe trying to steal or protect his own Tormentor, won't be able to do so, has to let it go to Tundra's. Whitemon gets the shot.
It's almost like a triple beneficial play that comes off. Actually, like a quadruple, right? Because they bait the Dawn ult, they find Quinn, they force rotations, and then they also steal a Tormentor. Pretty much the perfect move, and they're going to be able to back up, get theirs. They're not going to steal the Wisdom Rune from the opposing side, but that's a pretty strong move in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, this is the real test for Gaimin now. They had a good start, but now at this point, you know, there we go. I said in the next 5 minutes, maybe in the next 2 minutes, you know, already up to 8K, 9K lead from Tundra. Can Gaimin do what so many teams have just completely failed at doing, and that's just taking away this sort of early mid-game lead that Tundra builds up and just seems to never let go of?
They just seem to find farm on everybody, right? The Phoenix, Whitemon, he's still farming very well. Saksa, he's got that blink to be able to catch Quinn in the back lines, and 33 is just huge too.
But the opening. Limmer's there. He could just walk this off.
And Saksa.
Quinn's trying to close in. See if they, you know, if they drop the full combos in enough, it's not going to connect. 33 too speedy. They're not going to find anything here, Gaimin.
It's 3 heroes rotating over to try to find that pick-off while Tundra just does their split-up game, gets that farm to increase. Dyrachyo, he's starting to get to some crazy timings too. Watson is not too far behind, but DK overall as a carry has looked pretty terrifying when he's been given this type of space in a game. 33, Doom back at the ready.
Over towards the mid.
Tundra. Looks like they're going to be ready to strike.
Oh, they're ready to jump. Doom. It's very scary for whoever shows themselves. Celery, I can have eyes on him. They don't want to settle for the Ogre, though. Maybe they'll decide to. Tofu's coming in from the side, actually, with the ultimate. Opened up over towards the back. He's bringing him down pretty quickly. Saksa gets over up into the high ground, will still fall. But 33 has given him the space at the end of it all for him to just chase Quinn down up towards the tier 2. Is Quinn going to live? It's going to be close.
Last tick.
Final tick kills Quinn off. 33 surely should die for this, though, with 3 heroes wailing into him. He will pay.
He's starting to creep.
I mean, Dyrachyo, as tanky as he is, he could dive this tier 2. The Tornado won't connect. Doesn't mean that they can't quite hold Ace in position to allow Dyrachyo to continue to move in and do the damage.
Watson's looking to try to go back in.
He needs to. They have to try and punish this Gaimin Gladiators. Watson, can he get his hands on BZM? Avalanche is there.
Lost back. He can't get it.
Okay, yeah, doesn't get it. Tries to step up and find it, but a little bit off with the cast point. And BZM's going to get to walk away.
Can't believe 33 is just actually able to walk down Quinn like that. Literally just chases him the entire duration of the Dune and gets that connection. Dyrachyo does stun a creep afterwards. Maybe they could have gotten a secondary kill, but either way, I mean, watch 33. The Alpha Wolf, the SNY, the extra damage, it all comes into play. He actually Alpha Wolf crit him on that last right click.
Yeah, and it really was that extra little bit that allows him to kill him off. Underneath the Dune.
That creep, he got that creep good. That's the BKB done now for Dyrachyo too.
Right, next time he'll be going straight into that tier 2. It doesn't matter if BZM misses the setup with the Tornado or not. He'll be ready to dive in on these heroes.
They've slowed down Quinn a lot too. He was starting to get some momentum growing for himself on this lead up, but now.
And look at this now for the Roshan. I don't know if there's going to be any chance of Gaimin contesting this Aegis.
No.
That's Tundra.
There's no Dawn ult. There's no way that they can get there in time. It looks like it's dying way too fast from Dyrachyo. Have to also factor in, Dyrachyo is going to have the Alpha Wolf aura plus Alacrity in all these team fights. There's going to be a Bloodlust for Watson, but that's the only real amplify that he's going to have. Dyrachyo is going to be juiced up, and he's got a Solar Crest, actually, so 3 different buff ups for this DK.
He's so hard to kill.
One on Watson.
Even if Watson gets his hands on him, it's like getting this DK past like half his HP. It's going to take so much.
And the Phoenix now at this point is level 12, and it's a max Sunray that's coming out from Whitemon, as we mentioned. One of the harder counters versus a tiny carry.
Celery.
What angle do they look for? And who do they want to initiate is the question now for Gaimin. They don't really have the greatest forms of initiation besides just like walking in for this tiny. But that's very dangerous at this point. Might just have to continue splitting up and farming until they get that BKB on Quinn. Because I'm worried for Quinn a lot until he has that. At this point now, since he's been slowed down and they have so many ways to gap close on him, I think he does need that BKB. Ace. BZM actually could get caught here. Flame break.
Good little knockback there from Saksa, making sure that if there was anyone around, they wouldn't be able to get in onto BZM.
If BZM gets tossed back, they could potentially have caught him there, but 5 heroes TP reacting for that on the side of Gaming.
I mean, they just know that they have to. At this point, with this lead that Tundra's maintaining, Gaimin cannot afford to lose another team fight. They have to be ready at all times and in all situations. Dyrachyo now with a blink on top of the BKB.
Starting to get to very scary territories. Almost level 20 for that extra range, too.
Gaimin, what's the next big things online for them? What's the BKB for Quinn? Yeah,
that's the biggest. I think the next big timing.
And for Ace, right? Yeah, they're gonna have them. Should have them at least on for the next play. Which is going to have to come soon because the map continues to get taken from them. The tier 2 bottom being pressured heavily by Tundra.
All 3 cores down here on the side of Tundra waiting for a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ace just looking to avoid. They have no interest in contesting this Aegis. 3 minutes still on it. Whitemon will start to pick up a gem as well to control more of the map as they claim that tier 2. They're actually making the move. I think that ward did see Gaimin Gladiators setting up here. Saxa?
They both know that each other's here. Dracho's going to be in with the jump. Celery may just get left behind here. I mean, both supports. They might just be bailed upon by the rest of the team as 33 is able to chase down Celery. Tofu will be able to go for the LTB out. No, not in time. It comes up or comes off so that the Dragon Tail can come into play. I get the 2 of them, and there's just no move once again for Gaimin Gladiators to do against that. They just have to let those supports die.
I think the ward that they had in the lane, I think it just expired. It saw them kind of rotating up there, so they completely were ready for the move that Gaimin was trying to set up. A good decision from Watson to bail out, because that would have been disastrous if he continues there. As Dyrachyo getting involved in a kill, feeling very confident with his Aegis. They've got the BKB now, so triple BKBs are at the ready for Gaimin, so maybe when they respawn, they can look for a fight once that Aegis gets reclaimed. It's just who wants to start the fight is the big question. Who's the initiator for Gaimin Gladiators?
And who do you kind of opt to try and burst for first? Yeah, because maybe with full focus on one of these heroes, even the tanky one, you can take them down. He's got a BKB very defensively as Dyrachyo gets that opening chance to move towards, and they get the control from Watson off in return. Bursting in pretty low with the Laguna, but the heals from the Samurai coming in. Watson also has to put the BKB just to run. They couldn't finish Dyrachyo off, and of course, even if they did, still have that Aegis here for a minute. And we'll get the Aegis now. Saxa lasso onto Tofu. Tofu will try and run away here with the ult.
Quinn stepped up
in with the jump. Quinn's in trouble. The Solar Guardian comes in, doesn't matter. Doom's there. Quinn's gone.
I'm surprised Quinn stepped up when they had both used their BKBs.
That was an
already.
aggressive position from him.
Tundra, they're forcing mistakes now from Gaimin. Gaimin's not reacting well versus this of Tundra. They're just being forced to pop these BKBs completely defensively, and then they actually just get caught afterwards anyway.
The lead continues to grow for Tundra, as it has done many a time before this tournament from this position.
And the 2 supports just continue to get so much stronger in comparison to their counterparts as well. Besides just that core separation that we're seeing, the impact that both Sox and Whitemon are going to start having just feels that much stronger than Ogre and Muerta as well, with this type of lead growing. Tundra taking out the Finer 2-2, shrinking the map massively. A full Shiva is now for 33 as well. Timings are all being hit. And that was Gaming's BKB timing showing, and it just, yeah, fully defensive and completely tripped up from how Tundra catches them. Quinn.
BZM off the mark with the tornado.
Charging in.
He really wanted to make that play there, BZM, but does end up walking into his inevitable death. Saxa's going to try and turn this into a potential bit of a trade as he drags back Celery, but the damage follow-up's not there. Celery's fine. Saxa's going to be stuck up on the cliff. They've got the ward drop down. They have the vision, and they'll be able to chase out both of the supports. Whitemon and Saxa getting punished for what definitely was kind of BZM trying to start a bit of a cheeky move there. He really wanted Quinn. Now missed the tornado, but still stepping up to that high ground. A little bit of a mess up there, Fox.
And then Save Your Body Syndrome comes in, of course. The 2 trying to bail him out of that scenario. A good move from Gaimin, though. Exactly when they needed to group up, they find big kills, and they're going to be able to claim a tier 2 and even claim this high ground here. Maybe deny away from some Ancients. I thought Tundra actually lost their gem there, too. That could have been pretty huge, but I believe they passed it off to 33 just a bit before that, so.
Let's see if Gaimin can find an opportunity like that again.
It's a big strike back. Quinn sees Dyrachyo. His team. I mean, Dyrachyo's just waiting for Quinn.
He feels strong because he's got the BKB and will blink back in time. What's just going to maybe see if he can find him still as he'll reach forwards. I mean, at the least they should be able to get him to put the BKB, but it's a lot of burst, and it's going to be enough.
They can.
Oh,
the biggest catch they can find.
Falling apart a little bit. 33 and BZM will quickly turn Doom drop down on towards Quinn, so they'll get him, and maybe with Saxa's last they can also find Ace. They can. Ace's BKB won't save him. So Tundra showing that it doesn't matter if they lose Dyrachyo, they're still in a position where the rest of their heroes could clean up pretty nicely.
Watson
will come up with the avalanche combo. It's enough to burst through Whitemon, not quite enough to kill Sack to the tree. That will get him, but can Watson get out?
He's got BKB available. Doesn't feel needed to use it just yet. They get the fear connection onto the Invoker.
33. How much can he dive in for this? And he's still playing around with Tofu. Tofu's able to get away with the invis, and Watson with that final avalanche will be able to get out. So a scrappy fight from both sides, but again, considering Gaimin as a whole are behind,
They'll take it.
They'll take these plays.
They need to get whatever they can out of these moves. And that was literally when Dyrachyo got a full Satanic delivered, and they can actually still pop him in time with the chain disables.
I mean, it was sort of a fantastic position for them to find him in, right? In the river, didn't really have anyone else around him at the initial time that they get that setup from Watson. And as we're seeing from both of them, these are kind of Shadow Blade plays from Watson and also from Tofu are getting quite a lot done for allowing them to sneak around the map and just get that extra bit of information to set up these plays.
I actually feel like the Shadow Blade is doing so much work for Watson.
It is. It's caught them off numerous times, even after being revealed.
And now he's getting closer to matching Dyrachyo. He's only a little bit behind. He doesn't have the same buff ups as we said, the Alacrity, but he is going to always have the Bloodlust from Celery, which is nice. Keeping close with the levels too. We see they're 21, 20, 19. So in terms of experience, they are keeping up. Tundra with some pretty big slip-ups there. The Gaming will absolutely capitalize on.
Yeah, losing heroes one by one.
And Watson, he still only has that one death, which is very nice for him. Shield Rune also picked up.
See if they can try and time anything with this. They have the Solar Guardian back up, so could definitely look to make a move that Ace is going to be able to follow up on.
Roche is back up. Looks like
they're going to want to fight this game, and there's no way that they're going to feel comfortable sitting back and letting Tundra take this, surely. I guess it goes down quickly.
Quinn is also probably saying he's close to the Lincolns, so he might want to finish that. Let's see if they know. I mean, they know now because
there's a few of them heading in the direction, but indeed, perhaps with not the full lineup, it's difficult. I mean, yeah, they're starting to pull back now. Tofu, Celery, and Watson were smoked up and starting to make the move, but the way that the entirety of the team set up, as you say, Quinn not quite being in a situation where he could have joined, they'll have to let this go once again. So Tundra now will get the Aegis once more onto Dyrachyo.
They weren't quite ready for that spawn to happen at that exact moment.
Sure.
Really wanted to finish his Lincolns. If he TPs in that moment and they do it like that, it could just be disastrous. So opts not to. Dyrachyo, he is going to go the Ags build since he's playing versus so much magic damage.
Now he's close, right? About 1,200 gold off picking that up.
How close is Watson to Daedalus too? He's pretty close. I mean, his damage, nothing to laugh at by any means. 1,100 crits are coming out. That's before the Daedalus is done. It's been staying around that, 5 to 8K to 9K.
No, it has. I think it hit sort of what the 8K literally 12 minutes ago.
It did. Yep.
For the past sort of 12 minutes, it has remained at this point. Gaimin Gladiators, without a doubt, doing infinitely better than Game 1.
Absolutely.
They're holding themselves in with a solid chance here against Tundra. Still not going to be an easy one, of course. Tundra holding the overall control of the map, of the game, getting these back-to-back Roshans, and of course still maintaining that lead. But Gaimin, they're absolutely not out of the question this time.
No, definitely not. Triple scaling cores. But with this Aegis, Tundra wants to get more out of the map here. They have good positioning of all three lanes, actually, too. Seeing top lane push in, mid push in, and bottom. Looking for a catch.
Yeah, this is going to be another big move attempted by Tundra. Let's see how prepared Gaimin are for it. For now, indeed making that pretty accurate read of just not allowing any of their heroes to be in any dangerous positions out on the map.
They're actually just cutting the top wave in particular here, so going to be able to at least address one of that lane pressure that's coming in.
Full Daedalus. So indeed, even against these tankier heroes, Watson can do quite a lot.
Oh yeah.
If he gets the jump. Tundra starting to mess around with the Tormentor. Watson stepping up for this. He's going to come in. They want to try and fight this. They've got the Solar Guardian coming in as well. They'll be able to clean the Tormentor for themselves. They'll turn to Duracho and get the BKB off. Watson looks for the toss back. They'll go for 33, but 33 is speed enough to step out, turns, drops the Doom down on towards Watson.
They're too tanky.
He comes in under 33, but they cannot take 33 down below half of his HP. He'll survive throughout it all. Tofu will fall alongside Sailor as the two supports of Gaimin will suffer.
Watson at 100 HP. He almost ticks out to that Doom as well. It's very close that he does not survive. He doesn't want to come. I mean, the way that it starts out is awkward, how Watson wants to walk in, because you're walking into 3 tanky bruisers plus that Phoenix Egg in the back. Tundra?
I mean, it's a little bit of a trade in the sense, right, that they do get the Tormentor and the Sharp for themselves, Gaimin.
But they lose a lot out of it.
They do. The pressure coming in onto the towers now for this push from Duracho.
It's all 3 BKBs used by them as well on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. So Tundra putting the banner down, might just be able to pressure 2 sides here.
Oh yeah, without the BKB available, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for Watson to be able to move in and try and get some sort of toss back to start their defense.
Look at this damage.
The mid-range drag's gone. Dragon form will end, so not super easy for Duracho to stay around and look for the melee quite now. So Tundra, they'll hold back a little bit.
When Duracho's fully buffed up, he has plus 400 damage next to the Alpha.
400?
Yeah, with the Alpha Wolf aura plus the Alacrity, it's actually insane how much he has. Sitting for like 600 even before crits. And it's a big hit for them there, too. It's an Octarine on the Doom as well, so that ult, it's going to come back up very fast. That might actually catch Gaimin off guard. They're going to inch out to look for a fight here, maybe expecting that those cooldowns are all down.
Can they find a jump or a pickoff? Watson and Celery leading the way. They've got eyes on Duracho.
He sees them, though.
He does indeed. Turns with the Dragon Tail immediately on towards Celery. Celery will be able to turn and get the Fire Blast. Watson and Quinn, they make the jump on towards Whitemon. They've killed off the Phoenix. Whitemon's gone. 33 at the same time. He drops the Doom down on towards Tofu. It's going to be a dead Muerta. The rest of the team splitting. They'll have the lasso control. Drag back as well. But Watson, he'll turn with the Avalanche. Not enough to kill Saxa, but BZM, he just has the control. The Cold Snap, the Deafening Blast, push back onto Watson. Now they can turn towards Ace. Ace with the BKB trying to TP out. He'll make it out in time.
But 80 seconds, no Watson.
It's a long time without the carry. And Tundra, they can look to push in and punish this if they wish. They just got a couple more big pickups. The Parasma now on BZM. They got a full Ags complete on Saxa.
It's a risky move that Gaimin went for here. They find Whitemon, they get excited because they're like, okay, we can actually kill the Phoenix here at this point, but Duracho is there to play, level 25.
He is.
Still had Aegis, they have no way to commit onto him as well.
They need such clean entries into these fights, Gaimin Gladiators, if they want to stand a chance. Quinn is going to reveal himself with the trees, drop down the light strike array inside that base though. They dive in, kill Celery off. He has got buyback available, we'll use it immediately. Tofu's going to also be back up in a couple of seconds. Still there's 40 seconds without their carry.
The front line just feels too tanky. Yes, Watson has some big damage, but it feels like Quinn is just tickling them at this point. The Glimmers come out and just blocks pretty much all the damage that this Lina can potentially do.
Tundra, I can keep this going for sure if they want as they swing towards the final lane.
They're so durable now on the 3 core heroes.
Full Swift Blink on Duracho. He can just get in there. It's not easy to stand up and try and push back Tundra. Even from around or underneath the tier 3s or tier 4s, Duracho will be ready to dive in.
And they have great ways to protect this egg, as we've seen now multiple different times. The Deafening Blast, the multiple stuns. Now they have double lasso as well.
5 seconds.
Gaimin could be their last.
They've got Watson back up. Gaimin. They've definitely got one final defense in them, but it has to be bigger and better than anything we've seen from them so far.
I mean, the Doom, it's back up. It's even a full refresher coming out for 33, so 2 targets could get removed.
What can they do? Celery sets forward, tries to get some information. We'll get the opening Fire Blast. They've got the aggressive Solar Guardian in as well. Watson steps in with the BKB. They're trying to burst straight direction. Can they kill him? No, Saxa. He's in with the lasso, locks down Watson. The Supernova's over there as well. It falls apart once again for Gaimin. They can't get the big kills. They cannot kill this dragon as Duracho charges forward, full HP. Celery to fall.
He's charging. Oh, they're all dead here.
And he's ready to dive the fountain. In he goes. They'll tap out. GG is called as Tundra take the second game as well here in this best of 5. 2-0 up now as Gaimin. It's a little better than the last game, Fog, but again, going into that game 3, we're going to have to see them improve even more, because if they can't, Tundra, they've just got their number.
They really do. And they just seem to have a beautiful understanding of how to group up when they need to and just strike that strong. You see these Glimmers coming into play. I mean, Quinn, it felt like he actually started to do no damage really quick when they got this triple timing there. If one hero was isolated, sure, they could probably kill them if they get the full chain stun, but when it's a group element there coming in from Tundra, Quinn can't get his spells off. He can't pop these heroes, and it's just too many tanky ones in the front.
A tough one indeed, once more for Gaimin. Maybe, as I say, something something they could take away a little bit in the sense that that beginning, it was a whole lot better than the last game, right? There was definitely much more hope for Gaimin this time round in comparison to what we saw in game one. And even in the bits where they were behind, we saw, as I say, it was like kind of 21 minutes into towards the 33-minute period. They stopped them from getting that lead, but it wasn't enough. Tundra again taking another game here in this finals, and they now are up 2-0 against Gaimin Gladiators.
There were still signs of life for Gaimin Gladiators in that second game. They're able to get pickups. They're able to still put out that burst damage and show Tundra that they do have the capabilities to fight, but not so much a 5v5 that sent.
I don't really know where to begin with this game because honestly, I think it followed a kind of a weird.
Okay.
There's like a weird narrative.
Do you want to start a draft at lane then? Like let's try and.
I don't know. I'm still trying to make sense of how things ended up happening in this game because it felt like Tundra were in a really dominant position and they should have kind of just been able to coast this and then somehow Gaimin find a couple of picks here and there. Just
I mean, that
comboing.
Dragon Knight one that we just saw was the big one.
There's a couple of blunders this game, I guess is a good way to put it from Tundra. They have their Invoker dying out of position alone. They have their Dragon Knight down out of position alone, but they have a really big buffer. Like they're in a great position and they are going to bring this one into an ultimate victory. I will give credit to Gaimin Gladiators for doing a good job of, despite this not being, in my opinion, the best Dawnbreaker game, trying to find some sort of avenues of success with the Solar Guardian and playing around the fact that you have a lot of good duos of heroes that can kill, like Tiny plus Lina, Tiny plus the Dawn, etc. But ultimately, for me, part of the problem here, we were talking about this backstage, you brought it up, neither of us really likes in this patch playing two supports that don't farm very well. And ultimately you end up with this Ogre and this Muerta who don't offer so much in these 30-40 minute fights. The other team has Bat Rider Phoenix.
Yeah,
and
I mean, for sure, that's a big difference. I mean, I think there's a lot of, I think overall, they have worse heroes, I think, than Tundra. Like, they played the game kind of...
Sometimes you gotta be matter of fact with it.
No, I think in the meta right now, if you look at Tundra's draft, it's just so strong. Like, they have the Dragon Knight, the Bat, the Phoenix. They have so many good things going for them, whereas, yeah, like, supports can't farm, right? You have a Tiny carry, also not optimal. You have a Dawn, but it's into Doom, it's into Phoenix. It's not the best Dawn game either, right? And then you do have the Lina, and you saw Quinn do a lot of work at this game, but it's just not enough. And I think they did better than you would even expect from the draft this game. That was even a little bit of hope for me that maybe this Tiny can get fat enough that that it looks like one of those games we've seen from Yatoro, where he just kills everyone and he's just standing there and cleaving everyone down, right? But no, I think just going back to the draft once again, even when they drafted the first 4 heroes, it just didn't look that amazing to me. It looked like, okay, we have something up our sleeves for the last pick. But no, it was just a support Muerta. I thought we might be seeing a Lina carry, for example, for Watson against the Doom with the Ogre, Bloodlust. That would make sense to me why they drafted like they did, but no, they just drafted 3 cores. Maybe they had something up their sleeve, but decided to not go like that. I think Crit was talking about the last pick Medusa potentially, but when they picked Invoker, they felt like, okay, it's not that good anymore. And then they went for the plan B. But
I guess also when you look at this just overall draft and what the two teams have, I feel like this is a really, really good Bat Rider game. It's a really good Phoenix game. You're playing Phoenix against tanky cores like Dawnbreaker and Tiny, so your Sunray is amazing. And you're playing with tanky heroes like Doom and Dragon Knight, so Sunray is amazing defensively, right? So just the percentage scaling of that is amazing. And then you have the Bat Rider against 0 dispels, except more to self-dispel. So all the sticky napalms, the lassos are gonna stick.
Yeah.
And it kind of becomes this game of, this is what we saw Gaimin pull off in a couple of the fights in the mid-game that I thought was impressive, was when the fights are scrappy, I think they have a chance. The more organized it is, the harder their lineup is to play. Because I think Tundra literally just needs to get any good lasso, pull someone in, or a Dragon Tail to start the fight, and they're just going to pile on them and overpower them with just, like you said, just stronger heroes.
Yeah. I think it's a good point with the Bat Rider, because we saw it last game being played against Lycan and Bounty Hunter, and then he had no time to get his items, and then the hero just completely falls flat, right? Yeah. We saw it against Abaddon the other day. It was the same thing. Just all your spells are removed by 1 shield, right? But this is a free Bat Rider game, and then the hero shines once again. So I think, again, it really comes down to this little chess match in the draft where you get this free Lycan game in game 1, and this time around your supports are just so superior in the end. And I think that's something that Gaimin really needs to work out in the next game, because I feel like Tundra has the upper hand in the strategy department.
No, I would definitely agree in the Doom being the first pick. At the end of game one, when we were talking about this panel, we said, you know, you take away that beast, you ban out most of what it feels like a 33 heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and maybe for game two, you let it Doom through, right? That's the strategy that they went for. And then Doom, whilst he wasn't the standout in this, he still did his job. He was still a nuisance, and it felt like there were no answers for him. So you're still, again, trying to target 33, but then not having answers in the game for his hero that he ends up on.
We were talking about this earlier. I like that they gave away Doom. I think it's good. I think this is a way to attack Tundra. I just don't think they took advantage of it. They didn't pick particularly great heroes against Doom. They didn't punish him that hard in lane either. It's like, maybe this tiny carry is an interesting solution, and that was the plan here was, okay, we're going to pick a carry that can actually survive being doomed. Like you have 3,000 health, Sanjin Yasha, stand your ground. But you're not, you can survive being doomed, but you're not limiting 33's game overall.
Yeah.
He got his items, he could pick who to doom in the fight, he can kind of navigate, and you saw in the end he has the full inventory with the refresher and everything, right? So maybe if you are trying to give away that hero over Beastmaster, I think the biggest benefit you have is that you can actually try to really triple down on shutting down his game. Doom does not recover as well as Beastmaster does, and you can beat him in lane a lot harder.
I do feel like that's what's been in game one and game two. They sort of look as if they're building up to shut down 33, but it's never fully 100% executed. It's like, oh, we get about 70, maybe even 80 if you want to be generous, % of the way done, and then the other 20 is still enough leeway for Tundra and 33 to get back into it and have that full effect of this hero.
Yeah, I think the game plan is just not executed 100%, like you're saying. It's but at the same time, it also speaks to how strong Tundra are, right? Like it's so hard to shut 33 down and to shut the game plans of Tundra down, because they have such a deep hero pool and such a deep like strategy repertoire. Like you also see the Doom adjusted in this game. He skilled the Infernal Blade channel against the Tiny, right? At level 20. I think that's kind of unusual. I think you go for the cooldown on Scorcher normally, so you just haste it all the time. Not sure, but it just made sense in this game at least against the carry Tiny. So even if the carry Tiny got really farmed, they would have the damage through the percentage-based damage from Doom, right?
And
so
Phoenix.
And you see a Glimmer Cape second line on Doom. I just feel like you give 33 his heroes, but he finds a way. Even if you counter it,
something will work.
Even
for
if
him.
you go 100% on game and do a full, game plan with countering 33, he's gonna find a way to make his hero shine regardless.
Look, it didn't work out in game one for them. It didn't work out in game two. Props to Tundra. Right now, they are 2 up in a best of 5. One more game, and they could be the champions here at Blast Slam 2. But before we get to that, and before we even get to our game number 3, we've got to get to a break.
Hey everybody, we are here with Gaimin Gladiators for a wonderful piece of content called Social Media Mafia. Rules are very simple. I've collected your builds, your all chats, your tweets. If you know that it's you, you need to blame someone else. And you all have to pick who you think that it is. For this content, of course, Quinn also decided to start a pub as soon as we walked in the door, so he will be literally in a pub the entire time while we do this. Let's begin. First one here, gonna pop this up. This is BSJ is the greatest player the world has ever seen.
I don't think I've ever said that about BSJ.
Quinn would have written goated.
I would have used way different words.
Right.
Tweet is too simple.
Game, sir. Are you dead?
Oh, we lost, yeah. I also hadn't started using Twitter yet in 2017. I started later.
2017?
Ace?
But why would he goat BSJ?
Ace loves BSJ?
Maybe it's also possible it's Ace, to be honest.
Any defense, Ace?
I wouldn't know, like I have a short memory for this stuff.
That's not the best defense I've ever heard.
All right, I'm also down to say Ace.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, point to who you think. All right, we got 2. You are the tiebreaker. Point to who it is.
Okay.
Ace. The correct answer was, of course, Quinn. How can it?
I did have Twitter.
He's the only North American. Why would Ace say BSJ is the GOAT? All right, this one is a tweet. This is a beautiful picture of a flower, everyone. And it says, there is always light at the end of a dark chapter. Shadow is never forever, even when it's hard to imagine any light to shine again.
What on earth? That has to be him. That has to be. I mean, it's one of you two.
It sounds like tofu. No. It was what your first feeling, your first gut was, celery.
I do like flowers, but this is a fucking tofu
Your
present.
gut feeling, the first thing you thought about. Like to me, it's 95% celery.
Okay.
Or Quinn had some experience. It
Could always be Quinn.
I would never tweet this.
Here we go.
Did you hear that,
3, 2, 1.
Check the picture again.
That is a unanimous tofu. Yeah, it was celery. Well done, celery. I gotta ask, what the hell does this mean, bud?
I know, it's just a fun tweet.
Take this picture yourself.
It's in my garden.
Oh, I knew.
Pub's
Done in your
over.
pub?
Yeah, my pub's over.
All right, get in here, right in the corner. I believe right now is a tie between celery and Quinn. All right, lightning round. If you pick Dark Willow, you are scum.
Man.
Defend yourself.
I can't even defend myself.
Oh, okay. Celery, any ideas?
I mean, it's definitely not me. What
Okay,
is
3, 2, 1. It unfortunately was Quinn.
You
Celery,
can't give
are
him a
winning.
free one like that.
I didn't know.
How do you give him a freebie?
It was randomized.
Congratulations, that was a quick win. Well done.
Thank you.
But thank you guys so much for playing Social Media Mafia. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Our grand finals best of 5 continues. We've got a game number 3 on the horizon, and it could potentially be our last one. Tundra right now having 2 wins for themselves, and Gaimin Gladiators going to have to pick themselves up a little bit here, Sin, shake themselves off and come in with some new ideas and really persevere through it.
Yeah, this is the biggest challenge you're going to face in a Bo5, generally speaking, is being down 0-2, because not only do you have to win 3 in a row, but you also have to, generally, in order to win 3 games, you need to have more than one idea. Now, you can win 1 game off of a new idea, and that's great, but you're probably going to have to dig a little bit deeper than that. And like Misery pointed out, the hero pools that we've seen so far from the 2 teams, Tundra might have a little bit more in the bag. And speaking of the whole reverse sweep, Tundra just did that a week ago. So they've shown that they can do it in recent times. For Gaimin Gladiators, I think this is, they've done it before. It wouldn't be the first time they do a reverse sweep, but it is, it's a long battle ahead. And going into today, I thought these 2 teams were pretty evenly matched. We're starting to maybe see a couple of cracks here.
Yeah.
Maybe you could say evenly matched in skill, because you guys weren't even favoring Gaimin Gladiators draft in that game number 2, and they still found ways back into this to make it competitive and to remind Tundra that they are there to play and to make this one a close one.
Yeah, I really think it is. It really comes down to the strategies, and the play will come naturally, I think, if they have their, I don't know, a more competitive draft compared to Tundra.
Do you guys want to put out some ideas on how you think you could change it up, try and find a winning strategy in such a short amount of time?
So far, which heroes has Tofu played? So he played Murta last game, and in game 1 he played Bat. So perhaps going a bit more into the scouting approach, running Tofu on the Riki or on the Bounty Hunter, and up prioritizing these heroes. I think they in this previous game, I don't remember the exact draft order if Bounty has been an option for Gaimin in either of the games, but if Gaimin have first pick here, I would like to see them try to get their hands on Bounty Hunter and give away Doom if you have to, or give away Beastmaster, but get something that puts you in the driver's seat and naturally generates gold so that you can keep scaling.
So for game 1, they opened with Beast, and then Tundra countered with Gyro, and then they got to open the phase with Bounty. And
yeah, they got a second phase Bounty.
Yes, and then in game 2, Gaimin banned it out.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's also changing up the openers here. It's nice to see a little bit of difference going on with that one. And the answers for everything that we've talked about are going to be given right now, because at game 3 in our best of 5 at Grand Finals, well, a draft is ready.
Game 3 of the Grand Final. So far, 2 games, I believe Tundra have simply just outdrafted Gaimin Gladiators. Do you think Misery Gaimin have it in them to be able to get a draft over the line to make this third and hopefully not final game a little bit more competitive?
Yeah, you said yourself there, hopefully. I also really hope that they can come back into the series. It would be such a shame to go out on a clean 3-0 here. But I'm not sure. I think it's a tough order right now for Gaimin. I do think that one of the keys to coming back into the series is to find some support heroes for Tofu and for Celery that works for them, that they can either scale in or create some kind of momentum in the game, some kind of snowballing effect. I do think that right now, both these games, the supports have had little to no impact, not necessarily because of how they played their heroes, just because of the matchups. So I think that's their biggest issue right now, is finding the correct supports for Tofu and Celery.
Yeah, I know. I think for Gaimin at least as well, to build on that, they've a little bit lost their identity coming into this Grand Finals, right? Like beforehand, we were praising them, like, wow, they refound some concepts, and now, you know, game 1 they're taking Beast but not thinking about Lycan. Game 2 they're going for the Dawn, and in second phase it's double pick carry, tiny mid laners. These are things that they haven't done so far in Blast Slam 2, but once they enter the Grand Finals against Tundra, it really feels like they're maybe just simply overthinking things a little bit.
I was just thinking the same thing, how like you're not really focusing on yourself, but you're trying to counter Tundra. We talk about Town 33, right? You talk about like some of the heroes that Tundra has been playing, but actually Gaimin Gladiators, I think, need to start focusing on themselves, right? Going back to the supports again, like find some heroes that you want to play, and don't focus too much on what Tundra is gonna do. Maybe ban out the heroes that works against what you have decided you're gonna play, right? And then not be scared of the Doom or the Beast or whatever, and just build a draft like that. This game we have the Dawn going through again. They banned out the Morphling.
And again, the Doom's available. So here for Gaming, are they considering, okay, they ban the Doom, pick the Dawn, maybe? Oh, there's the Bounty.
Yeah, so
I mean, you were asking about Tofu's hero, right? Yeah. So locking that in straight away, that's not really a problem. That is a step in the right direction.
It's also the kind of point we were going for on the panel a little bit, that it would be cool to see Gaimin Gladiators mix it up completely and go for this scouting support, this kind of different approach than just going for the standard more at the bad fighter. Like, these heroes don't really... Yeah, I don't know. I think you gotta be more sneaky against Tundra right now, especially if you want to come back into the series. You gotta mix it up.
And we're already in somewhat uncharted territory, at least for Blast Slam 2 for 33, as the Beast is gone, the Doom's gone, the Bristle's gone. So far, what else has he played? He played a Sanking game, but the key heroes to get him to this position in the Grand Finals.
I wouldn't.
And also, you know, Lycan's still available, so let's respect that one before we forget as well.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, I think Lycan could be good for Gaimin right now. I don't think they should ban the Lycan. I think they should look to take it against the Bat Rider. Okay. And then secondly, I think I wouldn't mind them banning Sanking and banning the next 33.
So another one,
yeah, and just because remove his hero pool. There's still PA in the game though as well, so that might have something to do with the Warlock ban a little bit. I'm not sure what that is about.
I think Warlock is the hero that One has utilized to ensure that no matter what, Director can get into the lane, right? Like, you have the heal, you have the Fatal Bonds, it pushes the wave. As long as you have one small or any pool camp available, I feel like it's like one of the strongest play all lane 5s.
I love Warlock, but I kind of don't like this ban. I don't think it serves any purpose once again.
And they banned the Lycan themselves because Tundra could have opened Lycan out of phase, but anyway, back to the Warlock.
And you have 4 heroes to counter the Lycan, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Lycan is already not good against Bounty Hunter. I think Warlock is already not good against Bounty Hunter, so I already think that they are too much in their own head.
Would you have preferred the Phantom Assassin ban there to ensure that they aren't falling victim to Doracchio's strongest carry of the patch, or is that also still maybe an overreaction?
I think the PA ban would not be bad because you might stare down at a 9 PA from Tundra, which is a lot more scary in my opinion, because like the PA doesn't really have any clear-cut counters, right? Whereas the Lycan is only really strong when we saw it in game 1, right? Where he counters the supports really hard and there's no... Like the Wolves have a purpose basically, right? The same with Warlock. I feel like without the PA, we haven't seen anyone play Warlock. So for me, it's a little bit odd bans from Gaimin Gladiators, but let's see if they have something... Yeah, what are they thinking here? So I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw PA being picked up straight away here for Tundra.
Yeah, that's the hero that makes the most sense, at least from their previous drafts, to ensure that their kind of draft integrity holds strong, and there's still lit available. There's other position 5s that PA will be able to utilize.
I don't think PA needs Warlock. I think it's a potent combo that we've seen a lot, but it's...
They actually just go straight for the Sand King, okay.
Yeah, I wish they would have banned Sand King, like we talked about.
Well, so the Sand King and the Lycan ban, if you fully respect it, because I think if Sand King was banned and let's say Lycan was available, I think they, even though it's bounty, they might just still pick it just for the map play and the pressure.
Yeah, but then I think you just try to counter Lycan and play against it, because I don't think the hero's that good if the Wolves are...
I mean, I think the fact that we're just talking like this is already how Gaimin's thinking. It's like, all right, if we give Tundra this hero, then we have to now counter this, and whilst we're doing all this, now Director's got more information, BZM's got more information, right? It's the value of 33.
I mean, Sand King is not a hero that we see that much, but just looking at the grand final of Fisher, it felt like the Sand King hero was really strong. I'm actually a little bit surprised nobody else has tried to play around with this hero. It looked like a very, very good hero. Bounty Hunter arguably is pretty good against Sand King because the track. I think they usually go for the Invis facet.
Yes, they do, yeah.
I like this pick a lot from Gaimin as well, just because I think it adds this... kind of, I feel like they're matching the level of good heroes now, you know?
Right, okay. I was seeing where you're going with that one.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but I think their heroes are just as good as Tundra's now. Yeah. I don't think they are getting outpaced. I think they're picking more into the meta. I think Celery and Tofu are gonna have really high impact in the game naturally by just playing the lanes out.
They're also ready for the fight, right? Like Sand King, I double-checked 33's games. He always goes for the blink first, then he thinks about maybe pipe or a Shiva's. Like he's not rushing the Bloodstone that we saw in previous versions. It is the kind of the old school Sand King of I need blink and some type of aura for the team. And
he will adjust, I think.
Yeah.
So we're literally going for the trio of game 1, right? That Tundra was running. For Gaimin Gladiators. I think this is a much better approach already, so I think this could be an interesting one.
But it is going to give a little bit of farm to that Sand King, right? Like if you're flacking the wave in and Sand King gets the wave, he collects it. If he goes for the barrage build and for fighting, I think it's better. But if he just flacks the wave,
no, you don't.
I think that's going to be dangerous. But I think just something to consider.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can end up in a situation where you push it into Sand King. That's not ideal. Sand King naturally does push the wave himself as well. But I do think that both Jargot and Pugna will bully this lane quite hard. I think Pugna alone will almost beat these two heroes in 1v2.
Do you think there's going to be some like laning shenanigans then when they're going to pull that wave? Sand King might go hit some small camp, like do the same thing they did in that Lycan in game 1, or is it not as possible?
I don't think you can jungle Sand King.
I'm trying to think.
Be surprised, but I think you're going to see a lot of stacks coming out.
The Sand can grab the wave, and then the back can then do the small camp. I'm cooking too hard here, I think.
No, I mean, they will do whatever is best, I think.
I'm just excited to see if they have any technology. That's basically what I'm getting at.
Could be. I think the stacking is a good technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a clockwork. Against the Pugna, perfectly fine. Gyrocopter is nice. Yeah.
It's actually, very good clock game. Can't blame them for going for that one. But right now they have no real physical damage, I guess. They have no real core hero. It's kind of like a lot of stun, disable, teamfight, but they don't have like this anything against BKB, right? Like BKB timings would crush this lineup right now, so they have to think about that.
I still think PA feels very good for Tundra. The question is, do they want to pick it and give more information towards gaming? Or if they have like the generic mid hero, like the Pangolier or the Invoker type to play, but they go straight for the lifesteal. I always seem to forget about lifestealer as a hero, but then it naturally is very good against Gyrocopter with the Rage. You then get Ag, so when you go to Flak, you can pressure there.
Okay, so now you Ace, you see the carry, right? You see the clock. Lifestealer lane probably. Could be Batrider on Whiteman. I don't know how they rate that, if it's like just depending on the lanes, but Ace should be able to find something for himself here. Enigma could be an option against the Lifestealer. It's not what I usually consider an Ace hero, but it's definitely there. I think their lineup would benefit from some kind of frontline.
Tide here? Tide?
Tide, maybe. Yeah, Tide's good against Bat. Yeah. You can get the pipe for the Sand King.
Yeah, so you can just frontline the Sand King jump.
You don't care about Lifestealer. Yeah. I kind of like that.
Oh. I mean, it is game 3. They could get eliminated.
Dude, I can't remember if this was on camera, off camera, or what. But I was saying that I think Gaimin Gladiators lineups look too generic, too basic.
They need that little bit of something.
They need some more sophistication in there. They need some more, I don't know, some heroes that are hard to deal with, you know? It's not all this ogre magi, just very honest hero, right? We need something more annoying. I think this is a really good approach.
It is annoying, but is it annoying enough? When Sand King, if he has the invis, he can stand in front of the tower. Can he protect the clock and the Batrider, the vision, the jump? They can punish the Brood Lane. No. Yes, it is a good Broodmother game because you force the Lifestealer out of the lane when you hit 6 and you force the Sand King down there. But they need to ensure that they capitalize on that space of the Broodmother and the heroes behind that are you know, capitalizing on that.
They for sure need to play pretty clean. But I do think naturally these heroes, if they play well, there's going to be so much pressure on Tundra, right? And you're also going to have that last pick for Quinn to tie it all together. Some kind of disabler or some kind of tiny like we saw in game 1, right?
You hit the perfect word, disabler. Right now, Gaimin Gladiators in the team fight, they have a rocket from a gyrocopter and Shadowwalk Sun from a bounty hunter. Is that enough team fight misery?
No, then you're too all in on the lanes, I would say. Yeah. But I like this approach more from Gaimin Gladiators than what I've seen the other 2 games. I think you're putting pressure on Tundra. You're limiting what they can pick. There has a lot of things that now they have to deal with, right? So I think this is a nice development in that way. I wonder what do you buy on Broodmother offline? We're going to see Orchid? Looks like not a bad Orchid.
No, I don't mind Orchid. I think Orchid, and then you assess the situation. Maybe you need to go BKB to stand your ground, and maybe SMY if the game looks better.
Sure.
Yeah, but I think Orchid's like your foundation. I think if you don't kill heroes and you just farm, the lack of teamfight will hurt you. I think you need to really play lane and break the map after. So for the Quinn hero, I'm only seeing Pangolier at the moment myself. Just to be like the aggressive from mid, get a rune, go gank a lane, dive that tower, push the Sand King away from defending it.
Tiny Pangolier, but they're not the greatest in this game, I think, against a Lifestealer and stuff like this. But
is Ember okay? Like an early Mage Slayer hero where you can just chip down the Sand King and just delay the damage?
A little bit into...
I feel like I'm reaching a bit.
No, it's not the end of the world, I think, because it's not the best against Lifestealer. It's not the best against Lifestealer, but I think... Okay, well, that's not a stun.
No, that's not a stun at all. No.
It's a Quinn hero.
It is a Quinn hero, yeah.
And maybe that's also why they choose to go for something like this, because the Pangolier, the Tiny, the Ember, they don't look that great into Mark, into Lifestealer, I think. So maybe and also they're worried about the lane perhaps a little bit, where if you pick this melee hero and you get bullied in mid, it could be problematic. But with the Quap, at least now you're, once again, it's a hero that Tundra has to address, right, in the lane. You also get the pure damage for the Lifestealer.
It's all momentum though. It's all about that tempo.
It really is.
Like Quap's about creating problems in the lane. Brood's about creating problems in the lane. Gyrocopter is pushing out that lane.
But what did we have in game 1? It was kind of similar from Tundra, right? They had the mid tiny, but a lot of the draft was about winning the lanes and snowballing.
They go for Ember. I am...
Interesting.
That's the polite way, I think, of wording it. I'm very worried for gaming because when you think about the team fight, the scaling, how do you close out the 25, the 30-minute, the critical moments of the game?
Sure.
It is a lot easier for Tundra. You have the blink burrow strike from a Sand King, the lasso, the hook shot, the Ratio being able to walk in, right, with that rage. Ember as well with a Shivas to maybe scout out the Brood and tank up. On the flip side for gaming, if the lanes don't go well, their way to fight is about pushing waves and hoping they have the items or just the smoke positioning to ensure they have the jump. But when they jump, they've got what?
But I think the lane should go well.
They should go well.
For Gaimin Gladiators. And you're going to have the Pugner to take towers, you're going to have Broodmother to take towers, you're going to have the bounty scouting. Like, you're going to be on the side of the map of Tundra. And then it's just a matter of, can Tundra withstand the pressure? Can they delay the game enough to get enough items? And like, once Sand King gets a lot of items, gets tanky, Lifestealer, Ember as well, I think Gaimin Gladiators could be in trouble, but there's going to be a lot of pressure coming at Tundra's way the first 20 minutes.
So for Gaimin Gladiators, we're saying they have to win the lanes. They have to take that first Aegis. They have to try and choke out the map to ensure they get like a 15k gold lead. And with that, then the second Aegis, that's when they look to close out the game. But we're talking about one of like the perfect games for a team. How often do you see that type of performance in the current patch against a team like Tundra?
And they're down 2-0, right?
And they're down 2-0.
Back against the wall.
Their back is against the wall. I feel like, I don't have the stats on this, I'm just going to make it up, but it does not matter. I feel like this is one of the lowest stun draft I have seen in a grand finals, in an elimination match as well. Not only have they put this much pressure on themselves, but if they are to win this game, my God, that is the start of a comeback, of the reverse sweep. But it's a pretty difficult draft.
It is, but I don't know. I like this more for Gaimin Gladiators than last game at least. But let's see how this one plays out in game 3 of the grand final. Blast Slam 2.
Ace Broodmother. There we go.
Ace Broodmother.
Can they do it? Gaimin Gladiators backs against the wall here as Tundra up 2-0 right now against them. And coming into this third game draft, exciting stuff, different stuff from Gaimin, or at least different from what we've seen from them recently, at least in these previous 2 games. We're getting more of that kind of old school Gaimin flair, right? Especially with these last 2 picks. Ace bringing out the Brood, and Quinn goes for his good old Queen of Pain fogged.
I think Misery said it for me a little bit like I was expecting. It's the dishonest, right? They're trying to make this a little dishonest. They don't want to have some honest little ogre here or anything like that, wanting to switch up the meta, especially switch up the laning phase. And I feel like they're all in on lanes, right? Gaimin, if they don't have these lanes go well for themselves, it does look like it's going to be a very problematic game. They have 0 stun zone. Rocket and, like, yeah, Bounty, right, with his attack.
Yeah.
They literally have, like, no catch for an Ember Spirit and limited catch for pretty much anybody and no BKB piercing disable. They have the pure damage that can come from Quap, which is great, but I do feel like these lanes are everything that we have to look at for Gaimin. If they can get that snowball going, the game might naturally flow together, but if they don't win these lanes,
That wasn't a too flattering stat there for Queen of Pain. Out the top 5 worst hero win rates since TI 2024, Queen of Pain is 4th.
Yeah,
with about a 40% win rate.
I know Nox has been waiting with that stat.
He's waiting for that Quap pick to put it out there and be like, why are they picking it?
Because we were saying we might see like a Quap or 2 come in, and then Nox goes. It literally has one of the worst win rates when he came up to us. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's like it can be one of the ultimate snowball heroes, right? You start getting ahead, just the burst that you do with the Masochist. It can be insane.
But that's truly what it is, right? Getting ahead and staying ahead. Ace gets his TP canceled. They've got the Blood Grenade.
Well, they can definitely bully him back a little bit. And indeed, with that TP used, he's going to be caught in a bit of an unfortunate spot. Another Blood Grenade out. He's into the trees trying to get off the map, but they will get him. First blood for Tundra as Whitemon takes him down. And of course, not only dead, but will have to take the slow walk back to that lane fogged.
Not the start that they would ideally want, in particular in that top lane, especially since we're talking about them being all in on the lanes, just like the panel was saying as well. So
that's as bad as it can get, right?
It really is.
As you come into a game as a Brood, that's rough. Well, best of luck to Ace. We'll see what he can do with this sort of start. It is going to be the biggest challenge for him out of all of these games that he's had so far in this grand finals. Heading to the lane at
Celery.
And into a lane in which they're on the verge of maybe finding something else there, as the 2 of them are being able to bully back Celery. Duracho, he's going to be quite overjoyed with the way that this lane has been set up for him.
Absolutely. It's the dream start versus a draft that pretty much wants to have these lanes go as good as possible. Mid lane also, BZM. That's why they wanted this last pick, Ember.
Yep.
It's a good hero in the game, of course, versus the 0 disables, but also one that can play around a Queen of Pain inside of the lane to dodge some of the nukes. Just get that good CS. I mean, BZM, he is cruising right now in these first few waves.
It's one of the stronger ones for the lane matchup, I feel, if you can be hot with the slight of
Ace,
and
he just got back.
Oh, not again.
They've got the decrep.
Okay. Ace is in a very delicate position with how this lane has begun.
He cannot die again.
Meanwhile,
bottom,
on the other side,
much more chill.
What are we getting here?
He's going to be fine, right?
Yep.
Watson, he should be set up for absolute success in this lane. He's playing versus the Sand King. He's got the Bounty Hunter behind him. It's a very strong lane that they have set up. But if he gets left alone, that's where it can be a bit problematic for the Gyro. But overall, should be okay. Ace.
I mean, Celery's trying his best with his Decrepifies to keep Ace safe. The one charges will keep him alive. Only just, though, having to chew through those tangos. We can see, indeed, at the most Broodmother games, Ace is on top with 66. And a good thing as well, because he's going to have to use all his knowledge, all his experiences to try and pull back from what's been one of the roughest starts to a game you can have on a Brood.
Yeah, one of the roughest. Yeah. 3 last hits at this 3-minute mark, just about. A hero that we've seen Ace thrive on in a lot of games, but this is going to be one of the slowest starts. Saksa takes quite a beating. He has the salve if he wants to play around it. Watson loses the movement speed, so can't keep on him.
Can't spend any more time away from the wave. Has to get back to the lane.
BZM continues to do fantastic in this lane. 17-4 to the 12-2.
I mean, who is going to be the threat for BZM? Like,
I don't know.
How do you stop an Ember getting out of control this game?
It won't be them looking to like gank him or anything. It'll be Gaimin Gladiators looking to like 5-man and kind of get the ball rolling against him rather than trying to pick him off. But if he's off to a fantastic start, he can play pretty good versus that 5-man when there's literally no stuns that he has to deal with. And if he's doing so good versus Quinn...
I mean, he's getting to the point where if BZM gets like a nice slight change...
It could be. Could be close.
Quinn's got to really be respectful of how much BZM can do if he can catch him.
I mean, BZM has been unbelievable on his mid lane so far in this tournament and last tournament. He's been crushing it. Quinn.
Now, how's Quinn doing on the regen?
He's low on it.
It's going to have to look for the water in at 4 minutes. Are they bringing anyone else in to trip him up? They're bringing someone in to help him out at least, yeah. Yep. Tofu's going to be around, knows how important it is for Quinn to get that refill.
Shifting Tofu over and Watson overall in the laning position. He should be able to shove it out and shouldn't be under threat here.
No, he's doing good. I can see on the CS, right, Watson. He's having a pretty hot time here at the beginning of the lane.
With interesting starting items too, the double blades of attack. As we said, we've seen a couple different builds, in particular from the gyrocopters, but Dyrachyo is the only one that goes the drum disassemble. Most of these other gyros, they're still doing Falcon Blades, so just interesting to point that out.
And honestly, as the last few moments and minutes have progressed, looking at the top lane, Ace is indeed not doing too bad at all, considering how rough that first couple of minutes of gameplay was. Being able to maintain the same amount of CS as 33 is on the other side of the map. And he's being a little bit more HP away. BZM.
That was very close. He's got another slight. He might be able to get him. And he doesn't guess the right way. That was close.
He's very lucky to live there, Quinn.
Ace?
Back up top, indeed. Ace getting aggressive, trying to chase down Whitemon. They're going to have it.
The trade.
Ace does die for it. But as I say, this is the power of someone who's played 66 games of Brood and competitive. Doesn't matter if he gets knocked down hard at the start. He's still able to find something out of this lane.
At least a trade. And Dyrachyo is being kept pretty low, so once he comes back up their full HP, they could look to pressure him a little bit more here. Still, want to be able to get a bit more out of that lane. 33.
So if we try to see if we close in onto 33, but he's ended up in a very dangerous position under the tower. Gets taken out. Same time in the mid. BZM's got the setup with the chains. TP coming in though. Quinn, blink on cooldown for a few seconds, but Quinn actually standing his ground, nearly being able to take down BZM with it. But BZM's bottling up.
The decrack.
It's there in time. BZM, he's out of mana. Won't have anything else to throw down onto Quinn for now.
Oh, huge decrep. That slight would have very likely killed him. Celery coming in clutch.
BZM will be able to reset, has the Remnant down, actually finds a courier.
Look at that.
Snipe base's courier as he makes the move over to here. We'll have the mana in a second to TP back to base, and then indeed has that Remnant out. Pretty deep though, over on Gaimin Gladiators side of the map.
It's as the power moon is spawning, Whitemon will be able to take the regen, and he's got BZM coming in.
Yeah, maybe they could set something up there. Beautiful change onto the two of them. Flame Break knocked back onto both of the supports.
BZM.
He's diving in aggressively with the Remnants, looks to take down Tofu, gets the kill.
Can Quinn get a trade? He's trying.
Going to try and finish it, but the slides there doesn't matter. Quinn able to get the connection with the screen to take BZM down in return. And in fact, Quinn might be able to try for Whitemon. Doesn't quite have enough mana to blink it aggressively. And with the regen rune, still sustaining Whitemon. Whitemon will survive. Same time though,
interesting rotation.
He joins forces with Dyrachyo to be able to punish Ace whilst Ace was left alone.
He TP's up there too. It's not even walked up, so was able to do that. He's going to be able to go through the portal to rejoin bottom. It is giving Watson an absolutely free lane though, but he already was getting that free lane anyway, so 33 trying to make a move.
Yeah, we'll check this again. What was going on at the same time top whilst we had that action mid. Dyrachyo just baiting Ace into trying to stand his ground against him, and then suddenly Sanking, which, to be fair to Ace, that's not something you expect every day, right? A level 4 gank coming in from the enemy offlane.
Cool maneuver, though. And 33 with that move, he's going to go to the jungle to get that farm since he doesn't want to contest versus the gyro. So a pretty interesting move to get that extra kill and set up Dyrachyo for success. He is set up for success, too. Top net worth on his team. Not quite the same as the gyro.
Now the burst. He's in with the Sonic Wave, ready to make that rotation as soon as he hit the 6 to come in and take Dyrachyo down. BZM and Whitemon, they're still at 33 around to try and punish Quinn in return. They had the Burrow Strike set up, chains to follow things up. Whitemon will fall. The 33 and BZM still standing strong, and Gaimin Gladiators, the 3 of them falling low.
These slights are so painful. It's now maxed.
He's going to have slight chains in a second. No, not quite having the reach to grab Ace on the retreat. So Ace gets out.
It's a good rotation from Quinn, but it does put him into a dangerous position, and he gets killed. And there's actually a bottle refill that comes out for BZM to be able to stay on the map. So we're still seeing that separation. The Ember versus the Queen of Pain matchup. He's 400 ahead, and he's actually going to get a secondary bottle refill. Okay. Prioritizing BZM a lot in this game, and you can absolutely see why. When he's playing versus 0 stuns, this is an Ember that can absolutely go crazy.
Top 33 for the tree line. He sets up. Has the epicenter in with the Burrow Strike. Ace, no way out of this one. 33. I mean, this whole kind of position change up to float around this top lane. It's working beautifully, and it's just not something you'd see other offlaners do. But 33 having the sort of the point of do this, and the slide comes in from BZM with his amplified damage.
He got hit by the double impact.
He did.
Yeah, he got the double slide onto him with that amp damage. Quinn had just respawned. His progression has been completely stagnated now.
We saw what BZM did when he barreled out of control in that first game on the Tiny. Even his second game performance still pretty ridiculous. This third game, the start he's getting on the Ember Spirit and the lack of answers that Gaimin Gladiators have. Early concerns certainly starting to show their head.
Absolutely. I mean, as we said, Gaimin is really about the lanes at this point in the game with their draft, and they're actually 2K behind in the laning setup. Watson is free farming, but BZM, as we said, he's going to be such a big problem. And his itemization in this game, it's natural for the Ember Spirit to just go for his usual build, go for the Mage Slayer versus the Quap. It feels very natural and very good this game. Even versus early game Gyrocopter, it's strong. Dyrachyo?
So they're trying to move in on towards him. With the rotation from Watson, Dyrachyo's got the Infest at the ready.
They glyph it. He jumps into it and they glyph the wave.
Giving a little bit of extra time to run, but still with the 4 of them, they will manage to get the job done, take Dyrachyo down.
That was clever, whoever popped the glyph with the Infest, with trying to keep that creep HP on.
Tofu. And he's still got Ace and Celery and Watson around. Tundra, 33's got the lead in with the Burrow Strike. Ace will be able to retreat.
BZM's coming.
Tundra catch anything else here. Celery, and he'll try and draw their attention away from the rest of them. Give space for his cores to escape. Got the self-decrepify, but slowly but surely Celery will be run down. As Tundra able to claim another. 10-5 coming into the 10-minute mark here in favor of Tundra.
Good disengage there from Gaimin, though. All of them kind of splitting up, Delta split to make sure they don't lose an extra target to BZM. BZM does catch them on the retreat there. Know how much damage he's able to do. Gets another power rune. Shield now on him.
He's going to be ready to get underneath these towers.
He might just go for the finishing off the tower. It's actually crazy how much he's been able to do onto this mid tower.
Yeah, just been forcing out the wave constantly and keeping the pressure on in a way that Quinn hasn't been able to relieve.
And they're set up, and if Quinn does come over here, he could just get caught. Whitemon has lasso at the ready. Could be dangerous for Quinn to step up. Gets the chains onto him.
He is able to walk up and find the chains connection. Lasso to follow up if they got enough damage. Not quite. Oh, they do.
Soxa's there.
Right in there. Getting right into the head of Quinn. He knew exactly where he was going to blink to.
It really feels like they're getting in Quinn's head. That's how many deaths in a row is that? 3 back-to-back-to-back. Shows up to try to defend his tower, but more than prepared, Tundra. And they're even filling up the bottle for BZM, digging up that water rune for him. While 33 now occupies the top lane to be able to deal with the Broodmother pressure that could come in.
Yeah, 33, top net worth for his team, and he's pretty much got that Blink Dagger online.
Honestly, how has he done it? 33 after being in a lane that he couldn't really farm against versus the gyro, he just decided, I'm just not going to lane there. I'm just going to roam. And it's worked out for him beautifully in these first 11 minutes.
And having this Blink Dagger timing, see bottom, can they threaten Dyrachyo at all? Just a rage and a run away is going to make it very difficult for Gaimin Gladiators to pressure this Lifestealer at all. Dyrachyo perfectly fine.
He's starting to feel pretty confident. The fact that they take this mid tower opens up even more for BZM when he's under 0 pressure this game versus no stuns. Now he can look to continue make moves, perhaps versus Watson too, Quinn. Really wanting to get this tower here. Dyrachyo, he's got rage.
Wrap around Quinn. Oh,
Dyrachyo's in his head. Quinn, can he get the finish up though with the scream?
Oh, he can't.
He cannot.
He can't. Oh, that's certainly a tip there. I'm surprised he didn't get more. Ooh. Well, yeah, they might have just broke him with those constant kills and plays they made around the mid.
Broke his ankles for sure.
Missing a Sonic Wave there that really needed to hit.
This early game from Tundra is going even better than I think they could have expected in the lanes that they were set up. Watson is still farming very well, but this Queen of Pain's progression is gone. No ulti for the next movement either. A devastating start for them.
Oh, what's this? Whoa! Look at that! This guy doing his 360 carties. Daraccio styling on him.
He's feeling very confident with the way that this has gone. BZM, I believe that is the Mage Slayer finished up too, and that's before there's even a Dagon finished for Quinn. Momentum is swinging in their favor. As we said, Watson is farming, but it's really just him at this point getting that good farm for his team.
I mean, overall, how tough of a game is it for Jaro to carry? With
solo? Quite difficult.
Okay.
On his own, it definitely feels okay. But Ace is starting to catch back up as well, too.
He is. And Ace on his Brood has done pretty crazy stuff. I mean, we had that number earlier about the 66 games, top amount of Brood games in competitive. I wonder what that win rate is. Maybe we'll be able to bring that up. So I imagine it's got to be a pretty solid win rate, right? From Ace's Brood across those.
He's recovered pretty beautifully, and he is going down the nice build, the Orchid, right? Which I feel like they need that one.
They need some sort of silence or lockdown, absolutely. Got to have something that catches BZM off guard. Maybe he's able to clip onto Daraccio before he has any way to remove that silence.
It is early days for a 3K lead, though, with this type of draft from Tundra, right? As you said, Gaming really wanted to have much more come out of these lanes. Let's see if they can recover things in particular for Quinn. If he can start to get at least one of these kills connect. Daraccio now will be able to likely finish up the relic. Hook shot in.
Able to get the catch on the Celery. He's going to try and protect himself with the Decrepify. Let's see if he can get out of this. He certainly can't. Sleight of Fist comes in big from BZM, and now the rest of Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to be careful. Got to get out of here. 33's around. He's got an Epicenter and his Blink at the ready.
It's so much easier for Tundra just to make plays naturally with their draft. They have stuns, they have catch, they have control. Gaming's just, it doesn't really have much of that post lanes until they start getting itemization to make up for it.
What do we have here? He got his 12,500 kill in this career. Only 12 players have more.
Wait, 12,500?
That's a lot of kills.
Xomnus is number one with 1,700. But 12,000 is, wait.
But, so you're saying there's actually quite a difference in that top 12 then? A drop of 500 kills.
He said 12,000.
17,500. Wait, what?
The other one's at 1,750. The other one's at 12,000.
Oh, did our statsman type it? He meant 17,000.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just messing with Knox.
It's all right. Our statsman can't do
He got him.
They're difficult. No, difficult. But anyway, do give me the numbers as well. In terms of Ace's win rate on these 66 Brood games, he's had about 66% win rate on
That's pretty good.
Obviously a solid win rate. Top lane win. Well, on the plus side, he didn't use Sonic Wave.
That's true.
Because he couldn't. Didn't have any mana. So he will have that when he respawns. But yeah, dead again.
Thank you. Somnus is 17,586. I figured one of these numbers was missing.
One of them was
Glimmer Cape being picked up from the Gyro. More and more of these Glimmers.
Dude, I was kind of joking about that with Gulls on his stream during the draft. I was like, maybe Gaimin need to buy some more Glimmers themselves. It seems to be the item of the day.
They do need
the weak item of the tournament, really. Tundra have been buying them up themselves. 33's got his eyes on Watson. As you know, he's got his eyes on someone else. A two-man beautiful Boris Drake coming in for 33. Catches out Celery and Ace.
And Watson's alone now. He's got his other two heroes, but Tundra's got the numbers.
Sonic Wave will push them back a little bit, but the damage just isn't there from Gaimin. As the Boris Strike for 33 catches onto Quinn. He'll be able to blink out, but he's the only one left alive, and 33's got the blink up ready to chase him. They get team wipe fogged.
Complete, 5 for 0.
Yeah.
Not even a single trade that they're able to get in. Tundra just an absolute beatdown so far.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an improvement from Gaimin from game 1 to game 2, but coming into this game 3,
this is looking as tough as ever.
It's completely disappeared. It's back to business for Tundra.
Watson can't even walk in. He can't even walk out to get a trade. Tries to Glimmer, but he's surrounded. It's 5 heroes on top of him. The Sonic Wave just tickling at this point.
Yeah, momentarily pushes back Daraccio, but that's about it. No damage.
Everyone's falling on his head.
I'm trying to keep it going. Looks like BZM's hits a slight change onto Celery.
They've got the Radiant stun already.
15 minutes in. They've been able to find it. It's not like Diraccio's been very passive at all. He's been involved in 9 of the 19 kills. Not bad whatsoever. He's been able to get involved, pick up action in the mid. Quinn, he's got the blink up. The lasso is there. This time, though, Quinn will survive.
Can they kill Whitemon, though? Are they even going to finish him off? The Cogs?
I mean, Ace is coming in from the side. He's seeing what sort of connection he can get. Sax is out with the hook shot, but Whitemon indeed will get caught.
They get one.
And they find something.
It requires them to 5-man together.
Quinn doesn't die this time.
True.
And he's nearly got his Dagon.
Had to use 5 heroes to prevent that kill. Can they get it into a tower? BZM still in the area, so is 33.
33. He's in with the opening, the burrow strike onto the both of them. Sax is trying to step up to grab them in the cogs. He'll be able to trap Ace. Ace trying to bite his way out of the cogs desperately. Decrepifying life drain comes in for Celery to keep Ace alive.
Gaimin really wanted to get that tower. They wanted to be able to group up and push forward there, but it's too hard versus the spam of BZM and 33 having this start. 33 has a Lotus now already. Just drops down that Sandstorm.
He's just played this game perfectly, and refreshing to see, right, I feel, as well, getting to see 33 pop off on the Sand King, which he really is, 406. So I feel there's been a lot of games where it's been like these Beastmasters and such, and now bam, he's coming in, he's leading the charge, making these very early jumps into action, and it's too much for Gaimin.
It really is. Quinn just still yet to be able to recover.
33.
Another jump.
Talk about the man ready to go again. At the same time, Sax is in with a hook shot on towards Tofu. 33 finishes off Ace. Saxa finishes off Tofu, and BZM comes in to clean up Celery.
They're just crushing this game. There's little hope that we're seeing really for Gaimin Gladiators. It might be all Watson that has to just pull out something miraculous, but...
Yeah, where's that rapier? A long, long way away, I tell you that.
He needs so much more time. They have to try to slow the game down somehow, but it's just difficult, as we were mentioning, for Gaming to just find any opportunities because of just the nature of Tundra's draft to find them when they are trying to split up. So many different ways to gank and set up. Be it the Bat Rider, the Ember, the Clock, or the Sand King, all of them have different ways to control and gap close.
Dratcher getting a nice find there as well with a neutral. Gets himself the Vampire Fangs.
It's 22-6, and as we said, Gaimin, it really was so much about lanes, and those lanes just... Yeah, only the bottom lanes seems to have gone the way that they expected it to. BZM goes for an SNY. He's playing versus just the Orchid, so he's got that status resistance to deal with it. No stuns whatsoever.
Yeah, it feels great. Gives him that extra bit of beefiness as well, so no real threat of being burst by the Dagon timing.
True.
From Quinn.
It's going to prevent a ton of that damage. Quinn.
He's got to be careful.
He's so fragile at this point on the Queen of Pain.
All it takes is sort of a blink burrow strike from 33 and Quinn's just dead.
Yeah.
And it might just come in here. Quinn has to blink away as soon as he sees anybody. Slight chains won't connect with the root.
Quinn is caught in a stun. Be able to blink away.
He will get out for now. Clean out the Ancient Black Dragon. Duracho's going to have a missile heading his way. A jump forward from Quinn. They'll look for the burst. The Sonic Wave's there. This time it's a solid one. Clips Duracho and BZM is enough to kill Duracho off.
Can they get more kills?
Hook shot off the mark. And Gaimin Gladiators, can they try for more? BZM's pushing in for Ace. He's got the Illusion Room popped. We'll separate for now. At the same time, Sax and Whitemon, they try to poke a Watson behind the tier 2 tower here. They're going in for the carry. They're back up. 33 comes in with a burrow strike in the epicenter. Watson just gets killed off underneath his tier 2 tower 20 minutes in.
Gaimin's trying to 5-man and fight versus them. That seems like that's the attempt at the answer, but it's actually just still not working. They find Duracho, but then Watson just gets picked off on the back from mostly just the 2 supports. Gaimin completely on the back foot here.
They really are.
Trying to desperately crawl back into this one. A gem now picked up for the Bat Rider. It's such a mountain to climb with this draft in particular.
The number's not looking too hot whatsoever for Gaimin. Tundra just coming in. I mean, already, of course, 2 very impressive games and wins from them this best of 5 grand final, but this game 3, it feels like the masterclass is just on a completely another level. This Gaimin, they will be able to struggle together to get the Tormentor.
Can they get out?
I don't know if they can. 33 again. Easy 2-man burrow strike. Easy 2 kills.
He's just always in the right place at the right time. Tundra, perfect aggression coming out from them. They take away the Wisdom Rune.
Yep.
And it's tier 2. It's pretty much going to die. I don't think they can defend with their heroes at this current moment. Duracho, he is alone.
Can they set up onto it? See what they can do. He's got the Infest if he can get it off, and he can. He's into the creep. Quinn's able to clear the creep quickly with the Dagon. He's going to have Sonic Wave shortly, Quinn. But at this point, Duracho, he's got pretty far back to safety, and the rest of Tundra's going to be there now to back him up. Gaimin cannot chase that.
Look how quick they TP, just in case of anything, right? They bring the backup for Duracho, and Quinn has to be very careful how he shows himself here. I mean, Duracho's just forcing these reactions, right? He shows himself bottom, forces 4 heroes to go on him.
This is risky with the flag hitting the lane creeps. He's kind of given up his position, Watson.
33 knows.
Yeah.
He's jumping him. The glimmer's there, but they've got the catch. Watson.
Any help for Watson? I don't think there is. There's a TP coming in from Ace, but that's not going to be enough to keep him safe. Watson's dead.
What a risky play.
Yeah, reveals himself there with the flak hitting the lane creeps. And Tundra, they were still around, ready to punish. I mean, 33, he is just everywhere.
He really, I mean, they all are, right? I think Tundra just is really understanding exactly how to play this game and exactly how to play. After those lanes in particular, just, yeah, smooth sailing of who they can catch. Look at them, they're just sweeping, right? They go top, they TP bottom, they kick them out of that area. Now they're sweeping across again to kick any of these Gaimin Gladiators from getting pretty much any progression. Another hook shot. It's, yeah, likely a solo kill that he can get here on Celery.
Yeah,
BZM will come in, though.
Gaimin just trying to push these waves out, keep the attention away from their base to try and keep this game alive and hope for the best.
But it truly is a hope and a prayer at this point. I mean, they're trying to shove these lanes out, but every time Tundra just clears it faster, and then just, again, another sweep. The second the Gaimin tries to get outside, Tundra just is hot on their trail. Especially Duracho, he's literally just running at them.
I mean, anybody shows 33's just going to get them every single time. Yeah. With the Blink Burrow strike.
Yeah, they're hunting.
He's not missed, and each time he's getting like 2 heroes minimum.
He seems to know exactly where he is. The scan connects.
Yeah, they've got eyes on Ace. As Duracho leads him with the creep infested, they get the kill against the Ace Brood, and they'll be able to take down the bounty as well. Tofu to fall.
It's just so much easier with their heroes. Just so much catch. It's just natural with their draft.
And look at this, 33 straight away. He's TPing over towards the top because he knows that maybe BZM can catch something here. Watson be able to glimmer out in time. He's on, but he's still finding it. Indeed, with this gem, he's able to lead in, get the chains connection. 33's trying to get an angle in from the side, but he had to settle for Celery instead. Celery didn't stop him from being able to make the jump over towards Watson. And Watson's now got the backup of Quinn. They're trying to tackle BZM.
He's standing his ground versus these two.
Now he's ready to just continue to try and check the Quinn. He's going to get caught outside the base. The chains are there. Quinn dead once more.
What more is there to say?
Yeah,
I mean,
what is there to say? You just look at the scoreboard and you have to go, wow, Tundra. They're really just that good right now, Fogged.
They really are. Especially, I mean, it seems like in this grand finals, they powered up more than anything.
Yeah.
Just really understanding how to draft and shut down gaming in every single situation. The lanes were devastating this game besides that one lane, and just really clever movements, especially from 33. Those moves toward top, just catching Ace off guard after he was already having a tough game. And the items just keep flurrying in.
Now
they got the pipe.
Yeah, pipe on Saxa.
So pipe Mage Slayer versus
killing anyone.
Swap, who already has the hardest game ever.
Shiva's Guard coming out about 1,000 gold or so on BZM.
So, all the answers, it feels like. And they're trapped now at this point. Wow, only 5 times before. Yeah, Quinn, he's bottom 4.
And that's out of a lot of games, right?
It is.
That is a lot of games.
33, quick jump.
Hook shot to follow things up. Quinn push them away for now with the Sonic Wave, but Ace still trapped in the cogs, can't escape. He's gone. Now BZM's ready to charge in for more moves and gets the chains onto the 2 of them as the Burrow Strike follow-ups there. Double kill for BZM. Watson's going down. Godlike for 33. Tundra, they're ready to chase on and look for the team wipe as BZM gets again the chains connection onto Quinn. Quinn's gone. GG Grats is called. Tundra take the championship title here. Blast Slam 2. 3-0 against Gaimin and Fogged. It's not even close.
This one wasn't even close. Absolute beatdown. They just really identified what they needed to do in the game, and they delivered more than anything. BZM, I have to give this guy so much credit. A lot of people giving him flack over the last, year or so. These last few months, he looks like one of the best, if not the best mid player. He literally is just delivering on so many different heroes, too. The hero pool he has is massive. And it's just phenomenal to see the limit that he's pushing some of these heroes.
Absolutely. Yeah, throughout this entire series, I mean, his KDA has been ridiculous. You know, it started off with that Shaker game. Let's have a look at the numbers. Well, the Shaker game, he comes in and then on the Invoker, 9-2 and 14. And then finishing off here with a 31 and 11. Fogged. I mean, you can't ask for more from him.
No, Tundra.
No, Shaker Tiny in the first game. Tiny in the first game, 9-2 and 16. So in total, he only died 5 times in the entire series, Fogged.
It seems like they just have perfect synergy ticking between all the cores. And it's not just the cores, it's the supports as well. And their drafts just seem to work beautifully for them.
And 33, I feel like this guy just keeps getting better, even though that seems to be impossible with the levels that he's already reached, right? He's turning up. ends this game. He doesn't even die at all, alongside Saxo also doesn't die at all. 9-0-14, and being able to start that game in a very different way, right? Moving up the top ever so early, level 4, is big brain. You don't see a lot of offlaners make that move, but as a whole, what an incredible team. 33, Duracho, Whitemon, BZM, and Saxa. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of Blast Slam 2, Tundra Esports.
Dropped anything in this entire series. You haven't dropped a single death. Don't drop the trophy, for goodness sakes. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Tundra. Congratulations, Duracho. Huge win. I know the fans out there are very excited to see you take that one home. Does this win mean a lot to you? How do you feel right now?
Not really. I'm just happy that we won, and we are going home finally.
Absolutely. Who do you think was your MVP for this series?
It's hard to choose one, especially last game. I think whole team.
Absolutely. Well, you all worked really hard for that, and you could tell the synergy was there. So congratulations, Whitemon, my man. I mean, you got to be feeling good after that series. Super clutch. Did that one go exactly how you thought it would?
I don't know. I just played the game.
Just played the game? He's laughing when I said super clutch. What do you mean? This guy was super clutch. How could you disrespect such a man? I thought you were super clutch, sir. Any words to your teammates who are laughing during your interview about how incredible you are?
I mean, thank you for my teams to carrying me, and then thank you for the fans, my friends, family. Yeah. Thank you for supporting us.
Absolutely. Congratulations. A heck of a win. Mr. BZM, well done. The man that cannot be banned, the man that cannot be killed, carrying that entire series. Excuse what?
Bulgarian Tiny.
The Bulgarian Tiny. That is what I like to hear.
It's his second name.
All right. How did you feel coming out of that series? Do you feel like anyone's ever going to be able to correctly ban against you?
I mean, they just need to ban my Invoker, my Bristleback, and I'm done.
All right, good to hear, and I'm sure another victory in a line of many of them. Saxa, wonderful to see you, sir. I'm one of the only people that could possibly get even close to being on your level, but I'll never be on your level in Dota. How's it feel to hold yet another trophy?
Feels good. It's nice to win the lands that we lost last time in the finals, so it's like a bit of a redemption for us, and yeah. And I can't believe you said my name right.
That is right. I've been practicing all day. So you are a champion now, and you deserve that respect. Thank you once again for an incredible performance. And almost, last but not least, Mr. 33. Sir, you have had an incredible year last year, and now you guys 2 lands in a row. Is this year going to be even bigger for Tundra and yourself than the last?
Yeah, I hope so. I always wanted to not just win one big tournament and then go back to being like maybe average. Like I always looked up at the teams that can win like 3, 4, 5 tournaments in a row and like be really consistent. So this is what we are aiming for, and I hope we'll be able to do it.
Well, after that performance, I believe you will be able to. You are by far the best team in the world right now, and we'll see how long you can keep that going. So thank you so much for an incredible showing. And of course, I'm not going anywhere without talking to this man, the brains behind the operation. Clean drafts, brother, absolutely clean. The execution was beautiful as well. Any words for your team? Any words for that series? Oh, hold that thing. Yeah, get in there. We need the picture, right? Oh, yeah, baby.
Thank you to my team for being so nice to me all the time and being respectful, being very respectful and stuff. Yeah, all I gotta say is me and BZM, we had beef, but then we got solved it over ping pong and watched solo leveling, so I knew we're not gonna lose today.
Absolutely. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. One more time for your champions here at Blast Slam 2. Give it up at home for Tundra! Woo! As we send it back to our panel.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Tundra coming through with the a 3-0 grand final. And look, I'm pretty sure they didn't break that trophy. Someone might have to inspect it closely after they dropped it right at the start there.
They might drop it again. Let's wait and see.
Well, let's talk about this one. Not in too much depth, though, but it felt like Tundra just came out swinging. They had all the answers, and they were able to make play after play, always finding moves for themselves here at Sind, and yeah, everyone having to playing their piece of the puzzle here.
Right, we were talking about, okay, are Gaimin up to the challenge? Can they overcome and come up with new ideas against Tundra? And they tried. They tried different things in all 3 games, and it just seemed like Tundra were a complete brick wall. Whatever they threw at them, it just bounced right off. And yeah, these guys stand strong here in the end. 3-0 is a result that speaks for itself. It's very hard to do that in grand finals. Most of the time we see 3-1s because one team figures something out. Not today.
I mean, the fact that already so early in the season, they have the chance to create history, right? Gaimin Gladiators used to be the holder of this record in 2022 season, 7 grand finals, 6 wins. So far, Tundra have been part of 4 grand finals, 2 victories already. There's still like another 10 tier 1 lands to go in the rest of the year. So they could potentially, if they continue this streak, they could be the first team to break 10 grand finals in a year. Double-digit wins as well. Like, they can do everything. And the fact they are doing it in such a dominant form, this easily should and could be their year.
Are you saying it is T? I feel like you're going to put more absolutes out there.
Absolutes? You know? I mean, right now, you know, there's some teams at home watching. There's some team spirit looking. There's some other teams cooking, trying to find their way to beat a team like Tundra. But if Tundra can hold this form, hold this draft, then I feel like they are meant to break the records this year.
I feel like after the last 2 tournaments, it's not really clear who's supposed to... Like, there's, of course, a couple of teams, like you mentioned, that can challenge them, but it's not that many. And I think... Tundra has shown now back-to-back grand finals that they are a level above everybody else.
I think what I'm most excited to see with this team is with the anticipation that there's going to be a big patch coming in the near future. Is that going to be something they can immediately overcome or something where they get caught up to? Because that's where some teams that have looked invincible, they can always lose to Ice Frog, right?
So what you're saying is ban Doom, ban Beast, ban Bristle. Anything else we need to ban?
Well,
Lycans?
So in all seriousness though, right, the thing is that the macro way Dota has been played for quite a while now has been relatively similar. And it remains to be seen what this next patch will hold. If it is a total shakeup of economy, it's shakeup of the map or whatever. The thing about this team though is I personally think they're up to the challenge because I think one of the biggest assets the team can have right now is somebody that is extremely, for lack of a better word, just nerdy and loves looking at all the numbers, getting into the finicky little details, because when you're at this level, it's the last 5% sometimes that gets you the win, right? 33 is, he has pioneered a lot of stuff in the game over the last 2 years, like ways of wave pulling, manipulating lanes, playing summons heroes, all this stuff. It means that whatever you throw at him with a patch, he should hopefully be able for his team to figure that out with their coaching staff.
Well, yeah, that blends in with what he was saying, right? He wants to hit that consistency. He's always looked up to teams that are able to consistently be in those grand finals and also close it out, win those tournaments for themselves. And you're right, T, it starts here. The stats are kind of in their favor for now, but with that patch coming out, how much is really going to potentially change up for them? But Tundra, a 3-0 misery. Any other thoughts that you have for this roster and potentially their future for this year?
I mean, to follow up on what Sundren said, I think, yeah, a patch can change some things, but I think that at least I remember AY talking about the fundamentals, the basic idea of how to play the game. And I think that's something that all the old Tundra guys actually have, like the foundation of Falcons and now and Tundra as well with 33. I think they are the best at the fundamentals, and that's why we keep seeing them come back over and over again in these tournaments. They are the most consistent, and they, no matter what the patch hits, like whatever changes, they just keep coming back with new ways of enabling the fundamentals into the game.
I mean, you have a full roster that's just hungry to play the pubs, you know, do everything you need to do, right? There's not a single component on Tundra right now that you feel is, you know, holding the team back, lacking anything, right? Like when you see a game, it's like everyone is performing at their best. And sure, when a patch happens, you kind of want to make sure that your team's able to combat it. But when your team has all the small things going their direction, a patch won't phase them. If anything, it'll fuel them. You know, they'll try and find that next thing. They'll race to find that first, you know, Glimmer Cape. It took them how many months and years to find Glimmer Cape being strong on cores? They'll probably find that in the first month, right? When you have a team built in this style. So I cannot wait to see what this team can bring when we get a new patch. It's not the matter of will they still be good, it's how good will they be when the patch drops.
All right, I like it. You know, we're always putting it out there. But Tundra, I just can't believe it. It was a very quick path to this grand finals for themselves. After a dominant group stage performance, they topped their groups. All they had to do was knock out Enigma Galaxy. It wasn't an easy best of 3 for them, but they got it done. And then here, the grand finals just seemed to fall into place for them. A 3-0 here.
And now the question is, was Enigma the second best team of the tournament?
Ooh.
They took a game off them.
I would argue top.
Yes, it was.
Top
I
3.
had it in my pocket the whole time.
You're prepared for this?
Yes.
Oh, damn. Top 3, easy.
Yes to you too, T.
Wait, how much do you have?
That's about it, actually. That's all I have left in my pocket. Sorry to disappoint for anyone else that wanted some confetti.
Oh, keep it. Thank you.
I was saving it for the final goodbye, but some final thoughts for you guys before I say that.
Oh, great tournament. As always, very expedited, very high stakes, very quick pacing. I think it's very refreshing, and I think the teams enjoy it too, the high pace. So, yeah, it's been very enjoyable.
It's been really enjoyable to have you on panel, Sind. Thank you.
Did you even throw one? It was like a singular one. Okay.
I somehow only picked up one.
Blast Slam 2 told us one thing, that even if we don't get a patch, you can dig a little bit deeper and find new things. Before this tournament, we didn't really care about Abaddon, we didn't really care too much about Io, we didn't care about a lot of heroes, but it came to light. So I feel like if you are out there right now and you're bored in a patch, just think a little harder. Stop looking at Pro Tracker, stop looking at the stats, and find a new hero, because yes, things can look a bit stale, but there's always so much depth to this beautiful game that there are things to find, and if the pros can do it, you can do it too.
Could have said it better myself.
Okay.
Absolutely beautiful.
Classic Misery, man of many words right there. But guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to bring you Blast Slam 2. Thank you to everyone's behind the camera, all of you guys watching at home. Of course, my lovely panel, the B stream, Gork on his co-stream as well. It's been a lot of fun to have this studio event for you guys, and I look forward to when we get to see you again.